started a year before the strategy was launched. And it already showed that the whole process of revising the strategy was really a co-creation approach where where also the European Commission endorsed to really make it a multi-stakeholder approach when we are talking about better internet for kids. Together with our colleagues from the InSafe and the InHope network, some of them are sitting here, our Safer Internet Center, so really the contact point for us at national level. They did a consultation with children and young people across Europe. I think more than 750 children were consulted on their needs, on their priorities, and this was really the foundation of the revision of the strategy, to really take it to the young people first, to understand what they're doing online, what they're concerned about, but also what they enjoy online. In addition to this, we then also did an open consultation with adults, so mainly focusing on parents and teachers. This went mainly through social media. We developed a survey. We also translated the survey in all the EU languages. And we gave opportunity to teachers and parents to complement what the young people already mentioned to us. And then the last stage was, of course, also to invite other experts to reflect on what should be included in the policy. So that was, of course, industry, but also academia and policies from the policymakers from the national level. So we can already see that the process of revising the strategy really happened with everyone around the table, including children and young people. And then last May, the new strategy was adopted, and it's really put at its heart and its front children and young people. It's based on 3 pillars: child protection, child empowerment, and child participation. And I think especially pillar 2 and pillar 3 are really, really important. We do believe, and there's really great endorsement and support from the European Commission to make sure that really young people are part of the action, that they're considered as experts as well, that they have a seat around the table when decisions are being made, but also when new technologies are being developed. So it really encourages stakeholders to make sure when they work on better internet for kids related policies or tools to really invite and include the young people in this process. Of course, it's a policy document on better internet for kids. So it was also very important to to create it in such a way that children and young people are aware of what is written in the strategy, aware of their rights. So this is why we also worked on a youth and child-friendly version of the strategy. I brought one copy here, but you can find it online, which also really happened in a co-creation process with the young people. They advised us on the wording, how this child-friendly version should be formulated. They also advised us on the colors they choose, and they said, okay, these icons, these colors, this is really like what attracts us, what we like. What was also interesting that they advised us to put a sort of like cluster in the end to better explain some terms. I think for us, the term policymakers we all know what that means, but for the young people, it was not clear. They didn't understand what that meant. So that was really refreshing and helpful for us to really understand how we should go about it. This is also translated once again, because that's also really important. Of course, the common language is English, but we really want to reach young people at national and local levels. So we also, with the help of our colleagues at the Safer Internet Center, made sure this is translated in all the EU languages. What happened until then, almost a year after, when it comes to implementation? On our side, and again, this is with the support of the European Commission, we really try to include young people in all our actions. When, for example, we are doing consultations with stakeholders, when we form expert groups, we are inviting young people to be part of these groups. Those young people we are working with are young people that are working at national level together with the Safer Internet Centers. They are typically between the age of 13 to 18, 19 years old. They have the opportunity through the Safer Internet Centers to also get involved in the work we are doing. Maybe I conclude with a very tangible example. Every year we're hosting our annual conference on behalf of the European Commission, which is the Safer Internet Forum. And what happened last time, that for the first time we involved the young people in the whole development process of the conference. We had a small group that we worked with really on the program. We discussed what should be the key topic of the conference, what should be the slogan of the conference, how should the visual identity look, and what should we do on this day? What kind of sessions do you think would be useful? What do you think works when engaging with stakeholders? Who should we invite to speak at the conference? And I think this was a very, very refreshing process, and I think that's also the point we're trying to make, to really try to involve the young people from the beginning, from the early stages on, and not give them a finalized document or a finalized tool and a policy and say, okay, please use this, we feel it's useful for you. So we have to educate with children and young people and not to them or for them. So I think I concluded here. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Sabrina. I think we'll return to a few of the concepts you've introduced. Firstly, you know, the three pillars of the strategy: protection, empowerment, participation. I think really speaks to the spirit of this project, but also the importance of prioritizing children's own views. And we'll hear from Amanda about the first phase of this research that really embodied that, I think. Our final perspective to complete the triangle for this first part, it's such a pleasure to introduce the newest member of our UNICEF team. Shuli Gilutz is a global expert in child-centered design with over 20 years of experience working both in industry and academia, leading UX research, design, and strategy of digital experiences for children and families. In the past decade, Shuli has served as a Google Launchpad UX mentor, a teaching fellow at Tel Aviv University, and a founding board member of Designing for Children's Rights Association, and now a member of UNICEF's Business Engagement and Child Rights team. So welcome, Shuli, and taking us from the policy or government perspective to the industry perspective. And governments, as we know, have an essential role in creating the enabling environment for businesses to respect children's rights. The actions of industry itself is another essential piece of the puzzle when it comes to prioritizing child well-being in the digital environment. Some of us in the room might be wondering, you know, why are we focusing on design specifically? What does this mean? Can the design of digital experiences really matter for children? And is good design possible? And what's the power of designing positive technology for children? It would be great to hear your views on that.
Thank you. Good morning, everyone. It's great to see everyone here, and thanks for that, Josie. It's always great to start talking about children being part of this, but after we hear from children and we hear their need for this, we really have to find a way to make impact in a broad sense. And regulation, legislation, and policy are important tools in children's positive digital play experiences, and extremely important in guiding and limiting industry and protecting children online. However, in digital play, impact goes beyond mitigating harm. And while that is still the baseline and critical, research has shown, and we'll hear more about it soon, that digital play can afford positive experiences that promote children's well-being in different ways. And that is really what we're trying to do and reach out to companies to help them achieve this. So I'll just like to mention a few terms we're going to all refer to so you know what we're talking about, because they can be used in different ways. So there are many digital experiences for children online. Why do we talk about digital play? I mean, children do a lot of things. So first of all, play is one of the most important ways in which children interact with the world. I mean, and develop and essential knowledge and skills and experiences. That's also why it's a child's right, and everybody here knows that. And children treat digital play the same way they treat physical play. They don't make those differences. That's for us, the older generations. and they expect the same safety and joy they have from all the physical play. And of course, that's not the case, as we know, because it came in later. So we want to help create the environment for them by guiding industry to do so. And RightTech, this project, looks at children's well-being. So we define children's well-being by a spotlight on children's own lived experience. So their subjective experience with digital play, how do they view it? What makes it a good experience or bad experience for them? We found, talking to children, that safety and security is key, but there are also additional outcomes that make up well-being in the eyes of children when it comes to digital play, like empowerment, social connection, competence, and creativity. In many cases, digital play is a critical lifeline for children's well-being, enabling all these in a way no other context can. So when we talk about good design in RightTech, we talk about where designers and industry can help support these interactions and then that kind of thriving with children. And most designers today want to create a positive and empowering digital play experience for children, but they don't know how. I mean, they haven't been trained neither in child rights nor in child psychology or in any way. They're just designers, and they would like to do the right thing. So this is a complementary piece to policy work that is like a top-down approach. We're looking at a bottom-up initiative to give designers and industry the tools to create positive digital play experiences and promote the benefits that those have for children. What we're doing now is working with designers to understand their needs and develop a guide for business that they can implement easily in their design process to create online experiences that are safe and private, and also connective, creative, expand learning, competence, curiosity, and creativity. And of course, fun, exciting, joyful, and inspiring. Thank you.
Thanks, Shuli, and that's a great segue to the second part of the session. Next slide, please, where we will dive in a little bit more to this particular project, RightTech Responsible Innovation in Technology for Children. And I won't give a long preamble, only to say that this is the question that we're reflecting on. How can practically businesses and policymakers create a digital world that prioritizes the well-being of children and maximizes the opportunities and the potential for positive impact? And with that, I'd like to introduce the next speaker, Adam Engel. Next to me is the global lead for digital policy at the LEGO Group, where he helps LEGO maintain high standards of safety, privacy, and security in their digital products and advocates for policy that empowers children online. Previously, Adam led the Information Commissioner's Office Emerging Technology Unit, assessing the data protection impact of emerging technologies, and advised both industry and government on how to mitigate privacy risks. Can you tell us, Adam, a little bit about what motivated the LEGO Group to prioritize this topic? And from your perspective, what are the potential pitfalls associated with businesses failing to invest in getting it right when it comes to designing for children's well-being?
Thanks, Josie. So at LEGO, kids are at the center of everything we do. They really are the DNA of the company. It's wonderful to see a child here listening to this talk as well. We associated with our physical bricks. That's what everyone knows us for. Even in the booth that we have out in the exhibition hall, everyone comes up to us and say, "What is LEGO doing here? What is LEGO doing with the digital space?" And yes, we have this great history of being there in physical play, but we also want to be where kids are, and increasingly that is online. And we also need to carry over our commitment to learning, our commitment to safety, our commitment to child well-being from the physical to the online world. And while we've been online and building games and building digital experiences for many, many years now, we want to understand what best practice is. And that isn't just best practice in safety and protection, that's best practice in enabling children to grow, to learn, to thrive online. But you can't just make that out of thin air. You've got to do the research, you've got to do the hard yards, you've got to work with fantastic people like Amanda and Shuli and others who have deep expertise in these areas. So that was really the impetus for starting this RITEC project. It's to, along with UNICEF, it's to understand, fundamentally at a research level, what are the building blocks that support child digital well-being, and how can industry really commit to building these products in a way that's empirical and measured and sustainable. So we want to be the flagship digital service, the flagship kind of industry provider, building well-being in our digital products. We want to lift industry best practice. We want to build coalitions in this space. We all know that and I feel like this phrase has been said many, many times at this conference, but the internet is not designed for kids. Digital experiences aren't designed for kids. They should be. That should be the future. And I think there's increasing consensus around this. So we want to drive that alongside UNICEF through this project. And I think it all starts with really embedding these things in our company first. So for example, we've already begun the process of internalizing the initial RITEC findings. So we have a responsible child engagement team. They actually run this project internally for LEGO, but they're also a horizontal team that consults on child rights, child well-being, child issues across all digital design and gaming experiences at the LEGO Group. We've got responsible digital engagement managers, we've got responsible gaming managers. They're all looking at the RITEC framework, and as our product teams build and develop experiences for kids, they're consulting with these managers whose mandate is child well-being, and making sure that these aspects are reflected in our digital design experiences. We have a responsible gaming framework, which is a kind of a must checkbox thing for any games that we make, that includes healthy game design. So that talks about, how do you build games that help children emotionally regulate, that don't have addictive qualities, that don't have negative enforcement cycles, that don't have manipulative design patterns. So that's already integrated into our gaming experiences there. We're also building kind of digital design cards and digital design principles. So, for example, these kind of build on not just the RITEC work, but some of the work that's come out of the Digital Futures Commission in the UK. So they have kind of key tenets like how do you ensure safety, how do you allow for open-ended play, how do you enhance imagination and creativity. So kind of building on those best practices as well as the findings from the RITEC framework. And we're also wanting to actually measure our company's performance and the gaming performance that we have on well-being. So we're building a well-being KPI at LEGO to actually push product teams, developers, to meet as a criteria for success kind of well-being outcomes. Now that's difficult to do, and we're in the process of doing that, but that's a key aspiration of actually performing and measuring against well-being. And I think I can share briefly kind of an outcome from the initial research. So we used one of our games in the RITEC Phase 2 research, Lego Builder's Journey. And this is kind of a challenging puzzle game with a strong narrative. And initial findings kind of associated, the experience of increased competence, relatedness, and belonging that kids had, because they were able to enact with Lego minifigures, and they were empowered to explore the game and were rewarded for kind of success. And they kind of have this open and imaginative play experience based in a Lego world. So because they had open-ended play, because they had this sense of autonomy and agency, that did increase kind of findings of competence. So we're already kind of seeing the existing games designed and measured against a framework, but I think when this becomes much more formalized and robust, and we build it in, we can really augment and enhance those outcomes. So I think that's all what we're doing internally, and I think the success of it so far, and the sense of positive feedback we get is itself a reason to do it, but it's also just the right thing to do. I think the pitfalls of industry not doing this is, really losing, creating potential for extreme harm for kids at this really kind of crucial development age. But two, just like losing a sense of trust. And we already see a massive trust deficit in the digital industry at the moment. There's an online safety crisis happening at the moment. We've seen reports from the US Surgeon General talking about teen mental health crises, issues across the board, and there's a regulatory response happening to ensure that we mitigate some of these harms. But you know, it's not going to solve the challenge if regulation just gets handed down and industry is forced to do it. We need to be proactive. And you actually need a cultural change in industry in order to ensure that, you know, the harms are mitigated, and not just mitigated, but the well-being is enhanced. So that's really what we're trying to do. I'll leave it at that.
Thank you, Adam. Really interested to hear that experience of how do you build this into incentive structures within the company. You know, making it a KPI is a really interesting example, and I'm sure we will have time to unpack parts of that in the discussion. But also a nice segue. You mentioned the framework. You might be thinking, but what framework? Well, next slide, please. This is, we will hear a little bit about this piece. It's a little bit difficult to read on screen, but it's reproduced in the handout in front of you. And I hand this massive banner. I would like to introduce Professor Amanda Third, who is a professorial research fellow in the Institute for Culture and Society, co-director of the Young and Resilient Research Center at Western Sydney University, and a faculty associate in the Berkman Klein Center for Internet and Society at Harvard University. She's an international expert in youth-centered participatory research and has led child-centered projects to understand children's experiences of the digital age in over 70 countries, working with partners across corporate, government, not-for-profit sectors, and children and young people themselves. It's a real pleasure that you're able to join us. Amanda, can you tell us a little bit about this framework, what we mean by this phase 1 research, and what does this tell us?
Yeah, sure. Thank you, Josie, and good morning, everyone. It is really nice to see everyone, especially the younger members of our audience here this morning. And I think before I leap into talking about the framework, I would just begin with a little reflection that it's been so nice over the last few IGFs to see our conversations progressively mature and move away from thinking only about protection and to think about protection and participation in tandem. It's really, really refreshing, and I'm really pleased that wellbeing is finally making a big splash on the agenda for children's digital practices, because of course the work that I have done and many others have done too shows that actually when children engage with digital media, whether that is scrolling through videos to watch, choosing which games to play or who to interact with online, that question of their well-being is really top of their mind constantly. They're constantly reflecting on whether or not this is good for me at some level, and they make their choices accordingly. So it's really time for us to take well-being very seriously. So in this project, we were very excited to be able to work with almost 400 children across 13 countries, predominantly in the Global South, and to reanalyse the data from 30,000 survey participants to work out how children's digital media practices impact their sense of well-being and what we can do to really augment their well-being through good design. So basically what we did was we used a creative and participatory-based workshop method to engage with children in languages that they speak in their own contexts, to really dig deep into their experiences of digital play. And what we found from that was that children have got very kind of diverse experiences of digital play, but one thing that really stood out across the sample was that digital play brings children a lot of joy and a lot of connection with others, and that there's really a lot for us to work with there in terms of augmenting their experiences online and supporting their well-being. Also though, and as Aditi was gesturing towards in her opening words, children also though really do understand that there are limits to digital play. They've got a very strong sense that that their safety is at stake. They do have unpleasant experiences, and actually what really came through as we spoke to them this time around is that their experiences of diversity really, diverse children have or meet with different kinds of obstacles online, discrimination, barriers to their good participation. And culturally inappropriate content, things like this. So really, we do need to pay very good attention to diversity online. They overwhelmingly talked about how wonderful digital play experiences are for connecting with other people online. And I think this is the reality for children. They do interact with other people online. They mostly interact with their friends. They occasionally interact with strangers. But you know, that those social dimensions are really things that we need to foster because they bring children a lot of joy, and that has positive impacts for their well-being. Safety for them is also a priority. So they are calling on governments, and in particular private enterprise, to really safeguard their well-being online. They want us to do more to make sure that they are protected. And this includes everything from the most serious risks of harm right through to things like the ways that they might encounter advertising in those settings. They also talked about how games are one way for them to express their creativity, and sort of talked about creativity as an integral part of their digital play experiences. And clearly creativity comes along with a whole range of benefits from being able, sort of feeling empowered and to take action, to express oneself. These are all things we know are positively correlated with well-being. So these are some of the things that came out of the interactions with children. And then what we did was we sort of analysed this in conjunction with the survey data, and we distilled it into this wellbeing framework that you see in front of you. So the 8 pillars of this interim framework, and I stress that it is an interim framework, it is going to be revisited shortly, but these are, if you like, the design principles that we need to take forward and to use to shape the digital play experiences that children have online. And you can see they very closely correlate with the kinds of experiences I've just very quickly summarised for you. So from here too, the other thing that we've done to support this framework is we've developed a series of indicators and sample measures that we can then use to measure whether or not digital play experiences are hitting the mark. So this is a sort of an attempt to, if you like, embed children's experiences at the heart of our measurement processes to make sure that we are really making the impacts we intend. Okay, and so I think, you know, there's still more work to be done here. This is only phase 1 that we've completed so far. We're about to do complete phase 2. But I think what's really come through very strongly is, as Sabrina was pointing to, well, actually all of us have pointed to in different ways, the importance of engaging children in these design processes. And I think if you're here in this room, you've already got some inkling that this is important somehow. And I know I'm preaching to the converted here, but what I would urge you is to really stay attuned to the meanings of engaging children and young people. Let's not get lazy about the ways that we think about participation. Let's not turn it into a tick box. Let's make sure that we continue to reflect on our practices, reflect on what value children can bring to these processes, and really continue to refine the ways that we do these things over time. Because I think by doing so, not only do we get better results in terms of the design of products, but we also build the next generation of change makers. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Amanda. If I may, I have a quick follow-up question, which is to ask you a little bit about, you know, we keep saying phase 1, phase 2 research, and of course, research takes time, and the project is ongoing. But can you tell us a little bit about what does this phase 2 research actually consist of, and what can we expect to see?
Yes, so thank you, Josie, and I'll make it quick because I know we're under pressure. But phase 2 is a new phase of research carried out by a range of different institutions around the globe, interestingly. So the Centre for the Digital Child in Australia, New York University, and the University of, I'm going to get this wrong, Sheffield, thank you. That was my instinct, but you know, I'm a little jet lagged. And what they are doing now is they are taking the framework and testing that against a particular, a set of real-world digital play experiences, and they're doing that in a range of different ways, using different methods to really understand how children's experiences play out, and how then we might need to refine the framework accordingly. So we're doing everything from measuring, sweat and heart rates, right through to sort of like the more ethnographic style of research, which is talking to children about their experiences as they play. And we'll integrate all of that into a revised version of the framework and roll that out with designers through a range of initiatives.
Great, thank you so much. We are coming close to the section where we will have a bit of interaction and invite you to chime in with questions. But before we do that, very briefly, Julie, can you tell us, and for those in the room, what can they look forward to in terms of the next steps and how they can be involved?
Yes, so as Amanda mentioned, we really started this project based on research. We want to base everything we do on real data. There's a lot of myths going on around children and technology. But after we do that, we want to take that into practice and use that for impact. So the stage we're working on now, in parallel to summarizing the research, is creating a guide for business. So in order to create the guide for business, it's not just about finding a way to summarize all the research, but it's really to create something that businesses will use. And we're talking about executive levels, but also, like we mentioned, designers in practice. So what we're doing is actually talking to designers from companies that create digital play all over the world. It's very important for us to reach out and get a diverse group of companies, not only ones that create in English for English-speaking kids, but a large sample from all over different countries. And we're working with country offices and NatComs all over the world to do that. And talking to designers about their challenges and needs in designing for children. And we're going to have all that information aggregated and find a way to create some guide for them, which will be something applicable for their design process, design tools, and assessment for applying Right Tech framework. So the next stage after we finalize all the information from the companies is actually to create kind of a prototype for the designers and test it, pilot it with different countries that are designing different digital experiences. And then hopefully by next fall, we'll have something to show everybody that has been developed together with all these companies from all over the world.
If you would like to chat more about that, please visit us at our booth, and I'm sure we will be able to discuss at more length. We're challenged to think about really actions and concrete things through these sessions. So to wrap up the panel part, I'd like to just invite each of us one by one in 10 seconds, 20 seconds, just one action that you think should be prioritized by any stakeholder group, whether that's government or industry or young people, when it comes to achieving this vision of positive design for child well-being. And then we'll throw it open, but this will really help us, I think, try and distill everything that we've spoken about. May I invite Sabrina to start?
Yes, sure. I would say meaningful youth participation. I would hope, and Amanda said it, there is, more. Their progress has been made, but more needs to be done. So I would wish for a multi-stakeholder approach where we would consider children and young people to be an equal part of it. So to consider them really as expert and not as an accessory. And coming back just to the Big Plus strategy, I think it's a very great piece of policy. It sets the framework, it's there. So I would encourage all the other stakeholders, especially industry and policymakers, to really implement it, to put it in action. It's there, it's meant to be used. So I think that's the only way forward.
Fantastic, thank you. Adam?
I'm sure Amanda or Julie might cover off the industry expectations. So I'll be a bit policy wonky and say that I really would welcome, I think, and LEGO would really welcome governments and policymakers to actually recognize the need for a holistic approach to digital design. So right now there is a lot of discussion, and rightly so, around addressing online harms. But an over-focus on harms can lead to sterile environments, and we actually need to, build experiences and have the regulatory frameworks that incentivize experiences that allow us to tick off on all these 8 competencies. That is, safety and protection is one, but kind of, creativity, imagination, and you need some level of flexibility in design in order to do that. So government's thinking about how you holistically increase child well-being in digital design and creating frameworks that enable companies to design like that.
Thanks. I'll talk about companies and industry. I think there needs to be a shift from looking at designing for children just something that's regulated and they need to do by law, and there are different ages and complying with different frameworks like GDPR or COPPA or others. The shift should be to understanding that this is the future. There is no going back. We have to design a fully holistic environment for children to thrive in, not just to be safe in. And whoever isn't doing this will be just left behind. So I think industry really has to pivot the way it's looking at designing for children, and I hope that will happen.
Okay, it's always tough going last on this little tweet length thing. I think I would challenge us to continue to really problematise some of the distinctions that we make. Often what we do is we pitch protection against participation. We talk about them as 2 separate things. And I think there's a lot of value in thinking about how participation breeds protective capabilities. So that would be the first. The second would be to really look closely at young people's practices or children's practices. Sometimes we dismiss their practices out of hand, and we say they're mindlessly scrolling or they're just mucking around. But actually those things we need to look closely at. There's a lot going on in those little spaces that support and sustain their well-being. And there's, again, a lot of fertile ground there for us to talk about. And the last thing I would say is, this is really not tweet length, sorry Josie, but the last thing I would say is that design is really, really, really important, and I think we really, but we're also investing a lot of hope that design's going to solve a lot of problems. So for us to think about what are the limits of design and where do other pieces of the puzzle need to fit in.
Fantastic. Thank you. Thank you to our panelists. Now is the time to please raise your hands. We will have roving microphones, and we'll take a few questions at one together, and then we'll portion them out to panelists. So let's start and go around. Please.
Hi everybody, I'm Niels from the Belgian Safer Internet Center. We work under the InSafe umbrella, where Sabrina is part of. Something that stays a constant struggle for us in order to avoid using child participation as a sort of tokenism, as I said before, or simply a box to tick. How can we reach like a true representational group of young people? Like without a constant focus on this, we enforce this Matthew effect, where representation can even be a misleading thing, because when only privileged people are being reached, we get the wrong idea about a certain situation. So is there any interesting research or findings or best practices about this? Because, for example, at the Belgian Safer Internet Center, we've been experimenting over the past years. For example, when we were doing trainings with parents, we would allow them to bring their children, for example, a small thing, but which allows more people to be part of something. But I'm looking for more ideas here, because this stays a constant struggle.
Thank you.
Yeah, thank you. My name is Jutta Kroll from the German Digital Opportunities Foundation. First of all, I want to thank you not only for the presentations, but for the wonderful approach and project. I really, really believe in it. My question is regard the principle of evolving capacities of children. You're talking about designing for children's well-being, but they are not all the same. And therefore, I'm really interested how that can be done. In parallel to the Big Plus strategy, the European Commission has set up a special group on age-appropriate design, which is working in this regard, and I would like to know whether this could be brought together. Thank you.
Great question, thank you. I think we had a few on this side of the room. Oh, we have another mic, yes.
Yeah, thank you very much. Yeah, one of my questions has been stolen, but absolutely, I think just to add to Yutta's point. Sorry, my name is Amy from ECPAT International. To add to Yutta's point, I guess how do we navigate the difference between platforms designed for children and platforms used by children, and how can we build in a kind of an experience that is flexible enough so that older users sort of an experience that doesn't work for them, but also children are supported. And I guess the second thing is about parents. We hear often that, you know, some research shows just the ongoing importance of parents being involved in the gaming life and the online digital life, and accompanying children in that. And does the framework address that in some way to kind of also bring parents on that journey? Thank you.
My name is Carmen, so I speak on a capacity as a mom today. But I come from nuclear physics and internet ecosystem, so two different worlds, but I'm also a mom. You just told my question because it is very important to involve parents because when I gave birth to my children, they didn't come out with a phone. So we provide them a phone, and actually I have two daughters, and they don't have a phone. They only use their computer when they are at school. They don't live online, they live outside. So we're talking about something we give for granted that the children, they will live online their life. They're not going to live there online. And as you said, there is no turning back, but there is a turning back because we can walk in parallel ways, the online life and the offline life. So if they only live online, we take away all the senses. So we won't feel pain anymore when we walk on top of a brick, Lego brick. So, and it's very nice. I see them playing, and every year they get from Santa a lot of Lego. And this makes the children build up this new world together. And then I was pretty worried to hear that the developers, they have no pedagogical experience. So we expect this from the teachers. So I would expect this also from the developers to have this kind of knowledge. Otherwise, you just give something to the children and they have to figure out. And some parents, you should educate parents, because we see a lot of parents, they give a telephone to children and they think it's the babysitter of the children, and they don't explain all the threats that there are online. So they give data and all these kind of things. So there are certain, it's pretty interesting what you said, and I love your speech when you said you involved the children, which is extremely important. But first, you should educate parents as well, because this is not a substitute of a parent. So it's like giving a nice Tesla to the children and just say, just go out and drive. It doesn't work like that.
Thank you so much.
Thank you to you.
We have 5 minutes left, but I noticed we have one question from behind us and then...
And one here. Yep,
okay.
This is David from EHAB Association. We are also working with NGOs and children's group in Asia Pacific region. So my question is basically about next step and also the engagement of other stakeholders. For the first about the next step, knowing that right now is creating like the guideline or the guide for business and policymakers. As also the other audience also mentioned, parents' engagement is very important in a sense, and also the workers. So I'm just wondering, for the next step, would there be any like guideline also for parents and as well as the workers who work closely with children as well as educators? So there's the first question. And the second question is about, right now is on phase 2 for the research. I'm just wondering for NGOs and also for institute from the other regions, how can we involve in like stage 3 or the afterworks? So there's mainly about next step and the follow-up actions. Thank you so much.
We're going to have to be very economical with our answering, but I think that...
I'll be very quick, just to respect that we have an online participation as well, and we've got a young person who's obviously very passionate and is doing amazing things in Bangladesh. So he's been quite active in the chat, and he's wondering how he can become involved in global initiatives and like this to represent kind of children at a global scale, and also really agreeing with the points that have been made that, you know, a child understands children's priorities most. So really reinforcing this importance of having developers, you know, have this insight and really respect children. So that one's from the online chat.
Brilliant, and it's wonderful to see that engagement coming off live. We have 3 minutes left, and I know the next session is in the room preparing to get ready. I'm going to have to cluster this into representation and diversity in the access we have to children in the research side, evolving capacities, and parents. Takers. Okay, we'll just do a round. We'll each have maybe 30 seconds to answer whichever question spoke to you most. Please, Amanda, and then we'll go this way.
Thank you.
I'll be super quick, and before I forget, I'll mention that for everyone that attended this early session, I've got Lego loot if you want it at the end, so please come see me and I can give you some stuff. So on the evolving capacities matter and kind of age-appropriate design and designing for brackets, you know, there is methods to do this, and you know, as it's already required by age-appropriate design codes. I mean, Lego is a part of the EU AADC method as well. So we need to think, you know, what's an appropriate level of social interaction for a 10 to 13-year-old, 13 to 16-year-old, you know. You actually probably need for a teen's well-being some level of social connection, you know, form organic friendships online. However, that comes with risks. You know, you have a contact risk with strangers. So maybe you disable certain features for 13s to 10-year-olds. Equally, the level of communication and language that you use can be tailored, so privacy policies, default settings, certain aspects of game design can be kind of tailored in a certain way. So there is, through the wonders of kind of technology, ways to really tailor these different things. So I've got more to say, but I'll stop there. Thank you.
Thanks. Okay, I'll quickly talk about the points that raised about parents. I think it's critical, and it always comes up because it's a big challenge for parenting today. So parenting is hard, and we all appreciate that. It's hard to teach your children something that you didn't have when you were growing up. I think the two main recommendations that come out with a lot of research and working with parents and families are, number one, play with your kids. So when parents don't know what's going on here or in the Xbox, they tend to put in all these myths and stuff, and they can't really help and support their children in making good decisions. And that's what we're really doing in parenting. So once you play with children, this goes back to child participation, and learn what they're actually engaging in, then you can have a meaningful discussion. You can see the well-being, you can see the good things, but you can also see when it's not that great. And then you can really talk about it. So that's very, very important. Even if you think you don't want to play this game, go, sit down, play, learn, and have the discussion. You may even enjoy it. And the second one is talk to children about what you're worried about the playing outside. Why do you want them to play outside? That will be a very interesting discussion, and children appreciate it because children just want to have well-being. They want to do what's fun and good for them. They want to be healthy. They want to enjoy. And that's why they still play with Legos and they still play outside, because it's fun, it's great, it's good for them. So have those discussions with children rather than try to tell them what not to do without really knowing what's going on in their lives. Thanks.
Very quickly on the representation question, spot on. I would say something controversial and say I don't think representation is a useful idea when you're doing child participation. I think what we need to pay attention to is reaching out through partner organisations who have deep expertise engaging vulnerable and diverse children to reach the children that will give us a diversity of opinion. And then I think we have to really make sure that we are tailoring our methods to make sure that we can speak meaningfully with different kinds of children, right? And that means often letting go of this idea that there is a perfect research method and a perfect way of engaging with children, and going with the flow, being guided by your sense of the rights of the child, and you know, moving forward consciously, I guess, yeah.
Thank you. And the final word.
No, I just wanted to thank everyone for the reflections, and I think everyone that posted a question and made a comment. I think that's our job to try to connect these dots. I think children and adults, they need to have a conversation. We need to approach this as a conversation and not educating to them and for them, but with them.
Thank you so much for all your participation, and let's continue the conversation outside. Yeah, thanks. Always, always. Run out of time.
It grew. It grew. So there were about up to 10 people.
Fair enough.
It was good. Yeah, it's important to make them involved too, right?
Absolutely.
Hard to do hybrid though. No, I sit in our child protection section. So I'm based in New York. I support our program work. So I'm supporting our country offices. I am. Yeah, I'm speaking in the panel today. I've got to make sure I've got it right? I think it's at 2:15. Yeah, 2:15 to 3:15, and I think it's in this room as well. So that's so I'm mainly supporting like our program countries in terms of legislative reform, policy reform, capacity building, and the like, but as well as working on global policy and advocacy. Focus is on protection, but of course, as UNICEF, we look at the interconnection.
Trying my card.
You are part of our.
Thailand. Who is here?
Who's in charge? Am I in charge? Yeah. All right. Let's begin. Welcome, everyone, and good morning. There we go. That's the problem with putting me in charge. Welcome, everyone, and good morning. My name's Nate Fick. I'm the U.S. Ambassador for Cyberspace and Digital Policy, and it's a thrill to be here this morning with our class of global emerging leaders in international cyberspace security, GELIX for short. I had the great privilege of being with this group at the beginning of their fellowship year at the RSA conference in San Francisco. And we pledged then that we would be together again here in Kyoto at the Internet Governance Forum. And it's such a pleasure to see it all actually come together that way. We just had a bit of a graduation ceremony for the fellows in the other room a few minutes ago. They are diplomats and government experts from 20 countries, almost literally every corner of the world. And what they have in common is a commitment to the importance of technology issues and cybersecurity and foreign policy, an understanding that these issues are becoming more important and more central, and I think a visceral appreciation that this is, in fact, a team sport and none of us can do it alone. I am pleased, honored to be sitting between two of my colleagues who help ensure every day that I don't have to do this alone, representing our host government here in Japan. To my left is Ambassador Ishizuki Hideo. Ishizuki-san is Ambassador for International Security and Cyber Policy in the Ministry of Foreign Affairs of Japan, and a wonderful colleague, one of the pioneers in technology diplomacy, and someone who welcomed me to the fold when I was appointed to this role a year ago. And to my right is Ambassador Regina Greenberger, Ambassador for Cyber Foreign Policy and Cybersecurity in the Federal Foreign Office of Germany, also a pioneer, someone who has been at work mainstreaming technology diplomacy around the world, and another in this community who welcomed me to the fold when I took the job. The title of this session is Building Diplomatic Networks for a Safe, Secure Cyberspace. And it drives home, I think, the point that success in these areas is really about people, process, and technology in that order. We often want to default right to the technical answer, but nor, I think, as you said at the beginning of our session a little while ago, we can't forget the human element. And in fact, the human element matters more than the others. So this gathering was intended to build connections in order to strengthen our diplomatic networks in the service of a safe, secure cyberspace, and to create champions, really, for the power of the framework for responsible state behavior in cyberspace, and to create global networks of people who, when the proverbial bad thing happens, can pick up the telephone at 3 o'clock in the morning and have a trusted counterpart on the other end of the line who can help them solve a problem. So in the discussion this morning, we are going to hear from several of the fellows. We will hear from the ambassadors to my left and right. We'll turn this into a conversation around the table. And I just want to say at the outset again, thank you all for committing your time and energy to this fellowship over the past year. And this really is only the beginning. We look forward to working with you for years and hopefully decades to come. So, having said all of that, our first question is for Siriprapa of Thailand, who is sitting, there we go. So I would love to hear just quickly insights that you gleaned from the program, and 3 or 4 that matter most to you as a diplomat engaged in these issues around the world.
So thank you, Ambassador. It's the honor to meet you again, Ambassador Fick, and also Ambassador Hideo Ishizuki and Ambassador Eugene Greenberger. So I'm Siriprapa from the National Security Council of Thailand. I'm here with a very diverse cohort, and in my group, to be honest, we discussed this question prior to today's session because we need a more inclusive answer. So we have here representative from Dominican Republic, Estonia, and Poland, and also Indonesia in my group. The first point that we gleaned from the program is especially the emerging technology and AI. So for us, diplomat and policymaker, we feel that it is so challenging that we need to be more agile in adapting the policy and also the legal framework of our country to handle this situation of the innovation. The second one is maybe the most cliche word that you hear along the IGF is about the public-private partnership or the multi-stakeholder. So the cooperation with the private sector help bridging the gap between us about the technical expertise and also the technological resources. But not only us gaining from the private sector also got a chance, the opportunity to be in the session and help us implement the right policy for them as well. And the last point is about the relationship between geopolitics and cybersecurity. So it's undeniable that cybersecurity, cyber threat is a transnational issue. So one single nation cannot handle this kind of threat alone. So we need the cooperation, the international cooperation. So in a nutshell, it is cliche that you may hear the word multilateralism, multi-stakeholderism, but it is the must that we need to go to that direction. So if you want to move on to the next cliche, so let's do it right now. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Next question is for Maritza, and this is fairly straightforward. In what practical, concrete ways do you think this network will be useful in your work?
Thank you, Mr. Ambassador. Good morning to everyone. Good morning, distinguished ambassadors. I'm Maritza Ristevska from the Ministry of Foreign Affairs of North Macedonia. I will speak in behalf of my colleague from Georgia, Dominican Republic, and Jamaica. We believe that this network is a valuable asset in the complex and rapidly evolving landscape of cyberspace security. Our network is composed of dedicated diplomats and experts from all around the world who should play a very important role in advancing international cooperation, fostering understanding, building trust, and strengthening resilience to the wide spectrum of cyber threats. Our network could be affected in several key ways. It can facilitate and enhance cooperation both multilaterally and bilaterally with an international organization, such as UN. For example, we already have experience within the OEWG on ICT and the UN Ad Hoc Committee on Cybercrime. It can also facilitate and enhance cooperation both multilaterally and bilaterally within the framework of regional organization, initiatives and platforms. For example, we already have cooperation within OSCE, European OSCE, and the American region OS-60. Furthermore, it can serve as a platform for the exchange of policy ideas and approaches to cybersecurity issues, both at international and national levels. It could serve as a platform for timely sharing of information, insights, and best practices related to cyber threats and vulnerabilities. In case of massive cyber attacks against one of our countries, the network can enable swift communication and coordination among our nations. To effectively address a large-scale cyber attacks against a single state, a coordinated and multifaceted international approach is of immense importance in order to ensure accountability and provide information and technical forensic evidence to facilitate, in order to facilitate the attribution. In this context, our network can serve as a hub for coordination during and after cyber incident. In conclusion, I would say that GELEX network will improve the understanding among countries so we can advance responsible state behavior in cyber to ensure the world is a safer place to facilitate and national development goals. Thank you.
Thank you, Maritza. The next question is for Sharif, and I think we've said that all of us who are technology or cyber diplomats to some extent are bridges between our mainstream ministries and the technical community, and there's a saying that bridges get walked on. Sharif, what's your recommendation to avoid the technology and policy conversations being separate? How do you bridge these communities?
Thank you. She just talked about collaboration, partnership. We've been hearing that almost throughout the conference today, and through discussions coming out of that came out from UNGG, the OEWG, CRI. It has been collaboration, and at our experiences also. Like, so to keep these discussions, like together instead of separate, we feel like, for example, from the Philippines, they used to do some cross-functional team building. They do meetings that bring these people together to have these discussions. And we also think there should be specific agencies that are responsible for keeping people together. Like in Nigeria, for example, we are just setting up the National Cybersecurity Coordination Center. There's the National Agency for Cybersecurity in Albania, what's it called again? So the National
Authority for Cybersecurity.
Yeah, the National Authority for Cybersecurity in Albania. That this team, you can hold someone responsible for those discussions. And like the National Authority for Cybersecurity in Albania, for example, they're also working on a communication protocol to help delineate these responsibilities and to have a collective front when having these discussions. And one last thing I'd like to also say, that taking these discussions outside the shores of our countries, programs like GELIX, like the one we are in, can really help bring people together and like build a collective knowledge of understanding the interplay between the two responsibilities, the two groups rather. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Sharif. And I think another reality in this work is that each of our countries is at a different stage of maturity in dealing with cybersecurity issues. And nonetheless, there are commonalities that cut across every level of the capacity building spectrum. So, Pablo, what are some of these commonalities that you and colleagues face when it comes to promoting international cyberspace security?
Thank you, Ambassador, for the question. Also, thanks to Ambassador Shizuki, Ambassador Greenberger, met you before. And also, I'm going to speak on behalf of my lovely group from Ecuador, Malaysia, and South Africa, a quite diverse group, by the way. And I have to agree again with Nora said that people actually who makes a difference, in the process, to promoting cybersecurity, and especially, the government, no matter if you're in the Ministry of Foreign Affairs and other agencies. Maybe I want to highlight, three elements. The first one is probably maybe one of the most important ones. How you make cybersecurity a top priority for your governments or different administration, because our country, our state has to face and deal with different threats, They are very complex, urgent sometimes, and sometimes cybersecurity probably is not the top priority. And you have to do a lot, in terms to convince your own authorities, other agencies that this is important, And as an older boss sometimes used to tell me, Pablo, urgent things come first and important things. But in trying to make this something urgent, important, permanently is a daily, effort, And sometimes it's frustrated, sometimes pretty exciting, but it's something you must do, definitely. The second point I would say is something which is quite important in terms of cybersecurity today. We were discussing a lot during this fora, is about the capacity buildings, Has to work a lot in terms to how you create your expertise as a national levels, get training, financial assistance. This is something that I would say all the states, but especially, in my group, this is something quite critical. And I would say it's strategic, important, because with no capacity building, there's no way to face the problem you have right now in cyberspace. And that's just also permanent tax. It's very important. And that means resources, which is not too many resources means we can get. So that's also very important to highlight. And last one is something that this is all about. In this fora, it's about your work and your partnership with stakeholders. This is something that, of course, we're trying to do more. But in terms of your work with the private sector, the academia, civil society, it's trying to also to understand and to make everyone can understand that those stakeholders are really important and relevant to include in your own process, because sometimes governments say, well, this is just a government issue, we need to to engage all the people, but you have to tell they are important, not just at the national level, but also at the international discussion area. So I would say these three elements is something we have as a permanent task regarding our group. Thank you.
Thank you. My last question for the fellows before we turn to the ambassadors is for Samia. And this is an annual program, although this is the first class. What advice do you have for those who will come behind you about how to get the most out of it?
Thank you very much, Excellency, and good morning to you all. I am speaking in behalf of my very wonderful colleagues from Panama, Jordan, and from Costa Rica, and I'm from Bangladesh. We are very proud to be the first cohort because we have all sorts of things that we have learned new. So we believe that our advice to the future cohorts would, as mentors, would be very effective. In this journey, it would be vital to have a very comprehensive understanding of their own country's cyber landscape, including the various agencies or entities are involved with their unique roles in the global context. In that line, multi-stakeholderism comes in because it's so essential in this venture, and we believe that the foreign ministries will play a very important collaborative role to bridge between the public and the private entities. Next, because we are grateful that this program has been arranged by the US State Department, which gives us it has given us the way to look into the US cyberspace, which how you have dealt with this cyber diplomacy, and how the country, United States, has evolutionized their venture into this space. And this will give the future cohorts also an insight into this, and the various stakeholders and counterparts. This interaction will enhance their ability to understand their own ecosystem, so we would encourage them to further do so. And summarizing all this, it brings us the past cohorts, which is us now, and the future cohorts, very closer to achieving what we had actually set out to achieve in the first place when we began in May, and when, if I may quote our ambassador, this will be an opportunity to turn to a friend, an ally, or a fellow when we are having a bad day or a good day. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much for that. And now for Ambassador Ishizuki. Your government's commitment to international leadership on cybersecurity and technology issues is clear. It's demonstrated by hosting 9,000 attendees in person and virtually at this IGF. How is Japan organized around cybersecurity at the government level, and what's changing as the MFA now continues to elevate these topics in Japan's foreign policy?
Thank you, Ambassador. Good morning, everybody. And I'm quite honored to be here to participate this forum. And first of all, on behalf of the officials of the host country, I would like to extend a warm welcome to all of you who are here today. And I think there is also someone who is attending online, I think. And for those who are lucky to be here in Kyoto, please enjoy the rest of your stay in Kyoto. And I'm Hideo Ishizuki, Ambassador in charge of Cyber Policy, Ministry of Foreign Affairs. And I have taken up this position as Cyber Ambassador last October. So it's been exactly 1 year since I took up this position. And I must confess, this is totally a new area for me during my 30 years of diplomatic career. And what I learned from my 1 year struggle is the value of human network across the board. And I really, in that sense, I really appreciate the personal relationship with Ambassador Fick and Ambassador Greenberger, both of whom I met for the first time in Singapore exactly 1 year ago at the Singapore International Cyber Week. And I believe that human network fostered through this fellowship will be a good foundation to advance international cooperation. And now let me turn on to your question. How Japan is organized around cybersecurity at the government level. In Japan, we are facing increasing threats of malicious cyber operations, including those of ransomware and those against critical infrastructure like hospitals. And the reported cases of ransomware incident has increased by 58% from 2021 to 2022. So it's a huge increase. And to respond to these increasing threats, Japan is strengthening its cybersecurity organizations. In April 2022, our National Police Agency established the Cyber Affairs Bureau and National Cyber Unit with 2,700 fully engaged personnel. And also, the Ministry of Defense aims to increase the number of self-defense force personnel in cyber specialized units from the current 890 to 4,000 by fiscal year 2027. So this is a very ambitious plan, but we are trying to achieve that goal. And in addition, we are currently working on the challenges tasked by our National Security Strategy, which was issued in December last year, in order to strengthen the response capability in the field of cybersecurity. And these challenges include, as somebody has already mentioned, to enhance public and private collaboration, which is a big challenge. And also, we are now exploring the way to introduce active cyber defense for eliminating in advance the possibility of serious cyber attacks. And also, there is also a need to reform the government structure. We need to set up a new organization which will coordinate cybersecurity policies in a centralized manner, allowing us to take more effective whole-of-government approach across sectors. So these are the challenges we face. And as for Ministry of Foreign Affairs, the National Security Strategy has given us a task of enhancing international cooperation for information gathering and analysis, and attribution and the public announcement, as well as the formulation of international frameworks and rules, including those at the UN for responsible state behavior in cyberspace. So in Japan, threats in cyberspace has become to be viewed as more related to international security rather than, traditionally it's been the area of the law enforcement agencies, but now it has become more important to Ministry of Foreign Affairs. And this is because, as somebody has already mentioned, increasing geopolitical competition, such as Russia's war on Ukraine, together with increased threats of disinformation campaign, as well as increased risk by cyber attacks against critical infrastructure. And I must confess that maybe the biggest challenge our ministry or we face is short of staff in the ministry. Policy challenges we need to address in cyberspace and the importance of diplomacy in this area never stop increasing. We need more staff to handle these increasing tasks. I think this may be a common challenge, as Pablo has already said, that this is a commonality that we face, I think. All the Ministry of Foreign Affairs all over the world may face this kind of situation. And I think this is where the value of this fellowship lies. This would be a very important endeavor to, to sort of improve the level of diplomats in the cyberspace, and I think that's where the value of this fellowship is. And with that, I conclude my remark. Thank you very much.
Yoshizuki-san, thank you for that and sharing your insight. So, Ambassador Greenberg, you're a career diplomat with a background in economics and financial issues and agricultural issues. How do you bring that experience to bear now, negotiating and discussing cyber policy topics?
Thank you, Nate, for that question. where could I start? I think cyber diplomacy as such is of a cross-cutting nature. So you don't only deal with one particular field of experience or expertise within the foreign ministry, but you have to connect several dots that lie mostly in different departments, not only within the ministry, but also within the government. And Ambassador Ishizuki mentioned this already. This is, the joint approach of a government to tackle these challenges by cybersecurity has to be strengthened. And my personal background helps me because I'm not specialized in any of the fields, so I have a general approach by my own training. Then the second element that is important to understand, and it was also mentioned, but I would like to highlight it again and stress it a little bit more, is that we are basically speaking about a security policy portfolio, which means that there is a role for foreign ministries. It's not only for agencies, homeland affairs, military. It is really a foreign and security policy issue, and so a career diplomat like myself, who has wandered through different bureaus and has served at different assignments, sees also the commonalities of this particular field of security policy with others. So this, I would say, is another element that, from my personal background, helps me to deal with the portfolio that I have now. And then, of course, cyber diplomacy is also the internet is not new. Cyber diplomacy is quite a new avant-garde topic, I would say, in many of the ministries, and is not very well structured, even in our case, where we established the first unit for cyber diplomacy in 2011. So, 10, 12 years ago, and still we have to fight for, the awareness that Pablo also mentioned, the awareness at the highest level of leadership in our ministry. And what is necessary to do this is this entrepreneurial spirit that you perhaps also, you can relate to that. This spirit that means you have a product that is interesting for other people and you try to sell it to them. And then perhaps also something that is important to have confidence as a diplomat who has different experiences but has no cyber experience. I mean, this is basically about diplomacy. So we are diplomats. We use the diplomacy toolbox. We don't fix the computers of our colleagues. You might help them when the printer is out of order, but basically we are diplomats. So the diplomatic toolbox is valid also here. Ambassador Ishizuki mentioned the multilateral negotiations. I mean, this is tradecraft at its best, so we have to deal with the same, terms of reference as in other fields. And you mentioned it, that my last point, it's team sport. So you might not be an IT expert yourself, but you have to work with IT experts, and that is something that I have learned during all of my career, that I always have to turn to colleagues who know it better than myself, and then my role is to bring all these arguments and perspectives to the table.
Thank you for that really wonderful synopsis. I think that really ought to help drive home the point for all of us that that our colleagues who may not have as much exposure to these topics as we collectively now do need not be intimidated, right? There's a role here for diplomats with diplomatic skills, and we need to apply those skills in this new and emerging domain of diplomacy. So with that, I think we have time for discussion. My colleague, Catherine Fitrell, will moderate any questions that come in from online viewers. But this is an opportunity for audience questions or comments. It's an opportunity for the fellows to weigh in with more thoughts or questions, and of course, my colleagues. Yes. Let's, can we pass the mic, only because otherwise it may be very hard to hear online. Thank you.
Hi, Ambassador Fig, Ambassador Hisuzuki, Ambassador Greenberger. The other keyword that we learned in the different panels was the gaps between the global north and the global south. Not only multi-stakeholderism, but also this gap existent between both regions in the world. In terms of international cooperation, what is your best advice at digital ambassadors for developing nations in terms of capacity building and digital literacy?
Happy to give my colleagues the first crack at that. Yes, please.
Okay.
Please.
The first thing that is to be done is to acknowledge the relevance of cyber security for national security. So that might be the case if you have a national security strategy or a cybersecurity strategy, from whichever angle you approach it. In the end, it has to be clear, okay, this is a national security issue. And somebody said it from you, it's also not a national, it's actually an international security issue. So there should be some, some reflex in a foreign ministry to claim ownership for this topic. This is a leadership decision. Then the next one is, of course, literacy, as you said, is important. But literacy can be acquired by on different pathways. So I think there is a lot of opportunities, for example, online learning tools and so on. It doesn't necessarily have to start with, you don't have to start with a cyber diplomat. You can become a cyber diplomat on the job. So that would perhaps be my two advices.
Maybe I'm speaking from a bit of bit different perspective. That in order to build up the capacity in this area, maybe we are thinking that the regional mechanism or regional effort might be valuable, might be effective, and such that with ASEAN countries we've been working on our sort of capacity building support. And we have set up a center in Bangkok, which is called AJCCBC, ASEAN Japan Capacity Building Center in Bangkok. And it was set up 5 years ago. And during these 5 years, we have given the training program through this AJCCBC. More than 1,000 people from the ASEAN member state. So these kind of regional efforts might be might be useful to level up the capacity of each state, and also just a bit of advertisement that. There is also, the World Bank is working on the capacity building support, and they have recently set up a fund called Multi-Donor Capacity Building Trust Fund, Multi-Donor Cybersecurity Trust Fund. And this is a kind of worldwide effort conducted by the World Bank. And this kind of multilateral framework efforts is also useful to level up the capacity building of each country. Thank you.
And if I can just add my perspective on this, it's easy as a cyber tech diplomat to spend all of your time and energy focused on the most sophisticated aspects of this work and all of the advantages that these emerging technologies can bring to our societies. But we need to never forget that there are still 2.8 billion people, 2.7 or 2.8 billion people on this planet who are not connected. And without basic connectivity, they will have little or no opportunity to participate in all of the advantages that we spend our time and energy on. So priority number one in many regards, in my view, is focusing on that basic connectivity. A second observation is that capacity building actually applies to all of us. It's not just a matter of some more developed nations building capacity in some that are less developed in these areas. A key challenge for us at the State Department is building capacity inside our own organization, where we don't have nearly the skill base that we need in order to meet the challenges in the world in these areas. And that can sometimes seem like a daunting challenge, but there's very little need to reinvent the wheel. We can take what we've done or what we've learned, we can take what anyone has done or learned, and try to share it or repurpose it for others in order to accelerate their path up that maturity curve. So we try to keep both of these aspects in mind when we're building or negotiating or discussing policies across the full spectrum of technology issues.
If I may.
Oh. Okay, I'll need someone with eyes behind me to
we've
moderate.
got the video as well. So, good morning, everyone. I'm Christopher Tate with Connect Free and Internet 3. I'd like to apologize first on behalf of all IT experts for making your jobs harder as diplomats. It wasn't our really kind of idea to make the internet a hard thing to do, but there is hope. And there's hope in the sense that the United States has really brought a lot of new standards online called Zero Trust. And what that means is that we can re-architect the way that the internet works in order to really bring security into the heart of the internet. And so there's a lot of really hard people, really hard work going on to make sure that the internet can be a new, keep the existing infrastructure in place, but also extend it to a lot of places. We here at IGF have, or at Connect Free here at IGF, have announced kind of a new way of thinking about the internet where everyone can own their own IP address, and it's based off a public-private key pair. So that means that everyone can essentially generate their own IPv6 address and therefore extend into these regions where it's really hard to bring in these network operation centers and other infrastructure. So I really appreciate your delegation here and your time and consideration. And I really think that there's a lot of diplomatic side, and also there's a lot of things that we can do on the technical side and bridging the gap, as it were, to connect these two technical and diplomatic things. So thank you for your attention and time.
Yes.
Good morning, Ambassador Isuzuki, Ambassador Greenberger, and of course, Ambassador Fick. I have a question directed to Ambassador Fick. So I have read somewhere that a certain Marine in the early 2000s stated that good commanders act and create opportunities. Great commanders ruthlessly exploit those opportunities. So in order for these fellows, for us, to be great leaders, as a person who rose from the ranks of leadership in many forms, how would you advise us to go about in our post-Jelix journey in affecting the necessary changes and updates in policy in our respective ministries and governments to reflect the lessons we have learned from this great program, this great opportunity provided by the USDOS and Meridian? Thank you.
Thank you for the question. And I appreciate the research or reading that may have gone into that question. Look, a couple observations here. I am new to this government bureaucracy, and still maybe a little more than a year in have the benefit of fresh eyes. So a couple things that I would urge you to remember as you go back fully into your roles on the other side of this fellowship are, first, assume good intentions on the part of your colleagues. Back to our last discussion, there's uneven understanding of these issues. There are many different factors and considerations, many different values to weigh. We are going to have different points of view about what matters most, how to rack and stack those priorities, but I think most people working on these issues generally share a similar desire to connect people, to bring the benefits of technology to people, to mitigate the harms, and to try to make the world a better place. So first is assume good intentions. I think at a very personal level, the next thing that I would urge is it's very helpful to have the ability to walk away. Sometimes in our system, people talk about that in financial terms. That's not what I mean. I mean psychologically or emotionally. Don't fall so in love with your position that you can't consider other points of view. And I think that's actually quite hard to do. One of my favorite authors, F. Scott Fitzgerald, wrote at one point that the mark of a first-rate intelligence is the ability to hold two opposing ideas in mind at the same time. And I think with these issues, you have to be able to do that. And you have to be able to walk away from an idea that maybe you're deeply invested in, because these are complicated things and they change. Yes.
Is it working? Yeah. Thanks a lot. I'm Karin Vodla from the Ministry of Foreign Affairs of Estonia, currently posted to Geneva. It's been really a nice journey with these people all around the table, and I think the human component indeed is the most important thing about that. I would maybe continue which Ambassador Fick just said about having always those two sides or positions in mind, because I feel very often when we talk about cybersecurity issues, we focus on the security perspective, the threats that come from it, but we shall not forget that technologies as such bring us a lot of opportunities, as well as when we train people, we need to train them to also look at the digital perspective, because I feel there's a lot of sort of confusion around semantics or definitions of what is a cyber diplomacy, what is a digital diplomacy, and how they actually connect to each other. And it was very interesting to hear Ambassador from Japan saying that there's a need to increase the amount of people, because we have 3 countries behind the table with a very big administration. As I come from a country where the amount of diplomats is around 400, 500, and we have to tackle those sort of global issues all the time, right? So I think it's more of a comment than a question that we need to really emphasize the capacities or the knowledge of people to understand that digital and cyber issues both are part sort of the global policy sort of questions, not as a domain or a field on its own. Thank you very much.
Karen, thank you. Can I respond to your comment, though, and just point out that Estonia may have 400 or 500 diplomats total, but Estonia is small but mighty, especially in these areas. And that's actually a generalizable comment, I think. One of the great benefits of these technologies is that the capital expenditure required to develop them is pretty low. The scale benefits that they bring with them are pretty high. And so there's a bit of a decoupling between traditional measures of national influence and the ability to influence the world on these topics. Estonia is a perfect example. A very bad thing happened in Estonia, and in the wake of that bad thing, because of national leadership and investment and focus, you developed this kind of world-defining expertise in this area that is incredibly inspiring, I think, to everyone around this table. And I think that's a huge success story. It's a repeatable success story in other places with focus and discipline and investment.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Andrew. I'm from Jamaica. A question I have for ambassadors. Coming from an island state, very small, there are different priorities that compete with each other all the time. this particular issue intersects with all issues of development. It's a developmental issue, I see it as well, because the harms that exist online, they sometimes undermine what is done back home in terms of different areas. What would be your advice for countries who this issue may not be at a high level, and how would you, what would be your recommendations to help us go back to our different countries and to convince, to persuade different leaders of government and at different levels to put this issue at the focus which it needs to be, given that a lot of things compete, and with a small country, you have to decide what's the net benefit of pursuing X or pursuing Y. So what would be, let's say, your top 3 recommendations that would help an individual to go back home to persuade the movers and shakers who need to approve these things? Thank you.
Thank you. It's on. Okay, I give the first, and you do the other 2. Okay. So my point would be, sometimes digital is the door opener and cyber follows. So focus on the opportunities is sometimes much more convincing, especially for leadership, than focusing on the risks. It's also, I mean, if you look at it at the corporate level, it's also sometimes that, you know, the Department for Digitization gets all the means. The CISO has to ask for money all the time because, you know, when everything's fine, he has done his work, but nobody sees it. So, I mean, a little bit it's the same with cyber and digital. Digital is much more comforting for leadership, but it's just, you know, the same topic, just looked from the other side, focusing on the opportunities. And many countries will look at it from this perspective, although the other perspective, the security perspective, cannot be neglected. And if you want to have a sustainable transition, you have to cover, you know, protect also the backside of the project.
I think this is again another commonality we are facing actually, and as I have said that we are suffering from the short of staff in the ministry, and this is also the matter relating to the priority. So we have to deal with this issue of awareness you know, and we have to persuade our leaders so that we can have more resources on cybersecurity issues. And actually, I mentioned earlier that the World Bank has created a cybersecurity trust fund, and they are also struggling this kind of element because traditionally development agenda is for digital, not for the cybersecurity, because cybersecurity, you cannot see the benefit of cybersecurity unless you got cyber attacks. So this is a kind of, you know that you have to show it why the cybersecurity is important. And I think World Bank is working on that. It's very hard to get the statistics to show the effect of cybersecurity efforts or sort of, you know, return of their investment on cybersecurity stuff. But they are working on that, and I think maybe if you approach to the World Bank, they may have some, you know, good statistics to show the importance of cybersecurity investment. So this is just an information. Thank you.
I would echo and agree with the comments from my colleagues, and I think a useful analogy here is it doesn't matter how many times you tell a child not to touch a hot stove. The child has to touch the stove to learn not to do it again. And so I agree with Ambassador Shizuki's point that cybersecurity is a cost, and it's really about avoiding bad things. And rather than learn from our own hard experience, touching the stove, we need to try to learn from others' hard experience. And so part of our challenge is convincing our leaders that the bad things that we see happening other places could happen to us. And that is a hard argument to make in a busy world where, you know, they may have 40 priorities and this is number 41. Which leads really in my mind to Ambassador Greenberger's point, which is, and this has been true for me as well, focus on the opportunity, focus on the upside. Often that's digital, and digital can be a path to cybersecurity.
Hello, my name is Chutakiat Matapaniwat. I'm from Ministry of Foreign Affairs of Thailand. First of all, I wish to echo Ambassador Ishizuki about the capacity building. I couldn't agree more with the what you just say about the capacity building, and then regional can be the way forward. Of course, I think on Thailand we work closely with Japan for the ASEAN-Japan cyber security capacity building, and then we look forward to do more in our region. And capacity building can also be more of the global initiative, like what the Bureau of CDP has been doing for this program, this fellowship. I have one question that may be or may not be echo with other countries, but I think in my country, Thailand, when we talk about cybersecurity, most of the people think about cybercrime. They want to see how we can tackle cybercrime, but they don't really know there is another aspect of security. Let's say internal security, as Ambassador Greenberger had mentioned about. How we can, of course, as a diplomat and as a cyber diplomat who working day to day, every day with this issue, I know how important it is. But for the other ministry, other government officials, they don't really know how we can raise awareness and how we can convince them that this issue merit another, investment, further investment to make us prepare for the cyber attack or other challenges. Thank you.
Would you like to offer any observations?
Yeah. Okay, let's start with the investment part. There has also to be a trade-off between domestic investment and investment abroad in this field. So that is when I talk with my colleagues about cyber capacity building, I always describe it as a two-way street. So you may be investing in a program that helps law enforcement in other places to get up to speed to what criminal organizations are able to do, and you spend that money abroad. But at the same time, you get an indirect reward from that activity, because this is by nature cross-boundary activities that you are combating here. So if your partner is able to reduce the level of activity, it will benefit yourself. So I think that is one trade-off that you can use in your argumentation towards other parts of the government. And the second one is, of course, should I go for investment in my own structures, as for a ministry, for example? Or is the issue better taken care of in other parts of the governments? So increasing the international competencies, for example, of your cybersecurity agency. And in our case, we have decided that all of the players in the government architecture, or in the whole of, we have a whole of society approach to, so all of the actors in this architecture should be able to deal with the international aspect. So we have a cybersecurity strategy, a national cybersecurity strategy, that defines one of the action fields is Europe. For us, it's the first framework, Europe and international affairs. But it's not a list of taskings only for the foreign ministry. It's a list of taskings for all the actors in the field.
I think maybe the role of the Ministry of Foreign Affairs in the government system is to collect the information from abroad. I mean, on the incident cases or threat intelligence or threat awareness. And with that, maybe we can, convince other agencies that you have to work hard in order to protect yourself from these threats. So, information gathering and dissemination of these informations inside the government is, I think, this is one of the rules and one of the things we can do vis-a-vis the other agencies. And as for the cybercrime, I think that nowadays most of the threatening, I think one of the most threatening one of the biggest threats in the cyberspace is ransomware, and for that I think the U.S. has, United States has set up a framework called Counter Ransom Initiative, and I think nowadays I think there are more than 40 countries have already participated in this framework, and I think in our case, our national police agency is quite active in that framework. And so if you can have this kind of international framework where police agencies or law enforcement agency can participate, that would gives them a kind of cause or interest to invest more heavily on the cybersecurity side. Thank you.
And with that, all good things come to an end. Not only the session this morning, but this fellowship year for our inaugural class of JELIX Fellows. I want to thank my friends and colleagues, Regina, Hideo, for not only joining us here today, but for your partnership around the world. And I really want to thank our class of fellows for committing your time and energy to each other and to the fellowship. I hope it's been a good year from your perspective. It's been really exciting for us to see the energy in the group. We look forward to working with you now out in the world, all around the world in the years to come. We're going to look to you to help us set the tone for the classes that follow. And I just want to conclude maybe with a round of applause to thank you for all your hard work. We wish you well, and we really are in it together. Take care. Thank you for doing this. Thank you for coming all the way down from Tokyo for dinner. Yeah, good, yeah. It's always nice to get out of the capital, yeah. For sure, yeah. I'm a believer now, yes. Coming to Kyoto. Yeah, it's a special place, yes. Yeah, it's good. Well, I'm off to the airport, so I'll see you somewhere soon. Good luck in Singapore. Give David Coe my best. I'm sorry to miss him. Yeah.
He organized a meeting for CIA and
Yeah, it's great. Good. Okay. Bye-bye. Thank you.
There was one person who wasn't here. She's right here.
I'll see you soon. Okay, thank you.
that let's start to, in this phase from exactly from 2025 till 2030.
I think that is a legitimate kind of position to take one into WSIS plus 20.
Yeah.
What I don't think is that like before WSIS plus 20 we can do that.
Do that.
Yeah.
But do you think it's a good idea then? I mean, because you have to advise us on how.
I mean, so there's a risk that I think a lot of people feel that if you open up the action lines, like
yeah, a lot of things will open.
Like particularly C5. Yeah. I mean, C5 I think is, there's a lot of risk in C5 and changing that. But I mean, personally, and like we haven't kind of gone through an internal deliberation. Yeah. Like personally, I think the action lines are way outdated and like really could.
Framework is.
I think the framework would.
But the content has to be updated.
I mean, it's weird. The documents are 20 years old now.
I know, but
and so like the work is relevant, but the underlying documentation is pretty obsolete. I mean, it's pretty.
So we were planning because it was too much for us. Like two people doing this, it was too much. But so many people saying doing hand-to-hand saying that, especially civil society and private sector, that we really need to do something. So I said, guys, then you have to ask for it. Don't come and ask us, ask properly to the different forums that we should be done.
I mean, I think there is probably one in WSIS plus 20, and again, I don't think this is something that should be done before WSIS plus 20, but like one in like a consideration of like where does WSIS go? And in 10 I think there was like a status quo kind of agreement, like this is doing pretty well and let's just continue to put in
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. We're about to start. I believe there's a parallel session going on where some of our participants are still stuck. So I encourage you to join us around the table because this is going to be a consultative process. So it's always good to sit around the table. And then whenever the session gets over, the others can join us as well. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. This is the first open consultation process meeting, hybrid meeting. Every WSIS forum has a consultative process where we develop the agenda and the program of the event and basically highlight the priorities for the event. So thank you very much for joining us today. We have only 1 hour and we will start by short introductory remarks by the co-organizers and then the co-host Switzerland. I have a short presentation to update you on the plans till now, and then we'll open up the floor, and as usual we expect to receive some comments from you all. It's a consultative process, so this is more to listen from all stakeholders. So our Secretary General of ITU had to leave yesterday, so I do have a video from our Deputy Secretary General, and I'd like to request our colleagues from the logistics team to please play it.
Excellencies, colleagues, ladies and gentlemen, for 20 years now, the World Summit on the Information Society, or WSIS process, has been an important global platform for digital cooperation and development, standing the test of time. As the SDG Acceleration Agenda, recently released by YES together with UNDP and other partners, demonstrate, 70% of SDG targets could be boosted by digital technologies. And such a boost is desperately needed. At the midpoint of the implementation of the Sustainable Development Agenda, we find it woefully off track. And the climate crisis is becoming a reality through scorching heat, wildfires and floods that we have to reckon with. The WSIS process plays a key role in harnessing the collective energy of the vast variety of stakeholders to enable harnessing the power of digital for the benefit of the humanity and the planet. As we embark on the WSIS Plus 20 process, this first meeting of the high-level event open consultation process is an invaluable opportunity to collectively gather inputs and perspectives that will help shape preparation and program of our WSIS Plus 20 high-level event, which is a special edition of the annual WSIS Forum and will take place next year. The event will be held from 27th to 31st of May 2024 and will be co-hosted by the Confederation of Switzerland in Geneva. I would like to take this opportunity to thank Switzerland for co-hosting the event and to Ambassador Thomas Schneider for his leadership and commitment to the WSIS process. Outcomes of this open consultation process will also contribute to the overall review of the implementation of WSIS Plus 20 outcomes by the UN General Assembly in 2025. We also hope that such outcomes will be found useful in the context of broader discussions on our digital future, including in terms of the next year's Summit of the Future and development of the Global Digital Compact. Your voices matter. The strength of the WSIS Forum lies in its truly inclusive and multi-stakeholder nature. The consultative meeting is a testament to the enduring spirit of WSIS, where diverse voices converge to shape policies, strategies, and initiatives that will define our digital future. It's an invitation to collaborate, innovate, and work together towards a more inclusive and equitable information and knowledge societies. Your active participation and valuable insights are integral in ensuring that WSIS remains at the forefront of addressing the evolving challenges and opportunities in the era of digital transformation. As the WSIS Plus 20 review draws near, It is crucial for all stakeholders, including governments, civil society, the private sector, technical community, academia, regional and international organizations to come together. We also appreciate the close collaboration among UN agencies, UNESCO, UNDP, UNCTAD, CSTD, and UNDESA, which highlights our unified joint approach and shared commitment towards the WSIS Plus 20 review. I'm confident that the spirit of collaboration and partnership that has defined WSIS will continue to steer us towards progress. Thank you for your commitment as we continue to build on the foundation established over the previous 2 decades. I encourage you to actively engage in the OCP, or Open Consultation Process, by participating in consultative meetings and submitting input through the official submission form. I look forward to the productive discussions and outcomes that will emerge from our collective efforts. Together, we can build a world where technology serves as a force for good and where information and knowledge societies truly empower every individual. Thank you.
Thank you very much to our Deputy Secretary General. You heard him right. This venue is basically to collect voices of the civil society, private sector, technical community, of course, governments, UN agencies. We see all our partners here. And I'd like to pass on the mic to our co-organizers, starting with UNESCO. Prateek is representing UNESCO today for very short remarks on what their expectations are of the event next year.
Thanks, Gitanjali, and I'll be very short. We have only 1 hour. So just to outline that UNESCO is also looking towards WSIS 2.0, and we've been working to strengthen the mandate that we had from WSIS around internet governance with the Rome principles, but also with the UNESCO General Conference adopting endorsing information as a public good, the Windhoek Plus 30 declaration, to strengthen media pluralism and independence and transparency of digital platforms, which was again guidelines which have been developed and were consulted upon actively with the multi-stakeholder community this year. We're also working to strengthen media and information literacy in view of the challenges of disinformation, misinformation, and hate speech online. The programs on open solutions and what we are now calling digital public goods are an active part of UNESCO's mandate with the recommendation on open science, which was adopted in 2019, and the recommendation on open educational resources, which have now vibrant dynamic coalitions functioning. We'll briefly mention 2 more things. The recommendation on the ethics of artificial intelligence, which is now a global standard and the only one which has been adopted by 193 countries and is informing global discussions on this important topic. In the field of culture, UNESCO is advancing substantial discussions on regulation, but also supporting artists. And there was the UNESCO Mondial Cult World Conference, which was organized in 2022. Finally, we have been working on digital capacity building of public administrations, as was also highlighted in the Secretary General's roadmap on digital cooperation, but also the recent policy papers on GDC. And in this regard, as part of the WSIS process from UNESCO, in addition to the WSIS forum, we will be organizing a major conference on this in 2025 in February, and the theme would be on digital governance and digital transformation, empowering civil servants. I will stop here now and pass the mic back to Gitanjali.
Thank you, Prateek. I'll invite Shamika from UNCTAD. Shamika.
Thank you, Gitanjali. Good morning to all of you. So good to see all of you. I think many faces I see at the CSTD. So on behalf of UNCTAD and our co-facilitators of the WSIS action line on e-business, that means the ITC, the International Trade Center, the Universal Postal Union, so a big welcome to all of you for being here. Let me highlight 2 things. First, as Gitanjali, you started saying, we have begun the WSIS Plus 20 process. The CSTD has been asked to begin the process So we had our very first consultation here in this IGF, and I think it's very fitting to do that, to begin the process here, and we had a very good and energetic and a very insightful session yesterday, and we will continue this, and we will continue this in the vein of multi-stakeholderism, which was, as Peter you mentioned, which was given birth to in the UN system in WSIS process, and we would make sure that it is the case as we review the WSIS plus 20 process. So be aware of this, the events that we will be holding in regions, especially with the regional commissions or with the IGF regional forums. And here I also want to say that we have issued a questionnaire, we meaning all of us, ITU, UNESCO, UNCTAD, UNDP, DESA, we have issued a questionnaire to gauge the views of key stakeholders on how far we have come from the Tunis aspiration of people-centered, inclusive, and development-oriented information society, and how far we have to go to fulfill that aspiration. So please take note of this questionnaire, and please, give it to all your networks and get us data so that we can have a very meaningful, review done that to send to the General Assembly. Now on the action lines, let me just very quickly say from UNCTAD perspective, our mandate is basically to leverage international trade for development, and we have done a lot of work. We are working on developing countries' readiness for e-commerce and the digital economy. We have done about 39, 40 countries diagnostics. Are they ready to engage in the e-commerce? And we assess this readiness on various policy measures. We look at the connectivity, look at the regulatory frameworks, the e-payment systems, logistics, skills, finance, and so forth. And we find many developing countries, I think the vast majority of developing countries, almost all LDCs, are not ready to engage in e-commerce and the digital economy. And so we are quite concerned this massive technological revolution would yet again bypass them. So it's not just, issues are not just connectivity issues, issues are multifaceted, issues of the inadequate legal regulatory frameworks, inadequate e-payment system, especially if you want to do exports, and inadequate logistics facilities, and especially if you want to do exports, because everybody wants to get your goods fast, because that's the digital commerce. So there will be, and what we also found is that one agency cannot do it all together. We at UNCTAD, we cannot do the regulatory systems, the e-payment systems, the skills, the finance, and the gender aspects and all that. So we have created a very, very effective platform called E-Trade for All platform. And 35 agencies are working with us, meaning who is who in e-commerce and the digital economy are part of it. So if, for example, if a country asks us they want to do more on e-payment systems, we, for example, would invite the World Bank to undertake that work. And many countries ask us, their post offices are not ready to do small parcels. We work with the UPU to do that work. So that's how we work. And the platform is a true, this is something that we aspire here in the WSIS Forum. So everyone, so note we are going to have an e-week in Geneva, and it's the week of December 4th, and it is called the Shaping the Future, and it is about the, entering the digital economy, capturing the gains for digital economy for developing countries. So having said that, and thank you so much, Geetanjali, and thank you that you all see that we are all together in this journey, the UN family, and you will see as we go for the WSIS plus 20 review, we will go as one UN. Thank you.
Thank you, Shamika. Rob?
Yes, very quickly. I actually would just maybe, I know Thomas has set a little bit of the context, but just a little bit more on that. We are definitely at a pivotal moment for the role of ICTs and digital technologies for the future of humanity. I think that's not an overstatement. This year we had the SDG Summit, so we're halfway through the SDG period, and I think there's broad recognition of the role that digital technologies can play in accelerating our progress. To that end, we, together with ITU, released a report called the SDG Digital Acceleration Agenda and celebrated that day the various ways in which technology can really help us get to the SDGs. This also comes in the run-up to the Global Digital Compact process and the Summit of the Future next year. So the role of WSIS in this is really important, and we have a very strong opportunity to leverage the platform that is there, to feed into the Global Digital Compact, to follow the process after the Global Digital Compact, and be really a platform where the world comes together to look at how does this actually work? How does this actually get done? So that's what we're looking forward to, and with UNDP is pleased to co-chair the UN Group on Information Society this year, and work together with our co-organizers, UNCTAD, UNESCO. On this, we are, as Shamika said, we are acting as one on this. We see nobody can do this alone, so we work together. And we also look at how do we extend this platform and go through the WSIS plus 20 process and really come out the other end with, I can't remember who said WSIS 2.0, maybe it was you, Pratik. And just also just to say a wonderful thanks to the government of Switzerland for hosting the WSIS Forum this year, and we're really looking forward to this opportunity.
Thank you, Rob, representing UNDP. So we are about to start with our updates and preparatory process for the high-level event next year. But we also have Ambassador Schneider with us from Switzerland. So, Ambassador Schneider, what are what can people expect next year? How should we prepare?
Yes, thank you. And sometimes I think that the more difficult question than how will AI change all our lives is how will the WSIS plus 20 process look like? And people keep asking themselves and each other questions. And I must say it's complicated. It was much easier 20 years ago. 20 years ago at this time, we were negotiating the Geneva Declaration and the Geneva Plan of Action. And that was the only thing there was. There was no structure, there was nothing. There was just the WSIS process. And based on a number of UN institutions and other players, but that was it. And now the world has become much more complicated. We already have hundreds of events and structures and parallel structures and overlapping structures. But on the other hand, this is life. That's diversity. So we may not get all the answers today. I don't think anyone has them because there's so many players. But I think it is also just reality that there are several tracks. And it helps, I think, and this is one of the key points why we are still very much supportive of the WSIS process, because in order to make all possible voices heard, a one-size-fits-all solution, one track may not be enough. So we don't have a problem per se with the fact that there are several tracks, there are several things going on at the same time. Of course, it would be nice to see how this all fits together. And for us, it is important that we have a discussion in New York, in the UN, in the General Assembly. But this is definitely a very government-led space, which is necessary, which is important, but which needs to be complemented by other processes that are more, let's say, balanced towards stakeholder participation. And for us, really, the WSIS process has been a milestone in broadening up the space in the UN and building bridges to other stakeholders, like it didn't really exist before, at least not in the areas that I know. And I think also the ITU, UNESCO, and all the other institutions have been able to develop with the WSIS process to become more inclusive, to try and give more voices to stakeholders from all over the world that have not been heard before. And basically the key for us is that we continue to use the WSIS process and the IGF, which for us is also part of the WSIS process, has been created to bring voices in, to make sure that decisions that are taken, no matter where they are taken, are as respectful as possible of all the issues, all the needs of all the people in the world. And so this is why we are still very committed to the WSIS process, to support the actors that are driving the process, and we're happy to be the co-host of the next year. It's going to again probably be a complicated week because it's a shared week with the AI for Good Summit, and not everything there is clear either, so don't expect too clear answers, neither from the ITU nor from anybody else. We're all, I think, working on it, each of us with our capabilities. You will hear more details about what is planned for the WSIS Plus 20 high-level forum. And I would stop here because actually this is to also listen to expectations so that the actors can actually build on what they are expected to do and try to live up to the expectations, which is a very challenging thing probably. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Ambassador Schneider. I'll start with my short presentation. Of course, this is a UN process. We work with more than 32 UN agencies. I can see many of our friends here, FAO, UNDESA, and quite a few of them. So thank you very much for being here. In 2015, we aligned the WSIS action lines with the Sustainable Development Goals to highlight the clear linkages of digital accelerating the achievement of the Sustainable Development Goals. You're very familiar with the matrix. So a slide with the timeline for those of you who are new here, but I doubt if anyone is new. You're all familiar faces. So basically, we've put it together until the UNGA high-level meeting in 2025. These slides will be available, so please feel free to look at the website later. So also the WSIS Plus 20 review process, what are the expectations from the UN agencies, from multi-stakeholders, that of course it should be a multi-stakeholder process. We have to ensure, as Ambassador Schneider said, that though a process will take place in the overall review in the UNGA, but there have to be avenues for collecting the voices of the civil society, academia, and all stakeholders. Strengthen digital collaboration. So you heard from our co-organizers. We are working very closely, ITU, UNESCO, UNDP, CSTD, UNDESA in particular, who have a clear mandate to implement the WSIS process. 20 years of implementation. We did hear a lot of people talking about achievements in these 20 years, so it's really important that we capture these achievements. And of course, outcome expectation would be that it's a multi-stakeholder outcome on a vision of WSIS beyond 2025. And we do hope that this is submitted to the Summit of the Future and endorsed during the high-level meeting in 2025. So brainstorming that has been happening. You also saw Shamika present this during the CSTD session. So there are, of course, the SDG summit already happened where we contributed as the SDG digital. Rob mentioned it, highlighting the importance of digital preceding the UNGA. 2020 Japan phase is the IGF. We have heard several discussions on the WSIS Plus 20 review process and the future. Regional reviews, our colleagues are sitting, and we'd encourage you to take the floor later. SCAP is doing one in Armenia. ECA is scheduled to do one soon. ESQA in February 2024. Geneva phase, Ambassador Schneider mentioned it briefly. And then we do expect that the Summit of the Future captures some of the outcomes of all these phases that we've been working towards. Paris phase, Prateek did mention it, UNESCO 18 to 28 February 2025. Tunisia would like to host, though it's not confirmed, they would like to host a session on WSIS Plus 20 in Tunisia. CSTD review takes place in April 2025, the official one that Shamika mentioned. 2025 WSIS Forum may happen in UAE. It's still not confirmed. And then eventually it all finishes at the high-level meeting, which takes place in the UNGA. So moving now to the high-level event, the WSIS Forum high-level event will take place from the 27th to 31st of May. So please mark this on your calendar. And as Ambassador Schneider mentioned, we are doing it in collaboration with the AI for Good Summit. So Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, we will be in the CICG. And Thursday, Friday, we come to the ITU premises. AI for Good will take place in the CICG. So there are very clear two processes for AI for Good and WSIS. So we will make sure that the linkages and wherever we are trying to save resources, we are highlighting all of that. However, it's very clear that there are two independent meetings and processes. So the open consultative process, today is the first meeting. 13th of December, we'll have one in Geneva, Switzerland. So we do hope to see all of you there as well. And the final briefing will take place on the 15th of February. And 26th of March, we plan to do a special session with Ambassador Schneider's leadership and the chair of the WSIS Plus 20 Forum high-level event. The open consultation process, you're familiar with it. It's an online form. So those of you already have an account, you don't need to create an old one. We've developed the website in a way that your details are recorded there. Those of you who don't have a form, you'll have to create a web account for yourself. The preparatory process, it's the same. You fill up through the form. We have an open consultation process and also multi-stakeholder discussions to elaborate the outcome of the meeting. So we have the written inputs, the 20-year reports, also the CSTD form, the 20-year WSIS action line reports, which we are working with the UN action line facilitators for, linkages with the partner to connect, UN high impact initiatives, and so on and so forth. High-level track participation, we are working with Ambassador Schneider and his team to explore the participation of heads of states. So those of you who are interested, please do get in touch with us, and we will make sure that we enable this participation. Ministers, of course, we nearly have more than 80 ministers at the WSIS Forum. However, we'd like to make it cross-sectoral. So if you have ministers of environment, of climate, of education, it'll be really great if we can have a cross-sectoral discussion amongst the ministers and the ministerial. Ambassadors, mayors, we initiated discussion on smart cities with mayors and local chiefs. This was really a very interesting discussion, and they were able to share a lot of ideas because not all cities are as advanced in as the others. Heads of UN agencies and international organizations, we were approached by some parliamentarians who would like to do some activities there, CEOs, civil society leaders, and of course, it'll all have remote participation as well. Agenda and program, we develop it through a consultative format. So we are, of course, still developing it, but just to share the structure and the skeleton, the high-level track, workshops, of course, all interactive, civil society, private sector consultations. We were approached by many young people to ensure that the youth track is maintained. So the last day will be mostly focusing on youth track activities with convergence with the AI for Good Summit. So AI Governance Day, most probably on Wednesday. The WSIS Plus 20 track, UN consultations, and the academia track. So there are several other calls for action. You know that we have beautiful photographs from the ground that are submitted by you every year. And these are free for use by all of you. So if you want to use them for your presentations, your websites, you can just write to us and take them from there. The WSIS Digital Service Design Special Prize, which we launched last year. The WSIS Healthy Aging Innovation Prize, which focuses on healthy aging and is aligned with the with WHO's Decade of Healthy Aging. We will have an exhibition space, and as you've seen, we are extra budgetary, so it's a very humble exhibition space. It's not very fancy, but of course it does the job. You have your area to talk about your projects and to interact with all participants. The call for WSIS stock-taking database will be launched soon, and WSIS prizes. I can see many winners here, so please make sure that you also start applying for the WSIS prizes very soon. Like I mentioned, WSIS Forum is completely extra budgetary, so we really appreciate the contributions we receive from you every year. So please do write to us if you're interested in partnering with us. Currently, all the packages are open. So thank you very much. I'd now like to open the floor. This was just to provide some updates. Please do raise your hand and we'll just share the mic with you. So there are some roving mics and there is one mic there at the audience space as well. So, sure, Professor Brook, over to you.
Thank you very much, Chitangli. I'm the chairman of the World Summit Awards, and we have since 2003 every year presented the best practices globally from how digital technologies are used for a positive social impact. We are very happy to contribute also to the WSIS review and to the events there. I want to recall for those of you who have been in 2003 and 2005 in Geneva and in Tunis that we had very spectacular events showing the creative side of using digital technology with a positive social impact. And I think it's very important to see that this is actually a bottom-up view from the creative side regarding what they can contribute, what is contributed from all around the world. WSA is now present in 182 countries in terms of how to transform and meet the challenges of today and offer very concrete solutions. That is very important insofar as in the WSIS action lines, there's a specific paragraph and also emphasis on local content and on local impact. And I think it's very important that we look at this through a procedure as the WSA, which is a multi-stakeholder initiative. There are two things which I think is important in addition to this kind of offer of collaboration and input. It is that I think that we have, and this speaks very much to Ambassador Schneider's point regarding that there are hundreds of events and many different kind of issues. I think that from our point of view and from civil society point of view, it would be very good to set and focus and prioritize what WSIS wants to do in comparison and in conjunction with other issues. So you have said yourself that there's the AI for Good Summit. I think that it's very important that we deal with AI issues there and we deal with other issues at WSIS. What are these other issues? In the Tunis Action Plan, there are three issues which have been lost in terms of the site of the WSIS process. And I talked yesterday already at another session about this. The focus that we have lost very much is the focus on knowledge society and the transformation. And I think it's absolutely essential that we focus on this in terms of all the related issues regarding skills, competencies, democratic participations, the people's ability to deal personally and also communally with the challenges of today and in the near future. The other things which I think is very important is the entire media agenda. And I think it's very important here that we also deal with the economics of the digital transformation. And I think the devastation of the traditional media, the legacy media, and the fragmentation in terms of the public sphere is something which needs to be as a topic. And the third one is, I think we have as an action line under the number D, the entire agenda on digital solidarity and also the Digital Solidarity Fund and the issues there in terms of funding certain kind of aspects and having an equitable, also way of looking at that we close digital divides this way. I think that is a political agenda, and I will push very much that the European Union will also put this on the agenda, because I think it's very important that European Union countries speak with one voice on the United Nations level on that issue. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Professor Brooke, and thank you for the great collaboration WSA has with us. In fact, quite a few of your community were applicants to the SDG Digital Game Changers Award. So yes, thank you for this great collaboration. APC has raised their hand. Chat APC.
Thank you very much, Gitanjali. It is really encouraging to see the room full in order to shape the future together. This is Valeria Betancourt from the Association for Progressive Communications. As it has been pointed out, so much has changed since the WSIS and since the 10-year review. In the preparations for this review of the 20 years of the WSIS, obviously we will have to deal with the implications of those changes that are not a few, are many, and also with the reinterpretation of the WSIS vision in order to respond to this constantly changing environment of the digital society that we have today. And obviously there are also unquestionably remaining challenges from the WSIS Plus 10 review that persists until the current time, such as inclusion and equality, and something that we are calling the digital inequality paradox. As more people are connected, digital inequality is amplified and increasing and getting more sophisticated. So what are the long-term opportunities and also the risks in areas that are critical today, such as digital rights, such as the environmental crisis and environmental sustainability, but also sustainable development, digital inclusion itself, cybersecurity, surveillance, concentration of corporate power, among others. The underlying question, in our view, that should guide the preparations for the WSIS Plus 20 at the end of the day is what do we want to achieve? What do we want to go, in which direction, what type of digital society we want, and also what we need to build it, including financial resources, the financial resources that we need to really build the type of digital future that we want to address, that systemic and structural challenges that we are still facing. So at the practical level, it is also very important in our view that we identified what will contribute to reach compromise during the WSIS Plus 20 review, what type of process has to be in place, and what type of inputs are needed to contribute to arrive to those agreements, to build on processes that help us to address this widened scope of policy issues that we have today. So what are the conditions that have to be in place for coming up with the outcomes that balance the differences of power, not only between stakeholders, but also within stakeholders and the contesting parties, as well as the multiplicity of interest. We also think that, in particular, the WSIS Plus 20 review process should be used to contribute to the strengthening of the mandate of the Internet Governance Forum. And it's the role that it has to operationalize global digital cooperation and bridge the gap between the decision-making spaces and the multi-stakeholder ones. And then to take it as a very unique opportunity to place global digital cooperation towards global and contextual responses that are needed, and to put those issues at the top of the political agendas in order to address the challenges that we face today. APC is looking forward to continue contributing to not only the implementation of the WSIS action lines, but to commit to the review in all its phases, and to bring our contingency to shape the digital future that we want together. So thank you so much.
Thank you. Thank you, Valeria, and thanks to APC for galvanizing action around civil society for so many years. You were also the nodal civil society a group which got the voices together in 2003. So we do hope that this will continue. Thank you so much. I think Justin from USA has raised his hand. US.
Yeah, Justin Fair, U.S. Department of State. First off, just thank you all for this, for Gitanjali for organizing this, and Ambassador Schneider and the Swiss government for coming along to host this year, but all the other UN agencies that are here. I think that over the past year, to the point the Ambassador made about all the various processes, there has been a lot of concern just about the system is kind of overwhelmed, and that we really need to avoid duplication of effort, find synergies, do better at digital cooperation. I really like that term, digital cooperation. And I think you see it here this morning within the WSIS process and for the WSIS review of a great deal of coordination. And I want to commend that because I think it shows a maturity and a strengthening of the WSIS process that wasn't always there, but I think is there now. And hopefully that will lead to a good outcome this year. I will say, I think that the WSIS Plus Forum is a really good opportunity to do what we often talk about, taking stock. I mean, born out of the meeting of the Action Line facilitators, as we kind of look to the future, it's really important that first we have that kind of understanding of what has worked, what progress has been made, where there were challenges, you know, what was done and tried, what worked, what didn't. And that's part of the review process, that first step to really kind of understand how we got to where we are. And then we kind of look to like, okay, then what comes next, how we can put the whole system together. So really look forward to this meeting, this engagement. I do have two questions just from the briefings this morning. One for our colleagues from UNESCO. The conference in early, I think, February 2025, just if there's any more information about what that is that envisioned as part of the WSIS Plus 20 review, kind of like the connecting the dots or something? Any information about that? And then also just logistics on pushing two meetings together in the same week in Geneva, how that's going to work for those that have been there. There's a lot that come to both. I'm sure there's overlap, but it's a lot of folks descending on one little area in Geneva. Same venue, different venues, kind of how that's going to be managed. Any information there for planning purposes, I think, would be very helpful. Thanks.
So thanks for that question. Actually, it's part of the discussions at the UNESCO General Conference, which will take place in November, and it's part of the draft resolution so far. So it is for WSIS discussions, part of the roadmap, as Gitanjali had highlighted, but we are also bringing a more thematic focus to that conference to focus on capacity building in public administrations, focusing on the challenges that we are seeing around digital transformation, digital governance, and so to bring all the stakeholders, partners around the table. Yesterday, we had the discussion around launching an IGF dynamic coalition on digital capacity building. So it's really also going to be a multi-stakeholder endeavor which will feed into some of the WSIS action lines. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Justin. So as Ambassador Schneider said, we are still figuring out the logistics, but of course the venues will be next to each other, so CICG and ITU. And like I mentioned, the way we are planning it is Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, WSIS will be in CICG, the high-level component, and then we come back to ITU for Thursday, Friday, which would be more of workshops and exhibitions and things like that. The AI for Good takes place only for 2 days, so Thursday, Friday, they're going to be there. So we will try to make sure that we are aligned, and we keep taking suggestions from you to make sure that it's smooth and you're able to participate. Sir, yes, please, Justin, do you have the mic yet? Yeah, if you could please introduce yourself, sir.
Thank you. Byron Holland from CIRA. We're the operators of the .ca country code top-level domain, and we also do a lot of work in the cybersecurity and DNS fields on behalf of others. Thank you very much for this presentation. I think many of us have been trying to understand what the process looks like, and definitely, certainly to my mind, charts and graphs and linear timelines make sense. So thank you very much for helping bring this into focus. The one thing that I couldn't help but noticing a couple of slides back was the agenda and the different groups that were going to be part of the process. No surprise, I was quite struck by the absence of the technical community. So when I looked at the agenda and all the communities involved, the technical community, the folks who in general actually run the internet, are missing from that. And I would suggest strongly that you would want to include that community as one of the key actors and one of the key stakeholders in the process. Because we are very different from academia. We are not per se civil society. Some of us are for-profit. Many of us are not-for-profit type entities. It's a distinct community. Thank you.
Thank you, Brian, for highlighting that. Basically, it's a human error. That's it. In one slide, because in the rest of the slides you will see that technical community is very prominently featured. This was a couple of years back where we were basically decided all of us together that civil society and technical community should be a different category, and it has been so ever since. So thank you very much for highlighting that, and I'll change it. Nigel from UK. Nigel? Does it work? I think you have to switch it on, Nigel, from the top. There is a...
Okay, thank you very much. Yes, after yesterday. Nigel Hickson from the UK government. I mean, just first of all, to echo what was said yesterday during the UN CSTD session and what's been said this morning. You know, the focus on the WSIS plus 20 review process is clearly very important. The roadmap towards the UN GA discussions is complicated, and like Byron, it's good to see a timeline for these discussions. We're very much focused on the process, and that the process includes all stakeholders and a diverse range of regions, and that everyone has an opportunity to contribute to this process ahead of the UN GA discussions. And for us, it's very important that the UN CSTD produces this report, which was discussed yesterday, which will not only look at where we've come from, perhaps, in the last 20 years, but will look to the future. Because I think for many of us, the future is what's important, how the WSIS 2.0, you know, this is a new term, but I mean, you know, whatever, you know, can come out, if you like, from those UNGA discussions and can emerge. And for us, it's very important that we focus on what is important to bridge the connectivity gap, to do what many people have been talking about at this IGF, to do a lot more in terms of evolving the WSIS action lines so they help complement the Sustainable Development Goals, so there's a clear linkage between that, between those goals, and the matrix, of course, that was developed in 2015 was important in that regard. So I think that, you know, there are some real important steps that have to be taken. In terms of the in terms of the WSIS forum next year, clearly important to have this WSIS plus 20 high-level track, but I think it has to be prepared well if we're going to have our ministers to come to Geneva to discuss these issues. Then there has to be some sort of preparation in advance, so they know what they're going to discuss. But, you know, clearly important. It's really good to hear that UNESCO are doing something. Many of us remember joining the dots. I think it was joining the dots, wasn't it?
Connecting the dots.
Oh, connecting the dots. I'm so sorry. Yeah, but I mean that was a very you know, significant event, and the work that UNESCO has done on multilingualism is, I think, another important factor that perhaps will feature at the WSIS forum next May. And that brings to an extent in the technical community and the work that's been done at ICANN and in other areas to develop international domain names, to further multilingualism, to look at universal acceptance. And that, in terms of the evolving of the action lines to meet the Sustainable Development Goals is an important factor. So thank you.
Thank you very much, Nigel. Balzoor, is the mic somewhere there? Thank you very much, Balzoor.
Very good morning. Basically, my name is A.S.M. Bozlur Rahman. I am working with Bangladesh NGOs Network for Radio and Communication. Basically, Bangladesh is one of the impact country of the WSIS action line implementation, C1 to C11. So Bangladesh government and CSO, civil society organization, successfully integrated WSIS action line, C1 to C11, with the 5-year plan and as well as Digital Bangladesh process and Smart Bangladesh process and as well as civil society organization intervention. As a result, Bangladesh government and civil society organization received lots of WSIS prizes as a winner and as a champion. Especially my organization, Bangladesh NGOs Network for Radio and Communication, received 7 awards as a winner and as a champion. We need WSIS forum annually. It is really multi-stakeholder manner. Now it is model of multi-stakeholder. We would appreciate if the WSIS Secretariat would publish a toolkit for parliamentarian and as well as mayor, because I saw they have a parliamentarian track and also mayor track. We need WSIS action line localization, like a sub-regional basis open consultation like South Asia, because UN ESCAP is so far from us. It is a mix of the South Asia and Southeast Asia. So we need a separate sub-regional open consultation about WSIS action line like South Asia, and as well as country level open consultation. Open consultation is very important for reviewing the action line progress called C1 to C11. C9 is very important. UNESCO representative is here. It is real that community media sector is now under threat by the social media and also new tech. This is the reality. But community media needed for voices for the voiceless. It is only media ensuring voices for the voiceless from the ground. Finally, based on the WSIS multi-stakeholder experience, we have harmonized with the Global Digital Compact and as well as Summit of the Future. And we developed one initiative, 2 years initiative, basically called Bangladesh Initiative for Connecting, Empowering and Amplifying Unified Voice on Global Digital Compact and UN Summit of the Future. Make Bangladesh voices heard at the GDC and as well as UN Summit of the Future. Thank you.
Thank you, Balzoor. Mr. Bertrand de la Chapelle, it's good to see you after a long time. Over to you.
Thank you very much. I'm Bertrand Lachapelle. I'm the Executive Director of the Internet and Jurisdiction Policy Network and the Chief Vision Officer of the Datasphere Initiative. It's great to be here, but I have to say that I may be a little bit less diplomatic than I'm usually. I have an intense frustration with the question of the WSIS plus 20. A deep frustration, as many of us have participated in the initial WSIS in 2003, 2005. There was a drive there. There was an ambition. There was a vision. People were thinking that there was a challenge at the time, 20 years ago almost, that there was an information society in the coming and that it created a certain number of technical, social, but also political challenges. And that we needed to find a way to work together to address those challenges and make the best of the information society, which at the time was just ICT. We are 20 years later,
And in spite of all the amazing developments, the political landscape has become worse and worse. We are not able to address the challenges because there's a lack of cooperation internationally. We do not have the transnational institutions that are needed. The technical architecture and the technical governance architecture is functioning very well, thank you. During the pandemic, without the internet, the world wouldn't have been able to live. And the technical community, which doesn't have basically the right to speak on the policy issues, is the one that managed the world to keep tight. Meanwhile, and I don't even talk about the environment of the political, geopolitical battles, we're seeing an absolute lack of capacity to address the key challenges. And the Secretary General of the UN has rightly said that there are two existential crises. One is the climate crisis, and the other one is, what is the digital society we want to build together? And here, when we're talking about the WSIS, 20 years is a nice anniversary. It's usually a coming of age party. And we're going backwards, just looking at the review. And don't get me wrong, a review is extremely important. What we've accomplished, what we've not accomplished, is important. I'm afraid that we're going to look too much at what we've accomplished and missing what we have not accomplished, which is a lot. We should have a little bit of self-criticism collectively. But what I would like is a term that I haven't heard in many years is, what is our ambition? What do we collectively want to achieve together? And I want just to finish by saying, for a year and a half, I've participated in a few sessions regarding the WSIS Plus 20. I still don't know what it is. And Thomas was saying it. I think if it ends up being the equivalent of the WSIS Plus 10 review, a mere resolution in the UN General Assembly, we have missed a massive opportunity. So I would like to encourage everybody to think about this not as a WSIS Plus 20 review, but as 2025, as the moment where we, through all the different processes, think about what is the damn ambition that we want to have for cooperation. Thank you.
Thank you very much for that call for action. That was very much needed in this meeting. What is our ambition? So who's next? Peter, the right person. Is there a mic there? No. Okay. Okay. Yeah.
Thank you, Bertrand. Well, you rightly said, the 10-year review, which ended with a resolution, produced nothing. Well, that's not true. We have extended the mandate of the IGF. We have extended the mandate of, of the WSIS Forum. That's true. However, there was no ambition. However, if I recall the CSCD report, which was a very short report of 300 pages, we have already mentioned a lot of things. Does it ring a bell? AI, social networks, IoT, everything was there. Everything in the report. Have you seen anything in the resolution? Nothing. We are going to do something very ambitious this time as well. As you said, we would like to outline the future, and I'm sure we are going to do that. Now, if we do our best, probably it won't be enough, because the UN General Assembly will be very political. So, what influence do we have? It's a question I don't have the answer. I don't really have the answer, but we have to do our best, and I think what you said, we should be doing it, and we are going to do it.
Thank you, Peter. We look forward to your guidance in this whole process. And Bertrand, if you noticed, we are trying to be slightly ambitious because in the timeline, we have made sure that the UNGA is involved in the whole preparatory process, and our colleagues from UNDESA are also present here. So we have 1 minute. We have a few remote participants. Professor Minkin can hand you the floor. Very quick comments. Remote participation, please. Logistics team, we have a remote participant. This one. Professor Minkin, we are informed that you need to unmute yourself. We do not hear you. You can just unmute yourself and go ahead. Please go ahead.
Yes, thank you. Thank you very much, Gitanjali. Good time of the day, dear colleagues. Let me shortly, first of all, I agree with the last speakers, especially Nigel, Bertrand, and Peter, and I would only draw attention. Now our first meeting for preparation, and main point, we should think what will be the outcome of this plus 10 high-level event. What we want from this outcome, at what form it will be this outcome, how we will prepare to this outcome. In all cases, what we should do, we should consider at least preliminarily 20 years view what was happened with each action line and define what we want from future. How we see the vision, this is beyond 2025, that we should prepare to that. It should be chance for multi-stakeholder estimation this and to receive multi-stakeholder view on the future of VCs, future of SDGs, digital compact, and so on. That we expected from this high-level forum, and I hope we should carefully prepared for that together. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Professor Minkin. The logistics team is giving me an indication that we need to finish. There are a lot of hands up still. Yeah, there are a lot of hand ups still, but we continue on the 13th of December in Geneva and virtually. So please join us. But Ambassador Schneider, you have a few last words.
Well, and please, those that did not have the chance to comment, there are ways to contact us, to contact also the ITU and the UNESCO and us. Just one reaction, a very brief one on Bertrand. And it would be also nice to hear from younger people, because we were maybe younger 20 years ago, but we are definitely not that young anymore now. But that's a side remark. I think the world has changed. And because 20 years ago, it was 10 years after the fall of the Berlin Wall, we were all hoping that the end of history would be a nice thing, and that the technology would help us to spread peace and freedoms and everything, and sharing was the word. Now we're in a different, not just geopolitical, but we're in a different environment. It's not about sharing, it's about fighting. It's about winning or losing. We're back into some kind of middle age thing. Is like we cannot all win together.
Okay,
if
so
I win, you
we're
need
gonna
to
have
lose.
a discussion
no,
on
no,
this,
but
and we can
just to
continue.
cut it short, and that has an impact also on us.
It does.
I think it is up to us to try to make the best out of it and reinterpret, as Valeria had said, like reinterpret the VISI's vision in the times that we are now. They are more difficult, but it's not the end of history, so it's also up on us to try and go back into the right direction. But it's difficult times, I guess.
But it's precisely because of this environment that we need spaces to cooperate and bring the moderates together instead of being hostages by the extremes in all cases. On that note, we can have a fireside chat on that.
Bertrand. Many years ago. Bertrand, we met before, a few years ago. It was about... Where? So I'm now in the UK, I'm in the Department of Science, Innovation and Technology.
Of course.
So I'm the UK leader in tech governance, and Nigel's in my team, but good to see you again, Bertrand.
Yeah.
And, you know, I think you make a good point on ambition, and there's a conversation
I want to be provocative
to have
sometimes.
But anyway, good to see you.
Oh, hey, how are you? Sitting on my desk. Thank you.
If you can give me your... No, I'd like to...
Keep in touch, yeah. I remember your interventions at the, up in New York, so...
Yes.
Yeah.
That's where I am now.
Okay, yeah.
We're doing a lot of thinking about the WIS's process. There's obviously sort of defensive answers about making sure that the settlement, the principles, multi-stakeholder framework, you know, all that kind of stuff is defensive. But then there's also, as you say, the positive as well. But so we're you know, I don't.
It's funny because I intended to connect with you, and I was called by something else because somebody had mentioned in passing, precisely on this thing. I believe that the UK is thinking about maybe doing something or hosting an event on the occasion of WISS Plus 20. You should talk to Paul Desco. Really? I should. And I didn't. Did you at one point have an idea of
we are. I'm not quite sure what event they were thinking of, but we're definitely thinking about. I mean, to my mind, you know, it's about if we're going to protect the global tech governance system we have now, we need to bring in the global south. We need to create a sort of.
Do you have a moment now for something?
Yeah.
Because it is a very important thing.
And therefore, I'm going to borrow some of the language.
I hope you don't mind my coming back in the
You're very welcome.
Well,
Very interesting. Safe travels.
Might be a challenge. Yes. Well, thank you. Hello. Yes, Cedric is my supervisor. Absolutely. And I've taken notes. Good. I'll be around. Good to see you. Good to see you. One more. Thank you. Look right. Thank you.
Is that my copy, you see?
Yeah, well, you have it anyway. Yeah. Not my copy.
Thank you.
certain?
Yes, no, I don't think he did. So
Yeah.
we have to think of all of that. I like that you otherwise it's very difficult because
Yeah.
suddenly start 20 years, so you want to make it good. Makes it easier.
Okay.
I mean, it's good here as well. But when I came this morning, the session which was supposed to be closing, and so I realized, okay, so I need a close session now. And then Judith explained to me, one of my colleagues, well, actually probably the session was pulled out, somebody else used it for like a minute. Okay. But there was no captioning, I didn't know as well.
There was captioning in our session. Yeah.
Yeah.
How are you?
It's just, we had to meet with Vinny because he sponsored us. So we're very, very grateful for his help. Because it's important, if we know the route, then we don't know what's, missing or whatever, how can we voice our voices?
Definitely. Thanks for being here.
Super.
Great meeting you.
I like to be face to the name.
Of course. See you, Lydia.
Thank you.
Yes, yes. We'll also put it online. Send the mail that you have send an email and then we'll see. We should you can host it. That would be great. We can do a South Asia vision that sounds like this. And we can okay, so let's plan it. Hey, how are you? How are you? Yeah, very good. How are you?
Still in the Dutch.
Graduation.
Yes.
And how's the baby?
Very good.
No longer a baby.
Well, I know.
Oh my God, how
That's
did
why
that
I
happen?
read your pants.
I saw you when you were pregnant with the first.
Yeah, so the first one is flying, and then the second one is starting one.
That was quick work.
Yeah, well, 4 years. So, yeah. And I'm pretty excited.
Yeah, I know. He was the youth delegate in the exhibition space. He's 8.
It's really good to be international.
Did you go to yours too?
No, ours goes to
Nursing.
Yeah, economics.
I know mine is going very good.
Yeah.
The one close to the UN.
Yes, the one like opposite. Can I ask you something?
Hey, good, good, good. I haven't sent you, I've been meaning to send you back my contacts. Kindly send but long story short, my signature comes here with all the contacts, and I've been using this one, but I'll.
So, you know, I just wanted to shake hands and say hello. Anything related to agriculture, digital, and all, please don't hesitate. All formalities needed.
Are you?
Yeah. Because, you know, I have a bipolar life. I'm the CIO, but I also have the whole digital. Everything external and all the capabilities we do for member states and etc. So I cover all that as well. So I see you and the digital, yes, and then I see the DTN and all the web development.
I mean,
Good to see you. Yeah, good to see you. Are you flying back on Friday?
No, we'll stay for 2 days.
Actually, my
Okay.
actually covers the internal side, but long ago Sylvester used to do a division of responsibilities, and there's an IT strategy. He sits within the management services bureau, but from an overall point of view, the digital strategy covers both sides of the organization. So
I've seen it, in fact, and I have a deputy who runs still one shop, and then I focus more on the digital.
Yeah.
So, but it's,
Do you? But your reporting line is.
I'm not in administration, so I report to chief economist.
Oh,
and
okay.
in FAO that translates into, basically he has mandate on all data. So that's the significant. And so I report into the business. So
Yeah. But that's, I mean, that's
it's
good.
really good.
It can be a little tricky on the administrative side.
Yeah, I know.
But it's
But
because
it pays off.
trying to do that from a
It doesn't. No. same cone. I
But
used
they're
to
in
be
the
in
same
UNICEF,
cone.
yeah. I used to be in UNICEF and WHO before. So I know. So I think they did an interesting move to have innovation and IT under the same cone. I speak to Chris very often. They're still IT shop. The IT shop. So they have the Center of Excellence in Nairobi, T4D. Okay, I mean, I used to be part of the team together. But I think they can do a little bit better on IT, focusing a bit more on, because I focus on digital capabilities for programs, and that was usually neglected because, you know, they have some money, they hire a consultant, do something, but huge missed opportunities. So I bring all the might from the IT to actually do that, but I split it because the guys running the ERP systems, they cannot run the systems we use for water management and stuff. They don't know.
So do you have, on the other side, do you have product team or solutions development team that works specifically for programming?
Oh, absolutely. And I intentionally split them. So I have something called agroinformatics team. They focus very specifically on, we have 71, we call them initiatives, but 71 teams for the programs. And we did a lot to actually integrate them. So now we have a common, for us, geospatial systems are the most important, 70-80% of useful things for agriculture. So we have now a common platform. Still a few things to integrate, you know, from the past, a little bit of issues, but coming together now so that we have agroinformatics, we call it platform. It's an umbrella and underpinning platform and includes all the capabilities we have, including extension services, including the, I don't know if you've heard of hand-in-hand geospatial system. It's really something that's, it's a game changer for us.
What's it called?
Hand-in-hand geospatial system. It's on this platform, but what happens is thousands of layers of geospatial data plus other data we get from World Bank. I think also maybe, I don't remember, but many different layers. Okay, nothing fancy, but the ability to put them together for a particular country for purpose of exposing possible interventions or investment cases is very significant. So last year we had the Science and Innovation Forum, and as part of that we had 22 enabled platform for matchmaking between the countries and potential whoever wants to put money and this and that. So using this system we had 22 countries expose their business cases, and they attracted $22 billion. Can you imagine? We don't get into it. If you need to know, we will.
Rob? Yep.
Well, I will.
You have to go somewhere. Okay, Rob. So.
Well, we. Do you want to?
Dan, I didn't give you
Our
the floor.
conversation is more interesting. Sorry.
Could we just meet maybe just before, like at 1:45?
In the.
Or sorry, wait. It starts at 1:30. So 1:15.
In the room.
1 minute, 1:30 in C1. I have another session. This is, sorry, C2. Okay. So the next room. Yeah, yeah, yeah. So at 1 there's one session here, and we're also organizers. Okay, sure, I'll come back. I'm just going to the bathroom. Trying to fill up that room. Yeah, yeah, yeah. I'll send some people also. Thank you, appreciate it. See you, bye. See you.
Test, test, one, two, two. 1, 2, 2.
Yeah. But it was a very different environment 20 years ago, clearly.
Yeah.
In terms of like peace and love and
Well,
collaboration.
And also there's just so much stuff now. I mean, with the global digital compact,
Feels conflicting.
We changed it. It feels confusing too. I think
Yeah,
people are
agreed.
like,
He's a speaker.
So yeah.
It was fun.
Yeah,
though.
that's good. Now we're meeting with the Japanese side ambassador.
Oh,
and stuff, so
okay.
that's good. Who I've known, he's relatively new, but I've seen him in New York at the OWP.
Oh, okay.
He's a good guy. So we're talking about everything from getting them more involved again in the GFC, which they were very involved in.
They are very involved?
Well, they were one of the founders, so they were involved, but they've not been as involved recently. So
Yeah,
now
it's
that we
always
have
a
all
bit
these
different.
regional things like the Pacific Hub we just launched and the ASEAN stuff, we wanted to get more involved. So.
Yeah, no, they're very important actors.
Yeah. But then we also talked about the program of action and where the hell that's going, who the hell knows. Well, he's optimistic, but I said, well, that's great, but if it ends up being a replica of the OEWG, that's not really satisfying because then you still have this weird dynamic. It should be consensus based. You can't have just one person blocking it or one country. It's like, and as you know, in the original POA resolution, they had some good stuff built in, but then they stripped it all out. So it's like, well, now you can't do that again.
That's compromise.
And they're I think fairly there. Right now there's no competing resolution, but you never know if Russia drops something at the last minute for another 5 years.
Yeah.
So who knows?
That's true. 2 more years, is it?
Yeah.
Online moderator. And online also, I've heard, I don't know, I'm not sure which panel it was. I've been to too many. But the question was actually related to whether if the POA is adopted, what's going to happen with the OEWG?
Yes,
it's going to be 2 years.
No, because the POA doesn't start until the OEWG.
Right, but then what would actually remain to be negotiated? Because that's the
Well, I think the way they're trying to pitch it is the POA is a long-term institutional mechanism, so you can have discussions where.
So we should then move it for the speakers. The
Yeah,
speakers
sure, we'll just relax after. I think.
Well, after what happened in New York, I'm not sure how much more progress they're making anyway.
Instead of July was
Still
heated.
have those last.
Yeah, let's do it. Maybe we.
Yeah. So.
Yes. Okay.
Well, I guess we never get bored.
Okay.
That's one thing.
Yeah,
I think that's perfect.
That's good. Are you going to be in New York in December?
Not in December. No. Enough trips to New York this year. It's unfortunate that there's no possibility to have it this year.
Yeah, that is really. I was in
Thank you very much for your
Fiji
support.
last week, here, Singapore next week, then a couple days in the US, and then Paris for this one,
And then after.
Yeah.
That's a bit of a marathon.
And then New York.
Wow.
New York seems so far away. So, well, I know.
So.
What do you want me to do?
Well, you know, right? You saw the session plan, right?
No, I don't think so.
I did. I sent it to you.
Well, send it to me. Here,
Well,
let me find
you
it.
have it. I sent it on Monday.
I did. I remember. That was Monday. It was a long time ago.
Do you
I
have
did
a
look at it.
reference, Teresa, there, here?
What
Because
I suggest that-
since most people are here.
Right.
You know,
So
so
should
that
we
we can
sit
see
somewhere
them.
else? This is weird, huh? to
I
sit.
know.
I hope
yeah.
people will sit here.
But I was in the panel before with ITU, and it was either here or there for the panelists.
Okay,
Because it's
so-
weird to like give your back to.
That's true. So shall we? Maybe I suggest ladies in the
Absolutely.
middle, and then.
Sure. Yeah,
then
absolutely. You
it
can
doesn't
move
matter.
myself. I'm just gonna.
Yeah. Okay. So I'll put them there.
Nope, that's not the one. So you have various emails from you, so I have to find the right one. Oh, this is, yeah.
喋るぞみたいな。
そうそう。
どこにいたかわかんないですけどね。諦めました、さっきのセッション。共有外さねえな。いいやと思って。
それよりマイクをうまく回してあげないとね。マイクをうまく回してあげないとあれ。
ハンディですか？
ハンディ。
自分たちで回すよりも。
そうなんでしょう。
言ってます。自分たちで回してくれって言ってます。カメラを映すとね、こっちのカメラだと動けないので、正面とかから撮れないですよね。話す人、メインの人がこっちの方がカメラが撮りやすい。説明したら、どっちがいいって聞かれたんで、多分、いや、すごい変なんですけど、じゃあ、こっちの方がいいやって言って大丈夫なんです。
まあ、ここまで行ってはる時点でもう終わりなんだ。もう
こっちの方がいいですね。
できるなるだけぐらい。全然いいですけどっていうやつがある。あれね、毎回うまくいかないからね。
And dear colleagues, please feel welcome to join us at the table. It's not that many people here, so it will make us feel less awkward. Okay, good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome to the open forum dedicated to the issue of achieving the Sustainable Development Goals through secure digital transformation. This open forum is organized by the government of Sweden. So thank you for joining us here, and thank you to those of us joining us online. What we will do today is to kind of discuss how the issues of cyber security can be mainstreamed in the development agenda. It's a topic that is very close to many of the partners of this project that we would be introducing here today, and that we hope to get inputs from you on. So just to recap, this project on mainstreaming cybersecurity in development has the following partners. It's the government of Sweden, as I have mentioned, it's Ministry of Foreign Affairs, it's the Global Forum on Cyber Expertise, the GFC, it's the International Telecommunications Union, the ITU, and last but not least, Microsoft. So welcome on behalf of all of the partners in this consortium. To set us off, maybe just a few general remarks. So cybersecurity is often decoupled from other development interventions due to lack of awareness, understanding of how to integrate it, or dual-use technology concerns. However, what all of the partners, and as we have understood, also many other around these issues, have understood that sustainable digital transformation and cybersecurity, there are some vital cross-cutting needs there. And for this reason, today, we are formally launching this work stream that we have been working on together to facilitate a frank and inclusive discussion among stakeholders and distill their recommendations into a multi-stakeholder compendium that we are planning to launch later this year, and we will share more details on later. So to this end, we really plan to bring various stakeholders to a series of workshops. One of them is considered as this one, happening at the IGF. And just to give you a little teaser of the issues that we are planning to discuss, it's issues such as the role of cybersecurity in supporting safe and secure digital transformation, the importance of digital development as an enabling function to achieving the SDGs, what are some of the lessons learned from past and ongoing cyber capacity building projects, how can we use some concrete goals or checklists and indicators for the implementation of UN cyber norms, mainstreaming cyber capacity building with various development programs and funds, and also the role of diplomacy in creating institutions and mandates to support cyber mainstreaming. So these are some of the issues that we will be discussing today. We do hope that we will have a lively discussion that will then be reflected in the compendium in the making. So that was just a very brief introduction of the topic, and now let me introduce also the discussions that we will have to take us through that. So I will start on my left, at the end of the table, we have Christopher Painter, who is the president of the GFC Foundation Board. We continue with Yasmin Idrissi from the International Telecommunications Union. We also have Johan Eckerhult from the Swedish Ministry of Foreign Affairs, and Michael Karamanian from Microsoft. My name is Teresa Horeisova, also with the Global Forum on Cyber Expertise, and it will be my pleasure to be your moderator, alongside my colleague Alan Sabanlong, who is joining us from the Philippines, who will be serving as a bridge with the online audience. And I do hope also His Excellency Mokhtar Yadali, ex-minister from Mauritania, joining us from there at hopefully 4 a.m. in the morning. I don't know if we have a confirmation if Mr. Mokhtar is with us. He is. So very good. Good morning, Mokhtar. I really appreciate you being here. So let's get started. Each of our panelists will give some brief reflections, and then we will go into the discussion. And if you allow me, I would like to start with you, Johan. There is a reason why the government of Sweden has considered this issue of importance. So could you maybe kick us off on how you see the importance of digital development as an enabling function for the SDGs? Thank you.
Thank you, Teresa, and also thanks to all the partners from GCFE and ITU and Microsoft here today. I think from the Swedish government perspective, we have had a long development journey from a poor agro country to a relatively industrialized and digitalized country. And I think that journey has been able to do with trust. I think that is where we're coming from. So, and what we have felt and seen, and I think we've all seen it even more so with the COVID and the pandemic, that core parts of our everyday life and our governance functions are digitalized. So creating trust and security in how we share information, how we communicate, how we deal with this across borders have become an essential part on a functioning society, on a functioning economy, on a functioning development. So from our point of view, that is why we see a very strong link with the social SDGs and building cybersecurity. Because if you take an issue for like information or disinformation, for example, it's about understanding, believing, trusting in the sources that you have. Those things are key when we look at it. And I think also for an industry to grow. We today buy and sell things across borders. If I want to sell something in another country, I would like to be sure that the thing I'm buying is what I'm ordering. I'd also want to make sure that my credit card or whatever I used to pay is not skimmed along the way. So in that, I think we have a very key issue. And I think especially for small and medium-sized enterprises in developing countries, being able to have that security and that broadness around the system is key for having the opportunity to grow and to develop. And I think that for us are very, very key things. And I think when we are looking at it, I think one needs to raise the awareness of cybersecurity because it might sound technical, but it is essential to allowing the other aspects of this trust building to get to the SDGs. And I think I'm very extra happy that we are all of us here together, because I think in order to achieve that trust, we need to work together. I mean, we as governments need the help of the industry with Microsoft. We need to cooperate together in international organization, and we need a civil society and the experts like you, Teresa, is to work on taking this forward. And we cannot do it alone. And I think digital is one of those things, we all know it. It doesn't stop at borders, so we need to do this together. I think I'll stop here a little bit. Maybe I can touch a little bit on how we see it. I think what does that mean then? I think, well, it means that we need to have common rules. We need to have the tools for implementation. We need to have the tools for monitoring. And in the end, we would probably also have the resources to remedy when things go wrong. So I think you need all those aspects. And I think, I mean, ITU is doing an excellent job on the monitoring part. I mean, we all try to help in providing our input from a national perspective in so that we can see what is needed, we can do that gap analysis. And I mean, you from GCFE, I mean, and you're producing the knowledge base that we need to get there, and the industry is a key partner because they are actually providing the fundamentals of which we work through, and we as governments try to find the right balance between regulation and governance and getting that right. So I think those are the things that we are working on, and also, to be very frank, also struggling with, because I think that the challenge of doing this is, of course, that it needs that cooperation among us, but also in governments, and to get all the different key partners to talk together. So I think those are a little bit how we see the basic points of why this is important and why we need to work together in this setup. So I think what we are looking for is to learn from you and how we can do this better, and very, very much interested in hearing your views on this. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Johan, also for stressing kind of the multi-stakeholder importance of these discussions. There is also no coincidence why this consortium of this project has been set up the way it has been. And later on, if our time allows, having you as a diplomat in Geneva, it would be really useful also to hear some reflections from you on how the development and cyber security worlds actually meet at this center of diplomacy. But let's leave it for later. As I have mentioned in the opening remarks, we have had 2 consultations already at various contexts, at various venues. The first one was happening in July in New York during the open-ended working group. The second one was held about 2 weeks ago virtually in cooperation with also the Swedish International Development Agency, SIDA, on really trying to bring more of the development practitioners into this discourse. And we have learned quite a lot. Some, let's say, the concerns or recommendations that we have heard in these consultations were expected. Some were maybe a little bit surprising. Yes, so maybe to also set us up for the discussion later, I would like to get into those briefly. And Michael, if I may turn to you, so what has come up as the main barriers in mainstreaming cybersecurity and development so far?
Sure thing. Thank you, Teresa, for being our moderator, and of course your hard work in preparing today's session. And Yasmin and I will reflect on this together, in fact, and I think Yasmin and I have very similar takeaways from the consultations, which in a way speaks to a level of unanimity, both from a international organization actor and a private sector actor, the strength of the consultations and the common themes that are coming through time and again. Firstly, and Johan touched upon this, it is abundantly clear that secure digital transformation is absolutely essential in our pursuit of the SDGs, and that's true in ways which weren't fully recognized when the SDGs were being drafted and scoped and agreed to well over a decade ago. And now, as we're kind of on the cusp of the post-2030 agenda and not quite knowing what that will look like, that in many ways speaks to the timeliness of this project and helping to lay the groundwork for that. But even before we get to the post-2030 agenda, right now in today's interconnected world, it's obvious that secure, trusted, and inclusive digital infrastructure is the very foundation of economic and social development everywhere, actually, not just low and middle income countries. However, that digital transformation journey also brings with it a huge range of inherent cybersecurity risks, particularly for nations and regions that may currently lack the necessary cyber resilience to counteract the ever-evolving cyber threats. So it's imperative to recognize that in order to empower and safeguard all societies from the mounting cybersecurity risks, we must, of course, proactively and comprehensively integrate cybersecurity principles into the digital development agenda. One recurrent theme which has clearly resonated throughout the discussions is the need for a collaborative and inclusive approach, just exactly as Johan said. Achieving the SDGs through secure digital transformation requires the active and engaged participation of various stakeholders, and that includes governments, international organizations, the development community, industry players, and civil society, which necessitates the pooling of knowledge, expertise, resources, because of course the magnitude of these challenges is just simply too vast to be tackled by one entity in isolation. I know that's a very common theme which we hear throughout the IGF. I think furthermore, the consultations have really underscored that capacity building in cybersecurity is not merely a desirable option, but an absolute imperative. And in some ways, that'll be music to Chris's ears, but something that he already knows and understands very, very well. It's evident that we need to prioritize efforts in building and enhancing the capacity to manage and mitigate cybersecurity risks, especially in regions, again, where digital transformation is occurring at a really accelerated pace. Strengthening the skills and the knowledge required to navigate the intricate web of cybersecurity challenges is fundamental to the achievement of sustainable development goals. Additionally, the discussions so far have highlighted the importance of mainstreaming cybersecurity into digital development programs and funding mechanisms. So to ensure that the SDGs are not only supported, but indeed advanced by digital transformation, we must seamlessly integrate cybersecurity considerations into the very fabric of digital and development initiatives. And that includes both at the initial design level, but also ongoing implementation of these projects. And we've learned that the approach to mainstreaming cybersecurity must be adaptable and context specific. Of course, there's no one-size-fits-all solution. So every region and country faces a range of unique challenges and requirements on their digital development journey, and as such, strategies and interventions must be tailored to address those specific contexts effectively. Lastly, but certainly not least, on the issue of funding mechanisms, that's clearly an issue that's come to the forefront. The consultations have illuminated the critical need to broaden the sources of funding for cybersecurity capacity building. It's not sufficient to solely rely on defense budgets, for example, to support these endeavors. It is imperative that development budgets are also mobilized to ensure that digital development projects are fortified with the necessary cybersecurity components. So aligning funded mechanisms with the specific needs and objectives of digital development initiatives is essential too. I think these are just some of the valuable insights from the consultation so far. Yasmin, I think we'll have similar perspectives and maybe more to share.
Over to you. Thank you so much, Michael, and thank you, Teresa. So indeed, these consultations have also lifted the lid on some things that, as you know, cybersecurity practitioners, you don't necessarily consider. There's also a definition issue sometimes. We often try as a recommendation to refer to it as cyber resilience, because security as a word is implies certain things, of course, and this also is partly caused by the fact that cyber capacity building, as mentioned by Michael, is often funded from defense budgets rather than development. So one recommendation also that has been coming since the two workshops that we've had is to demystify the field, because actors, be it development or policy, they often misunderstand it. They see it only as a technical issue or not a consumer issue or policy issue. So there's a bit of a discomfort from development professionals over the perceived sort of technical nature of it. And one other thing that is important that we often overlook is that it's a very English-focused field. There needs to be a little bit more inclusion also in terms of languages, and both, you know, national and also local dialects need to be reflected. A recommendation that is important as well is to consider going beyond our usual sort of communities, both at national and international level. The development, you know, community and the cyber capacity building community often do not talk, and also at national level, there is often an interagency friction between mandates, and that's the case for numerous countries. So oftentimes we finish into an echo chamber of, you know, speaking to cyber diplomats that obviously know the importance of this, but there needs to be, of course, the inclusion also of what we would consider non-traditional actors, like political parties or civil society, of course, and people that are also active in shaping this policy landscape. Yeah, so including cybersecurity and cyber resilience is, of course, key to also include in digital development projects. So I can say that even in the ITU, the approach is still very siloed. Oftentimes we have digital development projects as one thing, and then cybersecurity projects as separate, even within the same organization. So I wouldn't imagine elsewhere. So maybe a recommendation that has come out and that I very much agree with is that sometimes cybersecurity can be added as a sort of criteria in audits for development projects, digital development projects. Maybe donors can have a role here where they can build cybersecurity requirements into their projects. So it's a bit of a all hands on deck type of effort. But I think what's really key is to continue to have these conversations and maybe turn over to different actors, and maybe some that we haven't thought about, for understanding what can be some good examples that we can showcase through this work stream. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Yasmin. Thank you, of course, also Michael. I will be curious later to hear if this, to any extent, was surprising to you as well, and if you have other reflections. But before we do, Michael, you have mentioned, for instance, the unique challenges that the various regions face. Yasmin has brought up the issue also of languages, and I would like to turn to you, Mokhtar. You, of course, knowing Africa so well, can you share with us a little bit your perspectives of kind of where the intersection of digital resilience and achieving sustainable development goals, how it has unfolded in Africa, and what is the situation there regarding the multi-stakeholder participation that we've heard about as quite an important need. So 4 a.m. for you, good morning, but we hope you're fresh and ready to share something with us.
Indeed. Can you hear me very well now?
Yes, we can.
And do you see me?
So far you're small, but I believe you will be made big.
Okay.
Yes, it's perfect. Please go ahead.
Thank you very much, and thank you for the opportunity, and good day to you, because it's the morning, it's 4 a.m. here, where I am in Mauritania. And thank you for having me, and I congratulate the previous speakers for what they have contributed with, specifically with regard to the connection between SDGs and the cybersecurity and the ICTs in general. As it has mentioned previously, today our lives is, we cannot go without really using the digital technologies for our development, and this affects a lot of our goals with regard to the sustainable development. As previously mentioned, the issue of safe transactions and the safe use of technology for development is extremely important. We have seen in the world the rise of cyber attacks, cyber threats here and there. And as mentioned also, it is extremely important to see that cybersecurity is being addressed not only from security or defense point of view, but it is addressed from really safety and development, and specifically sustainable development. Most of the African countries do have now their digital transformation strategies, but very few of them do not connect the digital transformation and the cybersecurity within those approaches. Second, most of the African countries, or actually departments dealing with the digital transformation, are most of the time addressing the issue of digital transformation in silo, which, though there is a multi-stakeholder approach everywhere, but the problem, the only point where the collaboration is not yet there is that national governance with regard to cybersecurity here. Most of the African countries are lacking that collaboration among different stakeholders. The issue of cybersecurity is addressed by probably the ministers in charge of digital transformation, the ICTs, and the ministers in charge of security/defense, but other civil society, academia, and others as a multi-stakeholder are very seldom being associated or involved in this handover related to cybersecurity. So that lack of national governance with regard to cybersecurity / connected with the SDGs and connected with the digital transformation for, how can I say, uh, global approach for everybody to work on together and make sure that, as the representatives of Sweden have said that we are all moving toward safety, not only within the national borders, but also outside of our borders in general. So the point here I wanted actually to highlight is the fact that the multi-stakeholders principle doesn't apply most of the time in the area of cybersecurity. That is one of the number one. Number two, there is a lack of cyber strategy at the national level. And you will see that most of the African countries do not have really a very, how can I say, efficient, if I may say, cybersecurity strategy associated with development of digital transformation making together. There is an illusion of safety with regard to buying here and there firewalls or antiviruses or that, and we think that is really the cyber safety, but in fact it's not. It's just what I call generally the illusion of safety. And the third point I wanted to highlight is that Africa has a unique specificity of having a lot of young people. Most of our 35% of our population is actually very young. And these people, if are very well used and trained, they can be really the cyber guardian, not only for Africa itself, but also for all of us. Because as I said, the issue of cybersecurity is not only within the national borders, but also everybody. And our performance within that space, or the cyberspace, is just by the weakest link. So, and Africa should not be really the weakest link in terms of that. So this, I stop here, is just as an introduction, but bottom line, it is extremely important that the multi-stakeholder principles be applicable also within the framework of cybersecurity. That is the main things. And Africa not should be a net consumer of products that are being manufactured here and there, but also should create its own ecosystem in terms of human capacities, in terms of cyber industry and cybersecurity industry in general. I stop here and I'll be glad to answer your specific question. Over to you, Teresa.
Mokhtar, thank you very much. You've been quite critical about the situation in Africa when regards to this topic, but rest assured that we have experienced these challenges, be it on the siloed approach or maybe not as efficient multi-stakeholder participation in other parts of the world, and that's also why we want to discuss it here today. So thank you. Turning now to you, Chris. The Global Forum on Cyber Expertise has, let's say, evaluated this topic of cyber and development intersection as quite vital or challenging, to the extent that it has decided, alongside its partners, to organize a major conference on global cyber capacity building that will be happening at the end of November in Accra, Ghana. First of all, why the angle, also for the GFC, and how do you expect these issues to be tackled in the discussions there?
Thank you, Teresa. And thank every other speaker for their comments. I agree with what was said before, certainly. And I think it stems from what we've heard from the other panelists, that there is this divide between the traditional development community and the cybersecurity capacity building community, much like there's a divide between the traditional economic and innovation community and the security community on a larger scale. And I think it's partly misperception that they think of cybersecurity as too technical, but a lot of development projects are technical. But on the other hand, I think they think it's a defense thing, it's a security thing. That's why, for the conference we're having in Ghana, it's to bolster cyber resilience, and the term was chosen specifically really to address both of those communities. It's something that resonates with both, rather than using the term cybersecurity, which has resonance within this community, but maybe not that much resonance within the development community. And we've seen this play out in a lot of different venues. A lot of countries think that cybersecurity capacity building is not, as they say, ODA-able because they think it's a military thing. It's not, but that's the perception sometimes. We see even in the negotiations in the UN, I remember in the first WWG, we wanted to get some language in saying that cybersecurity undergirded the UN development goals, which indeed they do. They may not mention cybersecurity as a separate goal or even digitization as a separate goal, but they undergird many of those goals and they're foundational to it. But there's a little bit of fear that, the development goals are the province of not the first committee, but the second committee. And it's like, that's kind of crazy when you think about it, because we're all in the same world and we all have to deal with these same issues. So the conference in Ghana, and I should emphasize, it's not just a conference for Africa. It is being held in Africa. There'll be significant African presence and participation, but it's a global conference. It's for really all over the world. And really one of its chief goals is to bring together that traditional development community and the cyber community to, as others have said on this panel, to mainstream cyber capacity building as a foundational element of development. Now, we've seen some organizations, one of the co-organizers of this conference is the World Bank. We have the World Economic Forum, the World Bank, the Cyber Peace Institute, and us, GFC. We also have a steering committee of a number of countries and organizations, including Microsoft. And so there's this understanding that we need to mainstream this. We bring these communities together, and we've seen the World Bank, USAID, the British Development Agency, I think, has been on the front foot in the last few years in trying to do this kind of integration, but it's still rare, and that has implications in terms of, you were saying, for instance, that digitization development projects obviously have a cybersecurity angle, but really almost every development project does, whether it's water, power, financial systems, almost anything, foundational thing you can think of, cybersecurity is important. So we want to bring these together. We want to build more understanding. We want to have something, an outcome coming out of this conference that is action-oriented, that really champions this integration and really brings it forward. This is it's a conference, it's an important marker, but it's really a process going after that to continue to make sure that that we bring these communities together, because it will make us both stronger. It will help the development community, because if development projects go wrong because they don't have good cybersecurity, that hurts everyone. And it will help the cybersecurity community because it opens, as others have said, more resources, more access, and more mainstreaming. So we're really looking forward to the conference. It's a big undertaking, but I think it'll be well worth it. And as I said, it's really the beginning, or maybe the midpoint of a process rather than the end of a process. It's something which I think we're going to have to all persevere in continuing to do.
No, thank you very much, Chris. Yes, what I like that you also presented it, that if these two worlds interact a little bit more, that it should ultimately be win-win. It should be win for both the development community and the cybersecurity community.
I don't want to be perceived as saying that, hey, those development guys don't know what they're doing and they need to embrace us. We're not good at talking to the development community either. The division lays on both sides, and so the idea of bringing us together is for both of us to move toward each other, and I think that's important.
Thank you, Chris. No, totally. How can we use the development language more? How can the development community use the cybersecurity language more to understand each other better? At this point, I would actually like to turn to you. I know I can recognize some faces in the room. I know many of you have been involved also in various development projects and maybe come across some challenges when it comes to cybersecurity, or vice versa. You have been in cyber projects and maybe struggled with linking it to some of the bigger issue of international development. We really would like to hear from you, and please don't let us down, because this is important, and I hope it's in everybody's interest that the compendium we will publish, or also any outcomes that will come from the GC3B, the Global Conference on Cyber Capacity Building, really make a difference. Yes. So if I may ask you to not be shy and come to one of the not Microsofts, microphones. Sorry.
I didn't know you guys bought that.
No. To the microphones around the room and share with us some concerns. It would be excellent. Because if not, you will just be listening to us. Please, Patrick, if I may ask you. So this is Patrick Pavlak, very closely involved in planning of the GC3V. So what do you have to tell us? Thank you.
Yes, thank you. I'll break the ice and hopefully others will follow. So thank you for your presentations. I have a few comments that I think might be interesting as you move forward with thinking about this project. I've been involved with the European Union in a few projects that are linked on cyber capacity building, and I think one of them specifically might be relevant, which is the trainings we've been doing with colleagues for the officials of the EU delegations around the world in different parts of the world. And that's specifically focused on cyber capacity building, but one of the big challenges that we have seen while doing those training is that diplomats are also more and more asked to engage not only on cyber projects, but also on digital issues. There's a lot of digital development projects, as you have said. And the challenge on the ground is that actually very often they do not really understand the difference. What is digital, what is cyber, and how do the two come together? So I think as you conceptualize the project, and before you even go to the introductions, it would be probably very useful to explain how the two come together, and where the idea of the mainstreaming sort of comes in, because that might, that very often poses a challenge. The second thing maybe I would like to share, and that's again from another project I've been involved in, is the operational guidance on cyber capacity building that we've been working on for the European Commission. And there we have really gone through the process of trying to think exactly how different aspects of cybersecurity can be reflected, taken on board in actually developing development projects. So here I think the European Commission and the International Partnership is actually one of the examples of this development agency, if you want, that is that has actually quite a good understanding of those issues, because that's the process we have started in 2017. We had the second edition of this operational guidance, but we are touching on a lot of the points that you have flagged. The importance of context, for instance. One of the key issues that we found is important but very often neglected in these discussions is the importance of enabling environment, for instance, when we talk about cyber capacity building. And I think that's exactly where mainstreaming in digital projects also come in, right? Because we very often say that the two are the two are two sides of the same coin, and I think it will be important to reflect on those. The operational guidance, I think, is going to be published before your report, so I think it might also be useful, but I'm happy to share sort of a draft that we have had, because we actually go in different direction, thinking how cyber capacity building fits. So mainstreaming is one of them. There is the risking approach that we are also looking at. So I think it might be interesting to think of how those different elements come together. But yeah, I'll stop here. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Patrick, for the excellent inputs and breaking the ice as well. I think that Johan is quite well placed to tell us something on kind of the diplomats, and how do you make the difference? Where is the line between cyber and development? Maybe Chris, then to you on this general question on what do we mean by mainstreaming cyber and development. And please give me a sign, Michael or Yasmin, if you want to chip in later. Please, Johan. Yes, Patrick? Did I misinterpret you?
No, you didn't, but maybe I'll give one example that will make it very, very concrete. So for instance, during one of the trainings, we got very specific question about blockchain, right? So one of the colleagues said, we are asked in the delegation to implement a project on blockchain in the justice system. How does cybersecurity fit? How do we actually approach those topics? And then they say, we are neither experts on blockchain, nor on cybersecurity. So how can we actually manage that on the ground? And I think that's something that would be very interesting to think about as well.
Thanks, Patrick, and for a very challenging question. I mean, I can just say that, I mean, I started out on the cybersecurity side, and spent many years in Brussels dealing with more the hardcore stuff on the cybersecurity, and now I've been almost 5 years in Geneva, and that's the much more the digital side of it. So I can just agree very much with what was said. I think on the funding side, yeah. From a Swedish point of view, we are struggling a little bit because when I came, I said, but why don't we fund? And the answer I got, well, these are UN specialized agencies. They are not development agencies, so that's a problem. And I think what ITU mentioned on getting it together, yeah, it's a hassle and it's a challenge. What we have been doing now is we have set up a national security advisor in Sweden, and that's at the Prime Minister's office. So hopefully that will help us in integrating these things, because it is tricky to get this right. But I think what at least we can see from a national perspective, and what we feel in Geneva, is that everybody understands that digital is a part of everyday life and it touches all aspects. So cybersecurity, or if you mean digital security, needs to be integrated. And I think from a Geneva perspective, I mean, yes, you have the hardcore cybersecurity stuff in the sense that you have the Cyber PC Institute working on how to help implement cybersecurity for example, NGOs working in the humanitarian field. They have extremely sensitive data. ICRC suffered a major attack. Also have, so there you have the link directly, but of course you also have the issue of digital security, if you would call it that, in how we deal with standards in the ITU and the ISO, and then of course we have the whole human rights angle, which is also has security implications, because I think we talk a lot about bridging the digital divide, and we all need to do that, but I think the minute we get there, the first thing I want as a parent is that when my kids go online, that it is a safe and secure environment when they do that. And then for me, that we have trust, security, that the basic rights are respected, are for me as an individual very fundamental, and for Sweden it's fundamental. So that's why we think these are things. But I think the getting the link right between the development community and so to say perhaps the classical defense community, but I also think the economic community is something that we are struggling with. So I'm not, but we are working on it. And I think the best thing we can do is to try to build these kind of networks and try to work together. And I have the privilege of being in Geneva and seeing that, because I mean I also deal with e-commerce negotiations in WTO. So there we try to get those overall regulations that are key for getting trade flows and digital flows going, and we have language on cryptography, we have language on cybersecurity in there, and yes, they will not be specific, but they will actually create that link to what is needed on more the implementation side. So I think I see a closer and closer integration on it, and I think what you have been doing, Patrick, is excellent, because we need a lot of capacity building, and I think we all need that capacity building, and I think the importance of what you're making is that we need a holistic capacity building, because we need to be able to explain what are the pieces, but also how the pieces link up. Thank you.
No, thank you very much for this honest assessment. Chris, if I may turn to you on the intersection and what we mean by mainstreaming, and then over to Mokhtar.
So I can give you a couple stories. I remember when I was at the White House and working at the National Security Council, we were doing the U.S. international strategy for cyberspace. It was the first international strategy on this topic that had been released by any country. But the National Economic Council people said you can't call it that because it's about cybersecurity. And it's not about cybersecurity. It actually had elements of economics, it had human rights. In fact, we got a whole bunch of people in a room very much like this together from various agencies in the US government, and they didn't speak the same language. The human rights folks used one set of words. Internet policy people called it the internet. The security people called it cybersecurity. And so just getting those people in a room and meeting and talking together made us release a strategy that really fulfilled that larger goal, a larger goal with each of their different areas feeding into it. So that was very helpful, just bringing those communities together. I remember, going, for instance, to another country, and we're talking about ITU meetings. And they said, oh, we don't go to ITU meetings. That's this other ministry. And so, because that's telecommunications. But as you know, the ITU does much more than that. And so it's breaking down barriers within a country, within governments in the private sector, within the private sector itself, within civil society. I think it's really changing the way we think about this. And, we are seeing good glimmers of that. For instance, when I was at the State Department and started the cyber diplomacy office, we weren't just about security. We had a human rights component. We had an economic component. Now that's been institutionalized. In a number of countries, the cyber ambassador is also the digital ambassador. So that's a good thing. And I think that's one of the ways practically we need to bring this together. But we have a long way to go to really make that a reality. And that helps us each see opportunities on the other sides that we haven't seen before.
Thank you, Chris. First-hand experience from you. Yeah, and Johan was kind of smiling when you were speaking because I think you recognized quite a lot also happening in other governments. Mokhtar, over to you, please.
Thank you, Teresa. And actually, the question raised or the comment raised by Patrick is extremely important. In this part of the world, Africa specifically, you can find an excellent diplomat. They know exactly about the geopolitics, what is happening here and there. And you have, but they don't have anything. They don't know anything about technology. Specifically, they cannot even they are very interested on that. The rapid pace of technology coming into our lives is actually for non-technical person. It is very hard to follow on what's happening. And second, you can find an excellent technical people who knows technology very well, but have no idea about the geopolitics and what is happening really in the area of diplomacy and so on. So even though they wanted really to be part of it, the transformations, the geopolitical transformation today make it also very hard. And I just give an example. We have reached this level of development within the digital space thanks to collaboration among all of us, technology, industry. We have had that technical and technology cooperation that made us really the humanity advance. Today, we are seeing something that is different. We are seeing different technologies coming here and there, and the restrictions here and there. And if even I may say, we are moving a little more and more toward really the digital divide, in the sense that we do have different setups and technologies in every area of the world, which brings us, we are coming into the cold technical war among the biggest countries. Hence, the smaller countries are just here following. And I wouldn't be surprised if in the few times here you will have to choose, shall I go by this system or that technology or that technology? And you find the consumers that are those who don't have a technological ecosystem or have the appropriate capacity, find them following, and rather than carrying one or two phones, they will be carrying, thousands of them around their belts, and just in order to be connected here and there. So that technological cooperation and that bridge between technical and diplomats and that continuous capacity building, not only continuous, it's a permanent kind of thing. This is something that has to be, capacity building is not one time, it's not a short period, it's something that is permanently being addressed it needs to be addressed because the technology are so fast, so diverse, so integrated, and so machine oriented and controlled that we need to make sure that we as a human being are there technically cooperating and also really pushing for the technological cooperation for the safety of all. I stop here.
I apologize. Thank you very much, Mokhtar. Yes, I know we have a comment online. Then I will go to Yasmin, then to you, Michael, okay? Alan Sabanlong would like to give us some perspectives from the ASEAN region, joining us from the Philippines. Over to you.
Hello, Teresa, and hello, everyone. Yes, this is very, very nice discussion, and just in time, because most of countries here in ASEAN are gearing towards digital development. But however, with disruptions, ransomware, and everything, these developments are affected. So in an increasingly digitized world where our lives are intertwined with technology, there's a need to have a robust cybersecurity governance, if I may say. The rise of the digital age has ushered unparalleled convenience, but it has also exposed us to unprecedented risk. So to achieve this, a seamless digital governance and avert potential disruptions, it is imperative that we prioritize cybersecurity governance as a top priority. No? And in ASEAN, based on experience, leaders are not interdisciplinary. As we have said, most of the leaders in the government or in some areas in ASEAN only understands a single expertise. No? For example, if you're the policy guy, but you're not a technical guy. But I believe what we need to achieve digital transformation and secure digital landscape is to have an interdisciplinary leader who understands all aspects of cybersecurity and as well as the digital aspect of development. So I believe without proper cybersecurity governance, organizations and governments are akin to sailing without a rudder in a treacherous waters, leaving themselves exposed to potentially catastrophic consequences. Thank you, Teresa.
Thank you very much, Alan, for that. Yes, and I mean, yes, it comes down to people very often. That's why we've also brought up the issue of cyber capacity building and capacity building in general so often in the session. So thank you for reconfirming that. Just to have an idea, how many more comments in the room we will have to plan? One. Very good. So quick reflections or to Yasmin, quick reflections to Michael, and then we go over to you, sir. Yes? If it's you want to go in now? Okay, please go ahead then.
I'm from the government of Sri Lanka. I'm a civil servant and I served in New York as a diplomat. By the time the SDG was formed, I was part of the open working group. I knew that it is challenging to internalize everything under SDGs, but when it comes to development practicing and funding partnership side, I'm not sure whether the development ODA community is looking into this aspect and what portion should be allocated in the budgeting and planning on critical information infrastructure. Is there a particular guideline for certain fund seekers and other partners, or if there is a formula or something that can work around this, I think it would be helpful. So Sri Lanka, we adopted the cybersecurity strategy and developed the cybersecurity policy as well. But these things have to go into the standard organizational structures as well as periodic development projects as well. That's my comment.
Excellent question. Thank you very much for that. For everybody's information, we have about 7 minutes left. Yasmin, Michael, Johan, maybe to share with us what comes next, and then 20 seconds for wrap up. So let's reflect shortly. Thank you.
I'll make sure to be very brief. Thank you for your question. So definitely there needs to be thinking of cybersecurity in development projects. And I'm always sort of adamant in trying to look into other fields for lessons learned and not reinvent the wheel. So we can look into climate, for example, in climate negotiations, because it's also highly technical. It's also quite, there's a specific expertise, and it might be very much intimidating for policy people, diplomats. But now there's this understanding that it's obviously highly interlinked with the development as well. So let's look also into other lessons learned from other fields. I mean, holistic views of governance are not something new. And so I think it can be done in cybersecurity as well.
Totally agreed. Michael?
Sure thing, thank you. So just a quick reflection on Patrick's example and the colleague from Sri Lanka as well. Patrick, your example of the diplomat being asked to work on a project related to blockchain in judiciary. We've seen the digitization of court systems. In some contexts, you will see donor agencies and development practitioners use things like a needs assessment and a feasibility assessment and an impact assessment. Surely, based on these discussions, we should end up in an endpoint whereby there is a real assessment of the cyber feasibility and the cyber needs and the cyber impacts. Chris mentioned the institutionalization of human rights. It took a long time to get to that point, but we've seen that in those sorts of processes or variations of those processes. Hopefully we can end up in a similar point with cyber too. And the colleague from Sri Lanka, the question on budgets, I think it's important to have a mindset whereby we don't think of cybersecurity as a cost, but as an investment, one that pays dividends over many years to come.
Thank you very much, Michael. I'm afraid that the time is really ticking. Johan, may you share with us briefly what are the next steps of the consortium of the project?
Yes, thank you very much. I think it was a very, very useful discussion. We take this with us. We will have another consultation coming up in Singapore. And the aim that we are hoping is to produce a little guidance for this by December. So that will be something that we hope to be able to consolidate your points in a way that is useful so we can take this issue forward. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Johan. If any of you do happen to be attending the Singapore International Cyber Week next week, please let us know so that we make sure to invite you to a consultation that will be taking place more in the kind of Southeast Asian context, please do let us know. Coming up next will also be a session at the GC3B, and as I mentioned at the beginning, we've hope publishing the compendium in December. With that, I would like to thank all of you for listening, to all of you who have shared your experience with us, to online Mokhtar and Alan for all of your inputs, and here in the room to Chris, Yasmin, Michael, and Johan. Have a good rest of the IGF and see you around. Thank you.
me and somebody else. But in the MFA or in your development agency? You in the MFA?
So I'm in the MFA.
Yeah.
In the directorship department.
Ah, yeah. And you work on cyber as well? Or?
Yes, so I'm the focal point for digital development. And so I've been finding it unproductive with like, you know, there's a lot of people who have made it comment, oh, like, cyber issues should be included in digital development and so on. And for me, I'm like, ah, this is, I mean, I thought I'd be integrated from
Yeah, yeah. But you do it more for yourself. Like all development agencies are not part of the conversation. Just actually, you know, it really depends. Because some of them actually are, you know. And in Europe, actually, they have been doing this for quite some time. So.
Yeah, I was sitting here about this.
I'll drop you an email and then we'll
one
stay in
last
touch.
question, but sorry, I don't want to take too much of your time. So looking at developing specifically kind of very comprehensive guidelines and sort of indicators on how like our colleagues on the ground might be sort of looking at projects or evaluating whether a project is, you know, feasible or good or whatever. I mean, for digital development projects in general, but also because we do a lot of customers
Yeah.
like for that. So
Yeah. So this is going to be useful because we put some specific tools as well.
Okay.
So actually when I send this operational guidance, when I send it to you, it will be actually useful as well to have a conversation whether you find it useful, whether you think it is useful, you know, because what we're trying to do is to exactly get the input as well from the member states and other stakeholders in Brussels. But for, people also don't read. So at some point we were like, we can send it around as many times as we want and ask them to share, but they don't. Are you coming to Ghana or not for this
well,
conference
my
then?
colleague is, so my colleague from Upstep, he's in Ghana and I came here, so that's why how we divided. So we divided and conquered.
That's a pity because it would be nice to connect the.
I will follow it from the link.
Yeah.
But I'll make sure my colleagues make sure. We work very closely together.
Okay. Good.
Yeah.
Well, nice meeting you, Claire. I'll send you a link to Pavlak.
And you work within the commission? Or
No, I work for them as a contractor. I work for Carnegie here. Nice meeting you.
You can say if the session is good or not.
Yeah, very well, thank you. You too. You too.
Because no one in the session you can say where you are.
Yeah,
You are only subject.
a lot today, so if I get a lucky number. Yeah, that's right. Spend most of it. Oh, pretty. Sorry.
just need to introduce myself and then
Nice to meet you. Oh, you guys are our speakers.
Yes, that's why we're introducing ourselves.
Sorry.
Sorry.
Welcome.
Thank you.
No, I'm thanking you on behalf of Carla and Fanny.
Yeah,
So,
lovely women. We miss them.
Unfortunately, you know, our delegation, we had to do some rationalizing at the end. And Carla couldn't come. She has a small kid also.
Does,
So
yes.
logistically it became slightly difficult.
Yeah.
But I'll do the best job I can.
And you just brought yours with you.
I did.
Gorgeous.
So he is willing to field questions also.
Excellent. Have you got
Can't
some
promise the
questions?
quality of the answers, but he'll listen. Nothing then.
He'll fill any children part.
Yeah.
Yeah, I might go and introduce myself. All right, lovely. Do you want to sit in any particular order here? However we go? Are you going to sit right here?
No, I'll sit there.
Oh, you're going to sit over there?
Honestly. No, I don't want to be sitting here on the head table kind of, you know, so we'll spread out.
Right.
Unless,
Is
you
that
know, it's
okay with
because
the guys who are videoing?
I think it's okay for them.
Yeah,
I'll check
okay.
with that. You know, if it was a typical panel,
Yeah.
then it would make more sense for all of us.
Yes,
together.
exactly.
This will make it appear like a round table. With the caveat that there should be people to fill up the other chairs. Or else
Okay.
it will look weird for, you know, 5 of us to be spread out.
Yeah. So should we spread out?
So this time spread out, and if we realize the number of people are not up to mark, then we can see what to do. And even then, I think this model will work.
That sounds great.
It's okay. I'll just ask them to.
All right, beautiful.
I'm here. Here? But we'll invite people to come up to the round table, yeah? I think so. Yeah, that's been a nice thing to do.
You can sit wherever. You can also sit here.
So,
this
but
person here?
uh, yeah, he was here, but he's going somewhere. But I think he's coming back. So I was just
Yeah, so I'm
yeah,
here, Amanda's
and
here.
yeah, I checked all the speakers, so everybody's
fine.
here,
Okay.
except for the moderator.
Oh, okay.
Oh, okay, that's good. I know. It's like, wait a minute, I don't know these people. Yeah. I'm not taking ownership.
So if you're interested, I would encourage you to sit around the table rather than behind us. We promise we won't ask you any questions that you don't want to answer. They will be difficult questions. Preetham, moderator. I know Stephen and some of your colleagues for a while. So, pleasure to meet you. Fanny, Carla, these are our child online protection champions. I'm just stepping in because Carla couldn't. So I have my child there. That means, I know a little bit of about the topic. No, long time of beginning. So we are in the same office. So I'm in a different part of the ITU. Many, many years ago, this used to come under my purview.
No apologies.
But I do collaborate with
I'm so sorry. I'm legitimately at my end of my. I feel so bad. It's like this experience with IGF. Where you're like, dang it, there was. I didn't take it full advantage of the like. Yeah. So can we just connect? What in this stuff? Whatever the technology is. Forgive me. Remind me where you're based. Yes. Yeah. You should. 110%. Okay, can I just be honest? No. You do understand, like, my value structure is we better be able to do it. Photo DNA. That's the way. Did Liz catch you? Yeah. So if we need to do a couple hours of engineering work to make it operable, like, that's the way we can. Easier to. Yep. So we're ready. And listen, we use some deadlines. I'm with you. Paris is my deadline. See? We can cover it right this way. Yeah, let's do it. Oh, great. Now, okay. This thing's going to restart.
Can you hear me? Yeah. All right. Again, thank you very much for coming. Let me welcome you to the workshop number 86, Open Forum number 86, Child Participation Online Policy Making with Children. So I'm your moderator. My name is Preetham Malur. I'm the head of the Emerging Technologies Division at the International Telecommunication Union. And the reason why many of you don't know me probably is because I'm substituting for my colleagues Carla and Fanny, who are the subject matter experts on the topic. So Carla couldn't come. There was a last minute cancellation, so I offered to step in. So please indulge me if I don't use the right terminology or make some mistakes. But to my credit, I'm an expert on this topic because I have my child here who's sitting next to me. So since the topic is on involving children in policy making, if you have any hypothesis you would want to test during this session, here is a subject. Now, I can guarantee you he'll answer it. The quality of the answer is questionable. But anyway.
It'll be great. It'll be great.
So with this, let me just start with a few introductory remarks, and then, which will be very quick, and then we can go to our panel. So some points on the Child Online Protection Initiative. We've been working, we as an ITU has been working on this topic since 2009. Initially, the initiative was founded to facilitate, the sharing of challenges, best practices among member states, addressing issues of violence against children in the online environment. Of course, we've, broadened the focus now, actively involving children in discussions, and considering all child's rights in the digital environment, including the right to participation, education, access to information, and many others. And the activities are now balanced between protection and participation online. So just to give you a background on the child online protection guidelines, because I know many of you were involved in drafting that. They were initially developed in 2008, revised again comprehensively, rewritten in 2020 by an expert group of more than 30 organizations from the UN, from NGOs, the private sector, academic sector. So it was a truly multi-stakeholder effort. A global program was launched in 2021, set to run till 24, aimed at assisting member states in implementing these guidelines. And it's been a success story. They are currently being implemented in 15 plus countries across all regions. They include capacity building. They include policy assistance for member states in developing the national strategies, policies, legal and regulatory frameworks. And there's a lot of activities going on. And among some of the new collaborative activities is the alignment with the new participation-based approach. And ITU has been co-leading the POP initiative, protection through online participation, with the Office of the Special Representative of the Secretary General on Violence Against Children. And we have a colleague from that office here. A few words on POP, you will hear more from her. It collaborates with over 30 global partners, including the UN, universities, NGOs, youth, private sector companies such as Meta, Disney, Lego, Microsoft, and Roblox. Hilary will tell you more about the effort. And in light of ITU's efforts, alignment with global trends with regards to the work of expert organizations in this area, discussions around how children can be best involved in matters that are relevant to them, and in particular with regard to child online protection and online safety, are clearly more relevant than ever. And this is the emphasis on this session. So we have 1 hour. So I really urge you to stick to the 3 minutes for every intervention that's allocated to you. So without any delay, let me turn to Afroz Kavyani Johnson. Afroz. So I'll start the discussion with a fundamental question. Could you share with us why it's so important to work closely with children on matters that concern them? And more specifically, when we talk about child online safety. Afroz, over to you.
Thanks a lot, and a special welcome to your child as well. We're delighted to have you around the table. Working closely with children on issues that affect them, like online safety, is crucial, and there's a number of reasons. I'm just going to focus on 3 main ones. So firstly, it's a right. The Convention on the Rights of the Child provides that children have the right to freely express their views on all matters and decisions that affect them, and to have those views taken into account. So it's the right of every child without any exception. And of course, children encompasses like a very broad range of ages. The definition of a child is anyone under the age of 18. So obviously, it's vital to adjust approaches to suit different ages and capacities. The second main point is that working with children really enhances programs. Involving children leverages their creativity, their skills, their unique understanding of their own lives to create and monitor more effective and relevant policies, services, and practices. And thirdly, particularly in this space of online safety, it provides real-world relevance. So obviously, online safety programs and policies, which are typically designed by adults, will reflect adult concerns and may miss, it will miss the nuances and, the things that are important to young users. And children interact with digital technology in ways that are very different to adults. I can say this, you know, in my personal capacity as a parent, but also looking at, you know, the masses of research that UNICEF has undertaken with children around the world, around their online experiences. So consulting children, working with children kind of opens these avenues that we can explore and comprehend actual risks kind of versus perceived threats in the online environment. And it's not just about listening, it's really about ensuring that our policies, our programs, you know, are rooted in their lived experiences and tailored to their needs. So involving children, it's not just beneficial, but it's essential if we want to make our programs and our policies applicable and relevant to them and to achieve the purposes that we want to. Thanks.
Thanks, Afroz. In fact, you know, I'm always pleasantly surprised when I chat with my son about child online safety, because they use an iPad at school. And, you know, the way they set their own passwords, the kind of protections they take, you know, the perspectives they have, you know, we usually discount them, and, you know, that's to our disadvantage. So anyway, thank you very much. Now we have 3 speakers that I'm going to pose the same question, bringing 3 different perspectives based on obviously the stakeholder groups they belong to. We have Amanda Third from the Western Sydney University, Boris Radanovic, who's an online safety expert from SWGFL, and Courtney Gregory, Chief Digital Safety Officer from Microsoft. So let me start with Amanda, but it's the same question that I'm going to pose to all 3 of you. The question of how children can meaningfully contribute to creating solutions to the challenges they face online. Again, the 3 that we have, academia, civil society, and the private sector, could you provide us with concrete examples of situations where children have played an active role in creating or developing solutions for online issues from your own perspective, own respective fields of work? And how did this outcome of your work differ from work that is solely driven by adults? So let me first ask Amanda.
Thanks so much. And I think I would start by saying that thankfully there are now lots of examples that we can use to illustrate the meaningful participation of children and young people in the design of services and online safety interventions in particular. There has been a recent trend towards meaningful engagement, which many people in this room are a part of. And I guess what I would do is I would just highlight a couple of examples that I've had recent involvement with. The first would be to cite the consultations with children in 27 countries globally, to basically inform the drafting of UNCRC General Comment 25 on children's rights in relation to the digital environment, which is a piece of evidence-based guidance for states about how to implement the Convention on the Rights of the Child in relation to the challenges and the opportunities of digital technology. And that process involved working with child-facing organisations in those 27 countries, designing a creative and participatory-based methodology where children attended workshops of 5 hours in length. And 5 hours is very important here because what we wanted to do was to create enough space for children to actively explore the issues, because often what we're doing when we consult children about things is we're asking them to talk about things about which they have a lot of experience and expertise, but they haven't necessarily had an opportunity to put those things into words. So allowing them enough time and space to really work through what are the issues, what do we know about them, how would we put our experiences into language. This is a really important part of meaningful engagement, I would argue. Anyway, the upshot of that is that we now have a general comment. The children's perspectives were used as a check and balance all the way through the 2-year drafting process. And now I think we do have, as a result, a general comment that really encapsulates the key issues from adults' perspectives, but filtered through children's own lived experiences of these issues. So that would be the first one. And another one that I would point to, given the sponsors of this panel, is that yesterday the International Telecommunications Union released an online safety app, game and set of trainings for 3 different age groups of children internationally. And that's a very exciting moment. Again, this is another piece of work where we engaged a children's advisory group from 6 different countries around the world from memory, and they were with us right the way through from conceptualization to the refining of the final products. And I think what we know from these and many other examples, as Afrouz just pointed out, is that this does result in online safety interventions that are much better able to address children's real experiences, to speak about those experiences from the perspective of a child as opposed to this sort of top-down methodology. And I think there's another initiative that the ITU has underway, taking the lead from the E-Safety Commissioner, but maybe I'll talk about that next time, because I think my 3 minutes are probably over. Thank you.
Thank you, Amanda. So, Boris?
Thank you. Hello, everybody. At SWGFL, we're a not-for-profit charity, and for the first time ever, we're seeing the next generation coming into the workforce. And just a couple of weeks ago, we realized that the young are leading the unexperienced, who are managing a system created by the elders, whatever the system is, and that creates a lot of issues and a lot of problems. Thank you for the question as well. There are a lot of examples that we can find, especially in the European Union, pan-European and worldwide. I think those examples of youth-led activities, children-led activities, or apps, or many of those examples need to shine even more through, but I did manage to find a couple that are, I think, worth mentioning and worth definitely shining a light. There's something called the Bully Blocker app. A group of teenagers developed an app called Bully Blocker to address online bullying. Think Before You Type campaign, which was started to raise awareness about the consequences of online hate speech and cyberbullying, started by teenagers. I Can Help movement, funded by a group of students that later on became a literal movement. And the digital literacy initiatives by youth all over the world. But at the same time, I found an example that just amazes me. A teen in Poland, disturbed by the reports of rising domestic violence under coronavirus lockdown, a Polish high school student decided to launch a fake online shop to offer a lifeline to victims trapped in their homes, where victims could look at lipsticks and other forms of makeup, but look for help in the descriptions of those lipsticks with different kinds of domestic abuse. And I think that just showcases the different way of thinking and the richness this little angel next to you gives to this conversation and to many others. And I'm saddened that often, and I am not young, and I'm often the youngest in the room, the youngest person in the room when we are discussing how and what to do and how to help children. So I would love to see in the future conversations about this, to have children around the table and discuss the same things and principles, because in the last 10, 25 years of our charity, it has been evident that we as adults do not have enough experience to connect with what children are living through today, because we had the fortune or misfortune of not having 2K, 4K, HDR ready connected cameras all around us and having to basically put yourself out there in front of the whole world to see. So it's sometimes really difficult to understand the issues they are going through if you're not ready to listen. But then I will take it a step further and then action on that. It's really nice to have a youth-led board. It's really nice to have a youth advisory board. But the conclusions and advice that are coming out of that require, I would say they demand from us action so we can create a better world for them. Because it's going to be their world, and we are just managing it for the time rather badly. But I think with time, if we're listening to them a little bit more, that will be helpful. Thank you.
Boris, that's a good point. Even within the UN, I've spent 15 years here, and I can see, and I'm largely involved in, running processes that are member state facing, where I sit at the ITU, and I've seen, the delegations change in nature with more youth involvement. Of course, the definition of youth changes from country to country. So in some countries, you'll see a 35-year-old, 40-year-old youth delegate, and in some they are much younger. But still, it's getting younger, the age of the delegation. And also, we've had specific consultations with youth on so many of these topics that I've seen, earlier being just decided in closed meetings among, traditional set of delegates. So hopefully it's all changed for the better. But thank you very much. And I can assure you there is no angel sitting next to me.
That's good.
They're calling you an angel, man. Okay, so so let me go to Courtney. Courtney, over to you.
Well, thank you very much. And just at the outset, I think it's valuable to think about the concept of our conversation today, policymaking with children. And I respect that many of our conversations today are about how we ensure that children's voices are at the center of laws and regulation. But when we're talking about the digital environment, let's be perfectly honest, there are multi-layers of what policy is made and what it means to have policy made by tech providers that equally impacts the ability of children to unlock their potential, their rights in the digital environment. It's also worth just stating the fundamental reality that the digital environment was not designed for children. And we now have to recognize how significant a role it plays in their lives. Microsoft has a long-standing commitment to child online safety. And we also recognize the need to think and evolve from a protection mode to truly in empowering youth voices as to how they can unlock their potential through tech. Microsoft has a suite of products and services that intersect with children from their gaming lives, their social lives, to their economic and educational opportunities of the future. And we think it's pretty critical to understand at the core how children are using our technology to better design it to fit their needs. First and foremost, I probably have to thank every single other panelist here because the work you've done has informed how we think about product design and build it in through our standard. Whether it's recently a conversation with Amanda in Australia, reminding me that, as a parent, how well does it go when you give a list of thou shall nots? The top 10 things not to do online does not exactly inspire the young people to think about how to unlock their potential, and has had a huge impact on me reshaping how we think about that. Giving you 2 concrete examples about how we put this into practice. Microsoft has convened 3 councils for digital good over the past couple years, and I really respect exactly what you said. We structure that intentionally to be a conversation. We thought at the first outset it was important to create a baseline understanding with our young people ages 13 to 17, how we think about privacy, safety, and cybersecurity, and how that's built into our products. But with that baseline, bring it on. Tell us how you engage with our services and our apps and how those can better achieve what you want. They did have a final project, and actually one of the most wonderful parts of my job has been reviewing some of those final projects. They were responsible for saying what they wanted their digital life to look like in 5 years, and then how do we together co-create that reality. And one of the most fascinating things was their sense of responsibility to their friends and their peers. They understood that maybe they had not reported something they'd seen online, but now they understood they were doing it for their community. The feedback we also got, we should learn, because we obviously own a gaming platform, that kids learn through play. And so one of our releases just about 7 months ago, Home Sweet is a fun and educational way to introduce young people to online safety within Minecraft, where they already spend a bunch of time. I had to be told why it's called Home Sweet That's because I'm not an average Minecraft user. But you may know that the Minecraft iconic villagers don't speak, but rather grunt But in the CyberSafe adventure, this sound is also intended to represent that pause, to think about what it means to make sure you are setting the tone for what you want for your online future. So we think through play, when we get that active engagement, we can better help bring that to life.
Thank you, Courtney. Again, I'm using him as a subject. Yes, that is true. Minecraft, you do. Yeah. But, about a decade and a half ago, I was also involved in the Child Online Protection Initiative for a few years. Microsoft has been a steady partner of this initiative over many years. So, thank you very much for that. All right. Hillary. Hillary Bakery, Associate Program Officer on Youth Innovation and Technology from the Office of the SG's Envoy on Youth. Hilary, thank you for being here. So let me pose the question I have for you. So together with the ITU, and thank you for highlighting ITU's work, Amanda. So I know my colleagues have been working hard, and so also a shout out to Carla and Fanny for the the new release yesterday. So okay, Hilary. So together with the ITU, your colleagues present here today, and many more partners from the UN, NGO, academic, and ICT sectors, you're working on POP, the protection through online participation. So can you share some insights about this initiative? Give us some ideas on how children and youth can be part of the solution with regards to violence against children and violence online?
Hello.
Yeah.
Yes. No, yeah, thank you so much for the question. It's been very exciting journey actually to be part of POP with ITU, the Office of the SRSGs on Violence Against Children, working together with Amanda, Bruce, and many of their colleagues are in the room. So as you mentioned, the initiative is called Protection Through Online Participation. We call it POP for short. Very youth-friendly, children-friendly in terms of name. And I believe the name also really speaks for itself, right? It has a vision of a world where children and youth can leverage from the internet, can leverage from digital platforms to safely access protection support, either from official services or from their peers. And we often hear a lot about how the internet brings harm, or there's a lot of risks that comes with digital platforms. I think with this initiative, we're taking a slightly different approach. We want to explore the other part of that narrative, right? We want to explore how internet and online platforms could be used to, do good impact, to empower, to create solutions that can help children and young people to stay safe. And with this initiative, we're actually doing a series of mapping. One of the mapping exercise that we are looking into is we're looking into seeing how young people and children are using the internet itself to access protection support. But second, and I think this is one of the key unique aspect of the initiative, is that we're looking into the role of peer-to-peer support. So really looking into children-led solutions and initiative, youth-led solutions and initiative. And I think it was mentioned a little bit by Boris as well, how crucial this is. So we asked young people from around the world a few months ago to share and participate in this mapping exercise, and through the survey we learned that the majority of young people, as obviously we assume, use online system and online platforms to seek support when they're feeling scared, when they're feeling unsafe or experiencing harm. And then majority of them either find this by themselves or actually through their peers. So this power of young people and children understanding themselves, understanding other children and young people, I think that really speaks for itself, right? Like no one understands children and young people better than themselves. And then I am now a millennial, and then going at the end of my late 20s, and then I cannot speak on behalf of Gen Zs who are a few years younger than me. So I think there's also, it's important to acknowledge that the power of that peer-to-peer support system matters. And from that finding as well, we learned that not only that young people and children have the agency to navigate this challenge when they're feeling scared or when they're experiencing risks in terms of harm and violence, but they also believe in the solutions and initiatives that their peers created. And funny enough, when we ask young people and children if they know who made these solutions, if they know who made this platform, not many of them are actually aware if children and young people are part of the solutions that created this platform. But when we ask if children and young people should be involved in the design and the creation and the development of the solutions, the majority of them, I think nearly 80% of them, really believe that young people and children of their age should be involved, right? So I think there was a little bit of this perspective also mentioned by Courtney earlier on, like the importance of involving youth directly. And then I think Amanda spoke a little bit also on meaningfully engaging young people and children into the process. So with this initiative, we really want to highlight the importance of recognizing children and youth as partners. And I think the UN has been doing a lot of advocacy on this in recognizing youth potentials, children's potentials, not just, again, as observers or stakeholders to be consulted, but actually really recognizes their expertise and their their role as equal partners that have that can directly shapes the work that we're doing. So I think it's exciting actually to hear some of the examples that colleagues here mentioned and how they've been through their institution engaging children directly, engaging young people directly, and hopefully through this initiative, what we can recommend that that should be the norm and not the exception. So yeah.
Thanks, Hilary. Just a side question: when you conduct all these surveys, do you see significant differences in, the eagerness of children to respond from different parts of the world? Do you see a lot of geographic diversity in, voicing their opinion, or is it more often than not more uniform?
Yes. No, I think you'll be able to see also the more in details in terms of the insights that the survey has later. But even from the survey, we could primarily also already see that not only there is a difference between access to for children and youth to actually contribute to the survey. That itself is we could see like in some regions we have more young people and children participate in this, while the others, as we already know, with the reality of digital divide, they might not have the same access to contribute to the survey. But also in terms of age, right? When we saw some of the findings, the preliminary findings of the survey, we noticed that a lot of the young people who are probably older than younger children or younger adolescents, they would not hesitant in kind of sharing like, yes, we should be involved in this process. They wouldn't, they didn't have as much hesitation to voice out their frank opinions about this. And I think that itself also really speaks that you cannot engage with children and youth as a monolith. Like they're not, you cannot group them as the same group. Every children and every youth has their own live realities, live experience, and I think it's important to recognize that and also recognize their individual agencies. And yeah.
Thank you. So let me go to the second round of questions. Again, 3 minutes. This time, let me just start with Courtney. So, as a tech leader focused on safety, can you share with us your perspective on the opportunities for young children, young people online, including to seek help and support?
Yes, I think we've touched a little bit about this in round one, but we're been very happy to be participating and thinking about what is the current study of the research out there in terms of how young people turn to digital technologies to seek help. First, the literature out there really does help us understand that young people, particularly ages 13 to 17, are more likely to go online to seek help, just as the poll results that Hilary here shared, much more so than adults who are in mental distress. And yet, if you look at the information out there, we have designed it. It is accessible really with an adult voice in mind. There is a true opportunity to think about how to provide meaningful, just-in-time engagement with young people seeking mental health help. And I think there's a real, true opportunity to be unlocked in this new AI moment to think about what it means for an adolescent mental health opportunity. Second, we know that the best way is through personalization. And if we think about both what the opportunities that AI can present in terms of personalizing learning and education materials for children, I think we really will see a better opportunity for technology to do where sometimes even our standard curriculum could not, thinking about what it means to provide learning opportunities for a neurodiverse audience. These are the potentials. Now, how do we get there? And I think that is truly what we're talking a lot about right now. If we build those with the child voice at the center, we do see the future opportunities for technology to really be at a point that we can unlock this differently. I will also acknowledge, I think it helps right now to help parents and caregivers really understand the different phases of young people engaging with technology. So for example, as we launch our gaming safety toolkit around the globe, we have been personalizing it for each market. Yesterday, I helped launch it in Singapore. But we talked to parents and caregivers about the different conversations you want to be having with children, yes, 0 to 5, and maturing from there about how you understand children are using technology and being age appropriate in those conversations. It's just worth noting that as a parent, that is a hard thing to do if you do this job daily. It does mean getting in there and co-play and co-understand how they're using technology. Just as we think about how we help our children understand the world, we need to be thinking about how they play through technology. Lastly, there was a big question on the table, and I think one of the most interesting things we've seen through surveys from kids is the challenge they feel in the misinformation and disinformation space online. They understand the overwhelming nature of what's coming at them and want the tools to help better understand and make rational decisions about the information they're coming in contact with. There are opportunities to do that as we really think about content provenance and other spaces in generative AI, but if we don't do that, thinking about what the information is communicating effectively to young people, I don't think will really help navigate that new world order in the generative AI context.
Thank you, Courtney. Actually, you gave me two interesting pieces of information among all the things you said. One is that children are more open to asking for help online, which is an eye-opening statistic. And second is you gave some very good examples of the potential of AI to do good, because obviously the conversation is all on governance, which are important conversations to have, the guardrails that are needed for generative AI. But you've highlighted the good that it can do when used the right way, in a responsible way. So thank you very much.
Add the research. What you said was surprising to us. So I loved that, of course, children know that they turn online and turn to their friends for peers. We have to acknowledge that for those working at tech companies and in government, the fact that this was eye-opening for us to learn, they're willing to ask those vulnerable questions of a digital technology that we wouldn't. We now need to build that into how we think about policy.
Absolutely, absolutely, and I acknowledge that, yeah. All right, so Hilary, let me come back to you. Can you tell us a little bit about how children and young people would like to be involved? What are they requesting us, the international community, to consider when it comes to policy making in relation to online safety?
Yes, well, the short answer is nothing about us without us. I think earlier I shared that through the mapping that the POP initiative did, young people noted that they believe youth should be part of the solution, children should be part of the solution. But even just a few days ago in the IGF Youth Summit, many youth activists and leaders also highlighted that when it comes to policymaking processes and policy implementation on cybersecurity, on online safety, on safeguarding human rights in this digital age, young people are still not included fully, right, in the decision-making table. And sometimes youth is consulted, and I think Amanda mentioned a very exciting trend that young people are consulted. There's an increasing trend in terms of meaningful engagement, but when it comes to actually making the decisions, delivering decisions, young people are not yet included as partners, as I briefly mentioned earlier. And if you look at the bigger picture, nearly half of the world's populations is actually young people. However, less than 3% of the parliamentarian members are actually under the age of 30. And I think that number speaks for itself, right? The lack of representation of youth, and even for younger youth or adults and then children specifically, right? So I think we need to change this number. We need to make these spaces available for young people. And have young people meaningfully included in the policies that really affect their lives the most, policies like on online protection, on cybersecurity, and many others. And beyond access, many of young people have not only noted that access is important, access to the policymaking process is important, but we need to make an enabling environment, right? So you can effectively contribute as partners. Like, we need to close the digital divide and make sure that everybody has access to meaningful connectivity. We have to invest in young people's and children's educations and skills, right? Not just technical and digital skills that will help them become experts and contribute substantively to the subject, but also skills that will allow them to navigate how the policymaking process looks like. And to build on this, we have to make information on policies, processes not only transparent, but also accessible, right, to every layers of community, both children, young people, and not accessible in terms of just language, but also taking into account what is the cost to access informations, disability inclusion, and many other factors that could help it to become a more inclusive process for both children and youth. And lastly, I think many young people have also voiced out that they are all also working in this sector as well. Many of them are young innovators, many of them are young people in STEM, or even contributing to policy process in regional or national level. I think really just reiterating what I've been saying, it's important to acknowledge them as partners and experts in this, again, so that they could have an equal footing in this conversation. Yeah.
Thank you very much. Afroz, the next question is for you. We've heard what children and young people are asking for, but in practice, how can we actively involve children in policy making that concern them? And can you provide some examples, good practices or lessons learned from successful initiatives meaningfully involving children in policy making?
Yeah, thank you. I think I'm going to pick up a lot of what Hilary just mentioned. I just want to point to another general comment of the Committee on the Rights of the Child, which is number 12, which actually talks about child participation. And I think this is really important when we're thinking about what makes effective child participation. And they talk about all processes in which children are heard and participate. They've got nine basic requirements. So 1, that they're transparent and informative. 2, that they're voluntary. 3, that they're respectful, child-friendly, inclusive, supported by training. I think it's a big one. It's not just something that happens. The people that are facilitating, the children that are participating need to be supported by training. Another really important one, safe and sensitive to risk, recognizing that it's not always a safe process to engage children on some of these sensitive issues, and sometimes even when it seems like it is fine, things can come up, so being ready for that. And then very importantly, accountability, so being accountable as well. So I'm just going to share 2 quick examples in my, I don't know how many minutes I've got left, very few, that strive to kind of embody those requirements. And so they're examples from my colleagues around the world. So firstly, in Tunisia, where children's voices have helped shape the first ever National Plan of Action on Child Online Protection. And the impetus for this plan actually came from children. It came from a qualitative study with children about their online experiences. And there was a series of focus group discussions around the country with girls and boys aged 11 to 17, taking place, in different parts of the country. So really trying to make it accessible, and inclusive. And children were consulted not only for the input into the plan of action, but also to kind of validate and provide feedback on the draft plan of action. Children that were involved in the consultations, it wasn't just your usual kids on school councils or, a convenient sample of children, but children who were in school but also out of school, and those also living in alternative care, so even in residential care facilities. And I think there were a lot of insights from that process that wouldn't have been garnered if it had just been an adult-led process, just insights as to, the topics that were most important for kids, and privacy and data protection, coming out really strongly. The kids shared preferences on how they want to receive information, be it peer-led initiatives or online or school programs. So it was a process in which children could not only kind of voice their concerns, but also help shape the measures that the country is now going to take. The second example, which I'll summarize very quickly, is from the Philippines, where there's actually a long-standing practice of child participation that's being refined and kind of improved over time. So our colleagues at UNICEF recently supported a series of consultations to inform the new National Plan of Action on Children. And they've used similar methodologies for informing other pieces of legislation, including the recent legislative instrument on online exploitation and also one on child marriage. So just some kind of success factors around the methodology. The facilitators are young people, so they're not older adults. They're adults, but they're younger adults in the scheme of things. And they're young adults that have been trained, over years and, supported in this process. The facilitators are also from the communities in which children are from, right? So there's already trust, and there's already, a relationship there that yeah, it makes it more accessible as well. There's minimal adult intervention, or I should say older adult intervention, so that children can, you know, if they feel safe to voice their perspectives, they're not intimidated, they're not influenced. Interestingly, there was also programming for the parents and caregivers to the side, right? Because, you know, it's not always that easy to, you know, gather children and consult children. Well, what are the parents going to do during that time? So there was programming to the side to engage them in parallel sessions. There was an emergency response plan in place for safeguarding, and there were social workers ready in case there were disclosures. And in fact, there were disclosures from participation. Just quickly, the methodology was child-friendly, so a lot of games in terms of inclusivity. A lot of diverse groups of children were involved, children with disabilities, children who were in alternative care, children in street situations. But you can't just bring all these kids from all these different situations together without some careful planning, thought, preparation. And what I loved when my colleagues were telling me about this was that they wanted every child to go home feeling like they were seen and heard through that process. And that really stood out to me as, you know, kind of a principle. And I think just to close up, some of the lessons learned, especially from colleagues in the Philippines who have been, you know, working on evolving these practices of child participation, is that it takes resources, it takes funding, it takes deliberate investment in kind of the capacity of facilitators over time. So some of the young people that are now facilitators were actually consulted, you know, at times during their childhood. So there was that nice kind of building of that capacity over time. So I'll leave it there. Thank you.
Thanks, Afros. Very interesting information. I think we 15 minutes, so we'd like to have at least 6-7 minutes of Q&A, if not more. So let me quickly move on to Boris. Boris, so you've concretely worked with the ITU to draft national strategies on child online protection in several countries. Can you tell us a bit more about this work and how it positively affects children's well-being online?
Thank you. I think that's the best part of my job, honestly, from the last 10 years that I've been doing that. I'm going to call this a love letter to your government. Whoever government is looking at this and listening for the last 3 days of IGF, and you're wondering, where am I supposed to start? What am I supposed to do? ITU, in-country national assessment, is where you should start. So basically, the principle is if you apply and discuss it with ITU, you'll get the support. The worst part of that support, you're going to meet me, but everything else is awesome. So National Child-Only Safety Assessment. I honestly urge each and every one of them, especially the government representatives listening to this, that you consider applying for this. This includes a comprehensive assessment of the existing situation, the development of a national strategy, and then the action plan, the much-needed action plan with recommendations based on global best practices. I had the pleasure of visiting many countries, and the difference of 50 to 100 miles does in culture, approach, consideration, and data behind it is just remarkable, marking that we can have global solutions, but we need local adaptations, and they need to be carefully managed. With this, you not only enhance your national policies, standards, and mechanisms that you can ensure the safety and well-being of children in the digital realm, but for all children in the entire country. I heard a lot of words in the IGF in the last, power words in the last couple of days of inspiration, speakers of many paradigms, new shifts, and I love it. But I come from not-for-profit sector. We are there for impact and action. So the time is now that you can apply for that. And I think this is the first step for any government official and considering where to start. This is a beautiful first step. And you need to take that step as a responsible government to understand where you are right now so you can understand where you want to go. Do not leave children of your countries just behind by not adapting simple actions that have wide-reaching consequences to protect them literally immediately while we are doing the assessment. I'm going to tell you a little bit what it is. And all of us, but especially anybody working in the government, have a duty to protect children in your country, and we want to help you with that, and pretty much that is it. Let us help you skip years, and in some countries, decades of stumbling in the dark, and endangering children by your lack of knowledge and experience and just awareness of the global best practices, or what to do and how to skip some of those issues, please do reach out to ITU to start the process, and we can together create a better and safer environment for all children in your country, but for all children in the world then afterwards. So but by working together, we can build that environment. But we have to understand that while understanding the issues on a global scale, we need to understand that each of those issues is represented really differently in each of the countries. So how does it look? It's rather simple. After the application process starts with the ITU, there's research that goes on first, and we love to do that research because we send it at the same time to children and parents. And some of the questions are the same, but the parents and children don't know that they're the same question. So in some countries, parents would say that 80% of parents feel that their children will always talk to them if they found any issues online, and then 10 to 20% of children would really speak to them. So it's really evident from the get-go that we as adults have a totally different picture of what is happening on the ground. Then happens the interviews, and I think that is the best advantage of this process, because we do a multi-stakeholder interview, which is basically a marathon interview of 12 to 14 hours a day with every part of the government, NGO, industry, stakeholders, every part of the internet society in each country, representing and asking them similar questions, or sometimes even exactly the same, to see those different perspectives, then combining that into a report, then providing the positive examples on a global scale, and literally at the moment of an interview, you can find the gap. In some countries, child sexual abuse material was illegal to distribute and to download, and stop there. Then we asked a simple question, what about possession? I said, it's not in the law. So we just added one word in the law, and suddenly the police could have an action. In another country, they were really proud that they have a cyberbullying law, but the cyberbullying law only applied if you are cyberbullying a child in your own school. So if you're cyberbullying a child in a different school, the law doesn't apply. Many, many, many other kind of simple solutions or simple fixes to maybe some good-willing actions that are already being made were literally seen in a couple of hours, if not in a couple of days. So this is like a bespoke assistance done by experts in a most sensitive way, especially listening to the voices on the ground, at the same time interviewing and listening to children, going to schools, and as well shaping putting their experiences through the report as well to shine through. And I think if you're thinking about doing anything, especially after this wonderful IGF, I honestly believe this is a great first step, and we can only, like that, I think in that way, create a better and safer internet for us all by thinking globally, but looking at how to implement it locally. Thank you.
Thanks, Boris, and again, thanks for highlighting this important work of the ITU, but of course, we wouldn't have been able to successfully do it without partners such as you, and all of you are on the table, so thanks again. So I think this is the last question, and it's to Amanda. So you're currently working with the ITU to involve children in the development process of national strategies related to child online protection. So can you share a little bit more about this effort and what you're expecting to gain from it?
Yeah, sure. So, I am indeed leading a piece of work with the ITU around the development of national child task forces in 5 countries to support the development of national strategies on the ground, which is a really exciting piece of work that I'm very happy to be part of. But it builds on a previous piece of work going back 2 years now, when the E-Safety Commissioner in Australia commissioned the Young and Resilient Research Centre that I direct to design a national task force to guide the government about online safety policy and programming across the country. And so what we did was we worked with a group of young people aged 10 to 18 to really dig deep into their experiences of online safety, but also of online safety interventions, to get a really sort of like nice deep snapshot of the strengths and limitations of all of the good work that's going on. And you know, the E-Safety Commission was very, very invested in doing this work so that they could really understand whether or not their messaging was hitting the mark, and whether or not there were any sort of impacts emanating from some of their interventions. And certainly we did come across those, but also young people in that study gave us a really strong reality check on just where messaging is failing to land. They really reacted very strongly to top-down messaging, the list of don'ts. We all know that, don't we, from our interactions with children in our everyday lives. But also they really spoke passionately about the ways that they felt that they had this expertise that could be channeled meaningfully into policy making processes. So then we worked with them after we'd identified the strengths and limitations of the messaging and programming. We then worked with them to co-design a national youth advisory. And one of the beautiful things about this process this time around was that the old people, like myself, I'm never the youngest person in the room, Boris, the old people, like myself, were not face-to-face with young people. We trained a team of youth researchers, sort of around the age 18 to 20, to implement this work. And wow, did it really, it was a complete game changer, because those young people opened up in ways we just hadn't seen before. So that was really, really exciting, and subsequently we've gone on to design a youth co-research toolkit to support young researchers to be part of teams, and I'm happy to share a link to that if anybody would like it. But out of this process, we've got a sort of young people designed a mechanism, if you like, whereby there's a group of young people who are diverse. They're appointed over a 2-year period, and they guide and shape the government's approaches to online safety policy and programming. It's early days yet. We have only just started to implement that program, and indeed it was implemented rather more quickly when a federal politician took a liking to it than we had anticipated. So we're sort of, we're just working out some of the bumps and roadblocks. But now what we hope is that we can now translate this process, working with people on the ground in different countries, to culturally adapt this process and to create an ongoing mechanism for children to feed into that process of developing national strategies in their various countries. So I think what I would say is that I think it's very, very encouraging to see that so many different entities, from Microsoft to national governments, to NGOs, embracing advisory mechanisms to guide their work. I think, though, let's not rest on our laurels. It's really wonderful to have these mechanisms, but we need to make sure that they stay fresh and that they remain open to young people's insights and perspectives, because they can get ritualistic, they can become kind of tick the box, as I said in an earlier panel today, tick the box kind of mechanisms. And so and I think we need to remember too that not all young people's experiences can be appropriately reflected through formal advisory mechanisms, right? So I think 2 things we should be thinking about in particular. The first is to level up on Boris's challenge, not just to actually respond to children's and young people's insights, which is absolutely important, but really to reflect on our own processes, to think about the ways that we run things as adults in a quite closed door sort of way often, to reflect on our processes of decision making and to really expand those and make new spaces for young people to become part of an ongoing real-time conversation, rather than the thing that we do when we need some input, right? How do we embed it? For example, could there be young people shadowing important decision makers, guiding them on what children and young people might like to do, etc. Right, so things to think about there. So how do we transform our institutions so that young people can genuinely influence the agenda? But also, how could we use our products and platforms to be seeking young people's input on issues that relate to policy in a really everyday way that taps into their everyday interactions, right? How can we sort of seek their input, make spaces for people's input to be channeled through to the decision-making process inside organisations? So I think, like I say, I'm really excited and encouraged to see the ways that these youth participation models are being embraced around the world. It's just so fabulous to see how far we've come in the last decade, when we really were incredibly focused on protection and not really thinking about these questions of participation. But you know, I think also let's continue to think creatively about participation. Let's not rest, and let's just think of this question of participation as one we won't resolve, and we have to keep paying attention to as things unfold. Thank you.
So thanks, Amanda. Your call for action was a good closure to the formal set of questions. So let me open it up for Q&A. I think we can take 5 minutes. So I have an online question, so let me start with that. Question to the UN Youth Envoy and ITU's plan to empower young minds against cyberbullying. Would you take that?
Thank you. I think we had a chance to see the full question that was shared online, and thank you so much also for sharing that. If I'm not mistaken, I think the question also highlighted that many young people have been working on solutions that address solutions that helps other young people and children to navigate cybersecurity and whatnot. So I think it's actually exciting to see a real life example of that. It would be really great actually for if you are a young person or children or adolescent who's working on these solutions to be in touch with us. I think if the online moderators could help out, perhaps we can pop on the link of our actually initiative Protection Online Participation, because we actually want to not only hear from you, but also learn from you specifically. How have you been building the solutions? Why did you decide to make these solutions? And really learn from your expertise as children and young people with lived experience and who are navigating through these challenges of cybersecurity and online protection. And we want to partner with you, as we indicated earlier in the panel, that it is important to recognize you as partners. So actually, if you would be open to connecting with us, that would be really great. And then perhaps the online moderators can help share the link how you can get in touch with us. And then also, I think just a quick shout out again to ITU and the other interagency partners like the SRSG's Violence Against Children, and also UNICEF, who has so many resources that has been building capacity of children and people to contribute into this space as well.
Yeah. Thank you, Elriana. In fact, the online moderator, if there are other questions that are being posed online, I just don't have access to that. So please, ask for the mic and you can read out the questions. Meanwhile, anyone here who... yeah, please.
Hi everyone, I'm Maristela from the Philippines. So I'm just wondering, based on your interactions with the youth and the children, did they say anything about age verification? Because adults like us can't seem to find the perfect solution to age verification. Do they think that we even need age verification online? Or is awareness raising, education is enough to make sure that they will not access illegal or harmful content online? Thank you.
I'll try to be quick and give space to others. It's a wonderful question, and thank you so much. I think over 17 countries I had the pleasure of speaking with children. They do not want content that is not intended for them in their spaces, and sometimes that is evidenced by data. A significant proportion of children encounter content of adult content or any other abuse content unwillingly. That's the problem. That's step number one. Step number two, we as adults do have to implement protections for children, whether they consider, and we should consider their opinions about it, just because the internet and the content there is not created for children. So we need to find the way how to make it safer. Unfortunately, the solution to age verification is $1 million question, another one. But I think we will get there, and we will find a way to do so, but we will get there with children, because those spaces need protection so they can feel safe and they can feel protected. So yeah, I hope that helps a bit.
Oh, I would just add quickly that that when we spoke to children in 27 countries for the General Comment 25, they were very, very clear with us that they wanted better protections online. They were also equally clear with us that they want their data to be protected, and they want to know how their data is being protected and why. So our solutions around age assurance, age verification need to balance these tensions, obviously. But I think also they were also quite clear with us that systems that are set up to prevent them doing things are often an invitation to subvert them. So I think we also need to think through the implications of protecting children through these kinds of mechanisms, and to think about, actually, does that keep a child safe all the time? Or does it make them unsafe in ways that we then can't deal with? So I think there's a very complex set of questions there that we need to work through, and as Boris says, in partnership with children.
Thanks. Yeah, please. So let me first, before I give you, so I have the question now, and let me acknowledge the person who posed the question. It's Omar Farouk, a 17-year-old boy from Bangladesh who's working actively to ensure children's rights and mental health. He's the founder and president of Project OMNA, which is an AI-powered upcoming mobile project focused on children's mental health and child rights. So, okay.
Thank you to the panelists. I'm Dora from UNICEF. I just wanted to ask maybe Microsoft, but open to the other companies as well, in contexts where child participation or democratic participation is more restricted, what could be winning arguments to engage the companies to do child participation in the design, or what could be winning strategies to convince them?
That is a great question, and you opened a new window in my brain to acknowledge. And it's interesting because we have, as I mentioned before, Microsoft had previously convened councils for digital good and leveraged this as an important mechanism to have a conversation about how to think about safety design. As we've thought about how to scale, we really had taken a step back and said we want to work with existing organizations who think day in, day out about how to engage child participation and leverage their understanding and the information they can gather as we think about product and safety by design. So our expectation is that we should be doing that with the NGO community and the academic community, who are building in, everyone here has said, the fundamental principles that we need to be thinking about to meaningfully engage children, that we are representative, that we are doing it in a safe environment, that they have the trust. And we've had that moment of, okay, that's how we should be leveraging the ecosystem. I think we need child voices and participation at both layers. I'm sorry, they have to influence. And one thing that I failed to mention before, we had thought about our child participation and the councils to inform, yes, product design, but we opened up the door to have them talk directly to regulators, so that it really was the true multi-stakeholder engagement that we wanted to hear out of those voices, whether that was with Ofcom or Archon, so that was, they knew that they should be influencing all rules that impact them, from a regulatory and a legal perspective to the rules of the road set by companies.
Okay, I'm getting a signal that we are run out of time. So let me quickly close by thanking our speakers. It was a fantastic panel. So Afroz, Amanda, Boris, Courtney, Hillary, thank you very much. I guess one takeaway that which is very clear is the influence of children in not only the design of the online spaces is unquestioned. It's also important that we as decision makers, as product makers, as we make sure that the voices are properly heard and taken into account meaningfully. So again, thank you very much. Let's probably end quickly with a round of applause for the speakers. And we hand over the room to the next set of people.
Tokyo to do a series of government meetings tomorrow, but actually and some academic meetings tomorrow. So, and then fly tomorrow evening home to Seattle. Yes. Thank you. Thank you. I know. We really do. I'm excited about it though, including. I want to have a conversation with We Protect about thinking about how they could potentially be a convening. But then that is, to me, I think so. So starting with Ian and saying, like, what do you think? That's my instinct after our conversation. I'll start there, but then I say it at the, like, we need the voices helping regulators realize they're making. They're answering one question without answering what we just talked about. How's that? The right? Like, it's like, right? Her question unpacked it. Like, what do they think about age verification? Like, but why age verification? Right? Thank you. Yeah. Love this. Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness. Yeah. You can be honest.
Matt's moderation was boring because he was reading a script, but the answers were all very good. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you. I know, correct. I was thinking, like, oh my God, my children would not have sat there. 10 and 8. Yeah. Oh yes. And you know, say that I always say
So, where should I sit? I see. Okay, so this one, okay. That's fine. Okay, hi everybody in the room. We just need to reserve 1 or 2 spots here, but otherwise the table is open, so please feel free to join us at the table. Don't have to sit in the gallery. This is a round table after all. Peter, are you going to lurk in the corner over there, or you want to join us at the table? Can I just do a check for our panelists online? Dr. Ranawana, are you there? Can you hear us? Oh, okay, now we can see you.
I am here.
Oh,
Yeah.
perfect. Thank you. And we've got Alain, are you there? Yes. Can you unmute, please, so that we can...
Oh, apologies for that. I was speaking on mute.
Perfect.
Yeah, good morning to you all, and good day to whatever part of the world you're connecting from.
Okay, great. Thank you so much. All right, we'll get started. Still some seats at the table. Feel free to join us at the table if you wish. I think we'll get started here. Okay. Good afternoon, everyone in Kyoto. Good morning, good afternoon, or good evening for those of you joining online. It's great to have you all with us. This session is on AI is coming, are countries ready or not? And this week has been full of AI-related events, and I'm grateful that you've still got the stamina to join us for this one. This is a discussion that we really want to bring forward on how countries in different stages of their digital transformation effort are taking the opportunity or trying to figure out the challenges around adopting artificial intelligence for the purpose of their national development process. And so looking forward to a good conversation on this. My name is Robert Opp, and I'm the Chief Digital Officer from the United Nations Development Program. UNDP, for those of you who are not aware, is essentially a big development arm of the UN system. We have presence in 170 countries. We work across many different thematic areas, including governance, climate, energy, resilience, gender, etc., all for the purpose of poverty eradication. And our work in digital really stems from that, because it is about how do we embrace the power of digital technology in a responsible and ethical way that puts people and their rights at the center of technological support for the development. Just to set a few words of context, I think obviously AI, especially with the advent of generative AI, has just exploded into the public consciousness around what is potentially available for countries in terms of the power of technology. And as we are in terms of this, the state of, let's say, a pivotal point of history, 3 weeks ago we celebrated the SDG Summit. It marks the halfway point to the Sustainable Development Goals. We are not on track for the Sustainable Development Goals, unfortunately. Only 15% of the targets have actually been achieved. Some work that we, together with the International Telecommunication Union did in a report that was released called the SDG Digital Acceleration Agenda, we found that 70% of the SDG targets could actually be positively impacted with the use of technology. And I have to say, during that week of the high-level segment a few weeks back of the General Assembly, there was a lot of discussion around digital transformation overall, the power of technology, and particularly, like here, the interest, I might say the buzz around artificial intelligence and what might it do. But it's not so straightforward for countries to know what to do, where to turn, for countries who don't have necessarily all of the foundations, who are not aware of the models out there. And so the conversation today is really about how do we, what situation are countries in now, and what might we do to support countries as they embrace AI? What can countries also do to reach out and organize themselves with the support of others? And I think it's important to note that our view on this is really based in the opportunity. A number of discussions this week have focused on the potential negative impacts of artificial intelligence, which is correct because there are lots of concerns. But on the positive side, when we look at this as UNDP, there is tremendous potential opportunity here to embrace AI and really make significant progress against the SDGs. And so the conversation today is about how to do that in a responsible and ethical way. But we're going to focus a little bit more on the opportunity than the sort of doom and gloom end of humanity view. Not that that's not important, but okay. So to join us today and joining us today, and for really kind of giving some texture to this roundtable, we've got a few fire starter speakers with us, and we're very grateful to have a great mix of people that can really speak to this issue. So we have Dr. Romesh Ranawana, who's the chairman of the National Committee to Formulate AI Policy and Strategy for Sri Lanka. That was an entity that was established by the president this year. We have joining us soon, hopefully, in the chair beside me, which is still empty, Dr. Alison Gilwald, who's the executive director of Research ICT Africa, which is a digital policy and regulatory think tank based in South Africa. We have Denise Wong with us, who's Assistant Chief Executive within the Data Innovation and Protection Group at Singapore's Infocom Media Development Authority, IMDA. We have Galia Daur, who's a policy analyst within the Digital Economy Policy Division at OECD's Directorate for Science, Technology, and Innovation. And we have Alain Indashamaye, I'm sorry, Alain, if I haven't got all of the syllables of your last name in there, who's the project lead of the Artificial Intelligence Machine Learning of the Center for the Fourth Industrial Revolution based in Rwanda. And so my plan here is that we'll go through some initial comments from all of our speakers, and then we do want to turn this over to you as well. I'm also going to make just a couple remarks from the UNDP side and some of the work that we're doing in this space as well just before we go to Q&A. But the offer to join us at the table is still open for those of you who'd like to come, because it is a round table. All right, with that, let's go to our first speaker, and you know, the setting here, or the overall question is, you know, are countries ready for AI? What are you seeing on the ground? And what have the experiences been so far in building open, inclusive, trusted digital ecosystems that can support AI? And to speak first, I'm going to turn to Dr. Romesh Ranawana from Sri Lanka. Dr. Ranawana, the floor is yours.
Thank you so much, Robert, and good morning, good afternoon to all. As you mentioned, Sri Lanka has just embarked on this journey of trying to improve AI readiness and bring the benefits of AI to to the general population. But what we are faced here as a country with very low level of AI readiness and AI capacity is quite a gargantuan task. Mainly because the AI revolution is just starting, and if you look at where other countries are, we are significantly behind, and we need to catch up to make sure that we bring the benefits of AI both to the people and our economy as well. And something that we've seen happening around the world over the last few years is that I think most countries have realized that building AI readiness, building AI capacity cannot be done at a at a at the corporate level or the private sector level or by a few universities. It's been accepted now that it's got to be a national level initiative that needs to take this forward. And we've seen most of the developed countries have have uh, have formulated national AI strategies over the last few years, and most of the middle income countries as well, especially over the last 2 years, have formulated policies. So in Sri Lanka, what we have is a strange situation where we have lots of engineers who are capable of building AI systems, and we did a study recently where we found that just over the last year, there have been more than 300 projects in our universities conducted by university students on AI. But the problem that we have is that very few of these systems, or none of these systems, are actually going into production. They are stopping at the stage where it's a proof of concept or a research paper, but it's not really going into society and actually causing benefits. So our challenge here was, how do we create an ecosystem where not only is the research done, but also for some of these benefits to be brought out into government services, into building economy, to making food production more efficient, bringing it into education and things like that. Now, the challenge that we have, and we are very fortunate that the government took the initiative to set up the presidential task force to look at national AI policy, and our current trajectory is to launch the policy in November, and then a strategy which will come up with the execution plan for the policy, which will come out in April 2024. But the challenge with AI is the fact that AI is a general purpose technology. AI can affect just about any sector, from education to health sector to the national economy, government services. And as a country with limited resources, our challenge was, how do we pick the battles that we want to address initially with our AI policy? We can't do everything because our resources are limited, and this is quite a Herculean task. And as the general guidelines for how we want to approach this was, we had three main pillars that we were looking at. First, what were those foundation elements that we need to put in place to build up AI readiness and AI capacity? Number two, what are those specific applications and specific areas that we need to focus on that will cause immediate impact and also impact on the medium term? And third is also set up the regulatory environment on how we are going to protect our citizens from the negative impacts of AI as well. And for this, once again, the scope is unlimited on what we can do, and we've been very fortunate that the UNDP stepped in and has started working on an AI readiness assessment for Sri Lanka, which will be the foundation of setting out those parameters on what we need to look at for what should be our main priorities and focus areas for the AI strategy that we are developing. So the AI readiness assessment at the moment is underway, and this AI readiness assessment will evaluate our strengths, our weaknesses, and the opportunities that lie ahead for Sri Lanka in terms of AI. So as we stride forward, our eyes are set on fostering an open and inclusive digital ecosystem that will not only withstand the shockwaves of the AI revolution, but also harness its potential for the greater good of our people. It's not going to be an easy task. I mean, developing a policy and a strategy is one thing, but I think the key element for Sri Lanka is how we are going to execute on this. and also do this in such a way that it's sustainable, where this policy is not going to be put aside when governments change or the priorities of the government change. So that's something that we are also looking at on how we can approach that. But really, our focus at the moment is first identifying our boundaries. What should the AI policy in Sri Lanka initially focus on? And then from there onwards, building on where we are going to go. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Dr. Ranawana. Fascinating questions to be asked, and I'm sure shared with a number of other countries. We're going to go to our next speaker, Denise Wong of IMDA in Singapore. And, Singapore has done a lot very quickly, I would say, in the AI space. And, we're aware of some of the work you've done on policy and governance and how you've really worked to include putting people at the center, taking a human-centric approach. Could you tell us a little bit more about the approach Singapore has taken and some of the things you've done to make this a human-centric endeavor?
Thanks for the question, and thank you for having me. So you're indeed right. I think our policy has always been quite an inclusive one. As part of the National AI Strategy, everything that we're doing today has really been on the back of building upon foundations about inclusion and about a high level of digital readiness and adoption within our communities. And that's really been the bedrock for all the work that we've done after that. Focusing specifically on AI governance, which is the area that I work in, we, of course, in the area of governance and regulation, you're always thinking about risks and potential of misuse, but I prefer not to see it only in that frame. A lot of it has been about what does AI mean and what does AI mean for the public good, in the public interest. And it's in that context that we see both opportunities and opportunities for our public at large, but of course with the appropriate guardrails and safety nets and implementable guidance. And thus, if I sum up our approach, it's really been about being practical and having detailed guidance to help shape norms and usage. And in doing so, we started off with a model governance framework fully aligned to OECD principles, which was very important to us to have the international alignment. And we took a multi-stakeholder approach in developing that. We also took a fairly international approach in doing that. We got feedback from more than 60 companies from different sectors, both domestic and international, as part of the first sort of iteration of the model governance framework. We also worked on what we call ISEGO, which is an implementation and self-assessment guide for companies, and that was actually done together with the World Economic Forum Center for the Fourth Industrial Revolution, and that helps to provide sort of practical alignment for companies with their governance practices with the model governance framework. We also put together a compendium of use cases, which contains illustrations on how local and international organizations can align and implement these practices. So it was always a fairly practical approach that we took, an organization-centric lens, and that sort of took away the sting of maybe politics or risk or existential, and really just focused on what companies could do, should do at the very sort of practical level. In the Gen AI space, I would say we've also been fairly sort of practical and industry focused. We issued a discussion paper in June focusing on Gen AI. It was framed as a discussion paper rather than a white paper because we really wanted to generate discussion. It was an acknowledgement that we didn't know all the answers. No one does. And we wrote it together with a company in Singapore so that we had both perspectives. We've also launched the AI Verify Foundation in June. It's an open source foundation. To be honest, we're also learning how to do open source foundations as we go along. But that also has an AI open source toolkit, not in Gen AI space, in the discriminative AI space, but that was really a toolkit that we wanted to build and let companies sort of take and adopt and adapt for their own use, so that sort of lowered the cost of compliance for companies. The AI Verify Foundation has over 80 companies now who've joined us from sort of all over the globe. And we did think that it was important to bring different voices to the table at the industry level, but also at the end user level, to understand what were the fears and concerns that people had on the ground. So it's been a constant sort of conversation that we've had with our public and with our companies, with international organizations, with other governments, all with the aim of, I guess, interoperability, global alignment, but also to sort of encourage a sort of open industry-focused lens. And that's sort of generally the way we have approached a lot of these issues in sort of critical emerging technologies, frontier technologies, where we may not know what the answer is. The last piece I'll say is that we've also been looking at the question of standards and benchmarking and evaluations, because a lot of that beyond the principles will be about that. What are those technical standards? And we do think that it is quite important to have international alignment on that as well. And we do sort of hope that beyond general principles, that's where a lot of where the conversation will go. Thank you.
Thank you so much. And I want to turn to our third kind of country-focused example. And we're going to go to Alain Ndayeshimaye. I'm sorry, Alain, you'll have to correct me on the pronunciation of your last name. I'm so sorry. Who works at the Center for the Fourth Industrial Revolution, based in Rwanda. And, you know, we know, as a Center for the Fourth Industrial Revolution, it's by nature a multi-stakeholder endeavor. And I guess my question for you is, what's the situation you see on the ground in Rwanda, and how can multi-stakeholder approaches help with building the capacity of local digital ecosystems to engage in AI?
Yes, thank you, moderator. Once again, let me take the opportunity to greet everyone, wherever you are in the world. Before I contribute to this esteemed panel, allow me to extend my heartfelt gratitude to the UNDP team for inviting me to be part of this dialogue. As AI continues to shape our world, the need for responsible and transparent practices has never been more pressing. AI has the potential to transform societies on a global scale, but it also brings with it inherent risks, if not developed, deployed, and managed responsibly. This calls for a multi-stakeholder approach in addressing these issues. So as introduced, my name is Alain Ndayeshimaye. I'm the project lead for AI and machine learning at the Center for the Fourth Industrial Revolution. Our work revolves around identifying governance gaps for designing, testing, and refining governance protocols and policy frameworks that can be developed and adopted by government, policymakers, and regulators just to keep up with the accelerated pace of the benefits of adopting AI while minimizing their potential risks. For Rwanda, AI is a leapfrog technology that, through appropriate design and responsible implementation, can help advance Rwanda's social and economic aspirations of becoming an upper middle income country by 2035 and a higher income country by 2050. Even more, AI as a general purpose technology holds the power to achieve the UN Sustainable Development Goals. In addition, AI has been identified as a driver of innovation and global competitiveness, and this is as a result of the government's dedication of harnessing the power of data, algorithm, and as a catalyst for social and economic change and transformation. So in response to the question posed to me, allow me to reference our journey in developing Rwanda's AI policy as a case study. Rwanda, often referred to as the land of 1,000 hills, is now uprising to be the land of AI innovation. With our national AI policy now formally approved, we have set forth a transformative journey. This policy isn't just a roadmap, it's a testament to Rwanda's vision and commitment to position itself as a beacon of responsible and inclusive AI on the global stage. However, its ambitious goals requires a strong foundation to build upon. And this is where we bring the concept of stakeholder collaboration at the forefront, and this is why we're established as a center. Our experience with multi-stakeholder approach has been both enlightening and transformative. Crafting and implementing our national air policy wasn't a solitary endeavor. It was a symphony of collaboration between the Ministry of ICT and Innovation of Rwanda, the Center for the Fourth Industrial Revolution, the public sector, international partners, academia, the private sector, and civil society, collaborating towards a common goal. These stakeholders brought different perspectives, experiences, and expertise, enriching the policy development process. The process of developing AI policy wasn't an inclusive and consultative one. The consultation and workshops were held, enabling stakeholders to share their insights, concerns, and ideas. By involving multiple stakeholders, the policy development process ensured transparency, accountability, and participation, resulting in a more comprehensive and robust policy framework. One of the key benefits of a multi-stakeholder approach is the diversity of perspective it brings on the table. In the case of Rwanda's AI policies, involving diverse stakeholders meant a holistic understanding of the current challenges and opportunities, resulting in a more nuanced, effective policy solution. The collaboration between stakeholders also helped build consensus and trust, fostering a sense of ownership of the policy among all stakeholders. Furthermore, multi-stakeholder approach promotes a knowledge sharing and capacity building among stakeholders, ultimately strengthening local digital ecosystems. In the development of Rwanda's AI policy, stakeholders from different sectors and organizations shared experiences and knowledge, fostering learning and collaboration. This has not only resulted in a more comprehensive AI policy, but also heightened the capacity of stakeholders to effectively implement it. The multi-stakeholder approach has greatly aided Rwanda in establishing its AI strategy on a firm data governance foundation. As we all know, data serves as the lifeblood of AI, making robust data governance essential. By collaborating with stakeholders through thoughtful consultation, Rwanda's AI policy now encompasses stringent data protection and privacy guidelines, and this aligns with the principles of the recently enacted Rwanda Data Protection and Privacy Law that will help co-design, which mandates the safeguards and upholding of data privacy of anyone processing data of Rwandan residents. In conclusion, the multi-stakeholder approach has undoubtedly played a critical role in strengthening local digital ecosystems in Rwanda and building a foundation of our strategy. It has promoted collaboration, knowledge sharing, capacity building among stakeholders, resulting in a more comprehensive and effective AI policy. This approach has not only fostered inclusive and responsible development of AI, but also builds on the trust and confidence among stakeholders, promoting sustainable and inclusive growth of local digital systems. Furthermore, collaborative risk assessment informed by various stakeholders enables us to identify and mitigate any diverse AI-associated risks. Moreover, by collaborating with our international partners, we are aligned and aligned our local AI initiative with global best practices, ensuring that Rwanda is at the forefront of AI, and both locally and internationally. Thank you for the opportunity to speak. Over to you, moderator.
Thanks so much, Alain. Some really interesting observations there. And actually, the last thing you said was looking at what's happening globally. And that's actually where I'd like to turn the conversation now. We have a couple speakers who are going to talk to kind of a zoomed out perspective and sort of looking overall. So with that, I want to turn to Alison Gilwald, who is the Executive Director of Research ICT Africa. And you've been working across the African continent on some research to understand where countries are with their AI readiness. We've just heard an example from the Rwanda case, but if you zoom out a bit, what are some of the takeaways that you're seeing from the African experience so far with AI?
Thank you very much. So I think, when we speak about the digital readiness of AI, we're actually asking the same question as we did about the digital readiness for the data economy, the same questions we were asking about the digital readiness for broadband or internet, because in fact, across the continent, many of those foundational requirements are still not met. So many countries, Rwanda, Lesotho, many countries actually have now 95% plus broadband coverage, mobile coverage, high-speed broadband coverage, and yet we have less than the sort of 20% critical mass that we know to see the kind of network effects, the benefits of being online, of broadband, of associated with economic growth and those kinds of things. So there's still existing analog problems, and there are also still, enormous digital backlogs. And what our research, so we do nationally representative surveys, access and use surveys, they used to be, but now they're kind of very much more comprehensive, looking at financial inclusion and platform work and all sorts of other things. So they really give us a better sense of the maturity and what people are actually doing. Those studies are done across several countries in Africa, and what we see actually is that the real challenges around the demand side issues. So yes, the biggest barrier actually to the internet is actually the cost of the device, and there are all sorts of associated policy issues around that, and things that could be done. And then, of course, once people are online, you get this very minimal use of data, of broadband, because people can't afford it. The affordability side is actually, this is the demand side constraint. The pricing is the supply side. And that goes to our business models, our regulatory models, our lack of institutional capabilities or endowments to do some of the effective regulation you would need of these very imperfect markets. But on the real challenges are on the demand side. And, all the kind of aggregated gender data that you get that presents, this growing disparity between women and men, which is not true across all parts of the continent at all, is really around education. The thing that is driving access to education, whether you can afford that device or everything, is education. And that's from the modeling that we can do, because these are demand side, fully representative of the census frame demand side studies. And of course, associated with education is income, so people who are employed. And it's because women are concentrated amongst those who are less educated and employed. In fact, the gender, if you control for it on its own, is not necessarily a major factor. And then, of course, multiple other factors. So, the much greater factor than gender actually is rural location, location, but a number of intersectional factors that really impact people's participation. So a lot of the demand-driven new technology frontier strategies are looking at some of the supply side issues, and of course are looking at the high-level skills issues that you need, so short of data scientists or data engineers or that sort of thing. But it's actually, it's this fundamental human development challenge, but also this fundamental ecosystem, the economy and society, that really has to be addressed fundamentally if we're going to be able to address these higher level issues. So they're just questions of absorption. Even if we are thinking about trying to create public sector data sets that could be used for the public sector planning and purposes, so kind of building some public value out of this. I think that's an important point that we need to come back to, because I think a lot of the AI kind of models are driven by commercial value creation, which of course we desperately want on the continent, and the kind of innovation discourse, which of course we want on the continent, but actually to get there and to make sure that is equitable, inclusive, just, requires that some of these other factors actually drive policy. And basically the kind of absorptive capacity of your firms, the absorptive capacity of your citizenry. We see, for example, many countries with now planning AI applications for government services, which historically are, if you've got less than 20% of your population connected, then digital services become a vanity project unless you actually can get people that can you can use these services more effectively. And I think that's why this enabling environment, these foundational requirements that we have, are absolutely essential. And we speak about it a lot in terms of the infrastructure side and the human development side of things, but the enabling legal environment, the enabling human-centered, as you've called it, but rights-based environment, as we'll see as it plays out, is actually absolutely essential foundations for building this kind of environment. And so I just briefly want to touch on, because it might seem tangential to AI, but actually we think is an absolutely critical step in creating these conditions, is the African Union Data Policy Framework, which has really created this enabling environment that you need. The first half of the framework really deals with these enabling conditions. I mean, we don't call them preconditions because we don't have the luxury of getting 50% of people online, or more than the majority of your country with a digital ID, or a data infrastructure in place. So these things have to happen, but they're very strongly acknowledged. So there's a very strong component in the data policy framework that creates this enabling environment that has really leveraged the African Continental Free Trade Area in getting member states, I think, to understand that unless they have this digital underpinning for the Continental Free Trade Agreement, which is a single digital market for Africa, they're simply not going to be the beneficiaries of a common market. And I think that's allowed some leverage on that. But it's also allowed us to return to some of the challenges we've had around, a human rights framework. And I think it's a high-level principle document, but there's a commitment to progressive realization of very ambitious, and I think, absolutely laudable and good objectives that we now need to get to. There's an implementation plan, so countries can actually be supported. I think that's been our biggest challenge. I think Sri Lanka was actually speaking about the challenge of implementation being such a great one, so there's an implementation strategy now. But I think the important part is that we can we can come back to some of these foundational things that we haven't got right. There's lots of talk about a trusted environment. There are a lot of assumptions from so-called best practices from elsewhere in the world that assume institutional endowments, regulatory autonomy, competitive markets, skills and ability in these markets that simply isn't there. And I think the document importantly points out that of course, cybersecurity is important for building trust, data protection. These are necessary conditions, but they're not sufficient conditions. And so the questions around, the legitimacy of the environment that you're in, if you're wanting to build, a kind of digital or financial system that's going to engage with a common market, these kinds of things all become really important. And so it's got very kind of clear in the action plan alignment of various potentially conflicting or legacy policies that might be there. And of course, the big acknowledgement, which I will try and make the last point because I maybe just run over, but I think the issues particularly with data governance. Just put the mic a little bit closer. Sorry, the issues particularly with data governance, but have implications for AI, very strong implications for AI, are that we're setting up a lot of national plans. And of course, that's all we can do at one level. But essentially, these are globalized, and we would argue, digital public goods that we now need to govern through global governance frameworks. A lot of the things we want to do, particularly the safeguarding of harms, are very often, we've got our local companies, we try to build local companies, but 90% of the data that's extracted from Africa goes out of Africa, it goes to big tech and big companies. So these national strategies have to be located globally. And the other side of that, also from a global governance point of view, because we no longer can do this, which we would usually do with public interest regulation. And again, I think a lot of the focus is on the negative things of AI, and so you've got to build this compliance regime, harms protection compliance regime, is the lack of attention, which we do see in a lot of OECD work in this area, is about the economic regulation that you need of the underlying data economy, access to data, access to quality data, those kinds of things, open data regimes, which are in the data policy framework governance component, by the way. But I think there's, in a lot of the discussions that we've had this week, a lot of emphasis on safeguards, harms, privacy, but not a lot on what you would really need to require to redress the uneven distribution that we see in opportunities, not just harms, which we do see as well, between countries of the world, but also within countries.
Well, speaking of OECD, we just happen to have them here. But Alison, thank you for opening up a huge can of worms there on multiple levels of global governance and things. We won't be able to get to all of those, but really interesting insight in the Africa experience so far. So I want to turn to our next and last speaker for our initial set of speakers here, Galia Dower, who's from the OECD. And OECD, as Alison was saying, has done a fair bit of work in this space, and you've produced a set of AI principles, and I know you're working on toolkits and guidance and things like that, but maybe tell us a little bit more what you see from the global level here. about what countries are asking for, what the state of readiness is, just what you're seeing in general.
Yeah, thanks very much. I admit it's a bit challenging to speak after Alison on that front, but I will try, and I will try to do justice to the OECD's work, but also recognizing that there really are challenges, and also I think not one organization or obviously not one country can address all of them. So I think at the OECD we come to this from the perspective of, yes, a set perhaps of assumptions, but I think it doesn't replace, I think, other work that needs to be done. So maybe just to sort of get a bit into that work. So the OECD started working on artificial intelligence in 2016, and then in 2019 we adopted the first intergovernmental standard on artificial intelligence, the OECD AI principles. These are sort of a set of 5 values-based principles that apply to all AI actors, and a set of 5 policy recommendations for governments, for policymakers. The values-based principles are sort of about what makes AI trustworthy, and also go into some of what other speakers have mentioned on the benefits of AI, but also the risks, and I think both are important. So elements like using AI for sustainable development and for well-being, also sort of having AI as human-centered, and as well as risks such as transparency, security, importance of accountability. Separately, the policy recommendations, so I think perhaps linked to what Alison said, without sort of prejudging the situation of any specific country, sort of looking at what a country would need to put into place in order to be able to achieve these things. So R&D for AI, but also the digital infrastructure, including data, including connectivity, the enabling policy environment, the human capacity building, and of course international and multi-stakeholder collaboration, which is a point that others have made already. So the principles are now adopted by 46 countries and also serve the basis for including Singapore, as was already mentioned, including other countries like Egypt, and also served as the basis for the G20 AI principles. And as was mentioned, our work now is focusing on how to support countries in implementing these principles, so how to translate principles into practice. And sort of looking at perhaps 3 types of actions that we're taking, so focusing on the evidence base. So one aspect is to look at what countries are actually doing, so looking at national AI strategies that countries around the world are adopting. So we have an online interactive platform, the OECD.ai Policy Observatory, that has already more than 70 countries in it. And what we've seen, for example, since we started this work, then at least of what we know, that 50 countries have adopted national AI strategies, which I think is an interesting data point. The observatory also has other data on AI, including sort of investment in AI in countries around the world, research publications, so to see which countries are more active in this space and what they're doing, jobs and skills and sort of movement around the world of jobs and skills for AI. So a lot of sort of wealth of information there. We also have an expert group, a network of experts, which is multidisciplinary and international, with sort of very broad participation. And we're also developing sort of practical tools to support countries and organizations, I should say, in implementing the AI principles. Perhaps one last point that I would mention, sort of in terms of what we're seeing with these principles now, then one thing is we see that they are impacting national and international AI frameworks around the world, with the definition of AI that's in the OECD principles, but also our classification framework for AI systems. And the other thing that I'll say is that we are also supporting countries, if they're interested, in sort of developing or revising their national AI strategies to align with the AI principles. So this is work that, for example, we're now doing with Egypt. But I'll stop here, and I really look forward to the discussion. Thank you.
Thanks so much, Galia. And the time is racing by. I can't believe it. We have about 15 minutes left in this session. And I'll do my best now to open up for some questions. And Jingbo, I wonder if you want to make a couple remarks as well, just to put you on the spot. But before, so think of your questions now. Before I turn to those, just to mention a couple things from the UNDP side. We are doing digital programming or supporting digital programming in about 125 countries, 40 to 50 of which are really kind of looking at national digital transformation processes and some of those foundations that Alison was talking about, because we really see the importance of building an ecosystem. This doesn't happen with fragmented solutions. This happens when you build the kind of foundational ecosystem that is comprised of people, the regulatory side, the government side, the business side, and so on and so forth, as well as your underlying connectivity and affordability. And we've started also to kind of an additional process to that, which we're calling the AI readiness process, that basically can complement that. And it really looks at, and this is what Dr. Ranawana was talking about, where we've been working to support Sri Lanka, Rwanda, and Colombia currently on looking at how does government serve as an enabler and how is society set up in terms of being able to handle artificial intelligence in terms of capacity and some of those foundational issues. And this is something that we have been doing. It's been piloted together with, or in the auspices of an interagency UN process that's led by ITU and UNESCO, and something that we hope will be one of the tools that are available to countries in the toolkit as they seek to address these issues, taking that kind of ecosystem approach. So if there are any of you who are representing national interests here and would be more interested in that, please let us know. With that, I think I'd like to turn over. Jingbo, I was pointing to you because Jingbo Huang is the director of the UN University in Macau and has a research initiative focused on AI. And if you want to take the floor, I don't want to put you on the spot, but if you had any quick observations, and then I'll turn to some questions. We've got a question here and a couple online. Is that okay? I didn't warn you before, I'm sorry.
Thank you, Robert. I'm here to learn. My name is Jingbo. I'm the director of UN University Research Institute in Macau. So we're a research UN organization, and our work is mainly related to, AI governance. So for example, we conduct research, training, and education from the angle of the biases related to gender, children in the algorithm, and we have done research in collaboration with some UN organizations, for example, UNESCO, ITU, UN Women, and soon to be hopefully with UNDP. So I'm really here to have an open mind to learn about this topic. And I actually saw a very nice overview and pictures from Africa, from Asia, from OECD. So it's really a great learning. So the one keyword that comes into my mind is a collective intelligence, and is not only the collective intelligence between people and people. And we talk about regulatory framework, business. We have all these entities among human to work together to make this infrastructure ready. And we're also talking about machine intelligence, if we call them intelligence, and the human intelligence working together. How are we taking it? Like what Robert has said at the beginning, is not only about the dark side. So how do we bring these, the bright side together? So the collective intelligence is the keyword that just emerged in my mind. So I have like two questions. Since I'm learning here. So the first question is related to the different tools and and the frameworks that the OECD developed, that Singapore developed, and maybe Africa also has developed, and also UNDP. So how do these tools work together? For example, I just learned the concept of UNDP's AI readiness assessment tool, and now I heard about your different tools. How do these tools work together? Or maybe they don't. So this is the first question. Second question is to all the panelists about what keeps you awake at night now? Because this is important for me to learn what are the challenges you're facing right now in this implementation process, in this conceptualization process. I have the overview, but I want to know the pain points. Thank you.
All right, we're going to quickly just go to a couple questions here so that we then will have time for response from panelists.
Thank you very much. My name is Auke Aukepals, and I work for KPMG in the responsible AI practice. And first of all, I was triggered by this session title. And so you did a good job on with the session proposal. So I work for KPMG the Netherlands, but also coordinating our efforts globally. And what we see is a large difference in countries just acting as in a democratic way itself. And also being part of the ethics workstream, really gives me a broad view of the entire world actually, as certain countries are having no democratic processes in place, others do. So with our advisory practice, it's really difficult to advise on ethics with a country that has no clue what's that about, to be a little bit proactive about that. So that's really difficult. So asking your question, are countries ready? No, definitely not yet. Because coming from the Netherlands, we also see even issues in our own country, which relatively is quite democratic. However, so we really need to cooperate together, and also thanks to the OECD guidelines and principles, they really function well, and we use them in our daily work and daily basis, and also happy to contribute on next iterations if possible. But yeah, these are my observations from the outside.
Thanks. We're going to take one more question here. We'll go online quickly, and then I think we'll just have chance for panelists to come back once, and then we'll close. Armando.
Oh, hi. I am Armando Mansueta from the Dominican Republic. First of all, I'd like to thank all the organizations for doing this amazing session. All the people that were intervening have done a remarkable point regarding AI for development in this case. Well, there's a thing here with AI, and it's the way that it's being promoted by the companies, by the international organizations that are promoting that AI will transform the world and that will change everything, which is actually right. But there's the thing that in the race to become AI proficient at all levels in most nations, especially in the global south, has been taken into, I must say, not necessarily the right direction. Because we're focusing on implementing algorithms, implementing solutions that are AI infused to do a myriad of things, especially in government. But the main problem is that we don't have the core elements for doing a transition to an AI-based society just yet. It's starting with data. So we have problems with data quality, with data collection, with how we assure that the data is correct, so we can prevent biases. And of course, we don't have the infrastructure in place, and yet most of the countries have inadequate data protection and privacy laws and regulations. So, given this situation and knowing how things are moving and how things are approaching, how do we propose or create a set of rules, a set of frameworks that help to guide the countries into the right direction regarding data. Because when we talk about AI, we're really talking about large language models, which is just data. So if the data is not right, how we can implement properly AI solutions that actually help our country to develop. And this is moreover the question that in the Global South we're asking now. Dominican Republic.
Thank you, Armando. Okay, let's go online very quickly because we are really running out of time. And I'm going to turn to my colleague who's on my team, Yasmin Hamdar, who's been moderating online. And Yasmin, I'm sorry to make you do this, but can you just pick one question for the, and I know you've got more than that, but just pick one and ask, please.
First, thanks, Rob. So we have one interesting question. Given the rapid advances in AI capabilities, how can governments ensure that its technical infrastructure and workforce skills are agile enough to adapt to new AI technologies as they emerge?
Okay, how to make sure the workforce is agile enough, which is related, I think, to many of these. All right, so I'm going to go back to our panelists. And I think this, unfortunately, will have to be our closing round as well. And I think Jingbo's given a good question that I'd like all of you to answer, which is what keeps you awake at night. But if you'd like to speak as well to the questions about the tools, I will also have a response on that one. Also the issue of, this sort of how do we get the fundamentals right? How do we get the right data? And those kinds of things. How do we work toward a collective intelligence? Dr. Ranawana, can I just turn to you first for your brief responses, please?
Of course. I mean, essentially, the problem is like's been mentioned so many times are the foundation elements, and for us, one of the biggest obstacles to take our AI ambitions forward, and also to provide the benefit to the people, especially in terms of government efficiency, corruption, making things more available. Sri Lanka is fortunate that we have good connectivity, and about 90% of the population does have connectivity available to them, but the lack of data, I think, has been highlighted so many times, is probably our biggest problem. Data is extremely siloed, and it's still available in paper format in a lot of situations. So how to first digitize it, standardize it, and then make it available to those who need it in a fair and responsible manner is probably our biggest challenge now. And that's not only a technical challenge, but also an operational challenge. It's changing mindsets, awareness, trust in these systems, and that's something that we are really struggling with on how to take that forward.
Thanks so much. Is that what keeps you awake at night?
Absolutely.
Okay.
that is definitely one of the big ones, because like I said, we have so many people doing AI projects, but they're running AI projects on data that they download from the internet. It's data related to other countries. We don't have projects running on Sri Lankan problems because we just don't have those problems available. So all these efforts being wasted because we don't have a consolidated set of data sets to address national problems.
Thanks so much. Alan, let's go to you next. What keeps you awake at night?
So the technical development and deployment of AI is, so here I'm referring to ethical considerations when developing and actually deploying these technologies, is what often keeps me up at night. Concerns around risk associated with technology such as biases in AI models, potential privacy breaches, and broader society impacts such as job displacement and misuse of AI in areas such as surveillance and autonomous weaponry are one of the things that actually keep me at night. So ensuring that AI is used responsibly and benefits all society is paramount. And it's a challenge that requires continuous vigilance and adaptation. And please allow me to also talk on how there was a question around how these instruments need to work together. So let me speak on harmonization, especially in the African context. Harmonizing policy and regulatory efforts among African countries not only pivotal for their robust participation in the global digital economy, but also provides a unified front when dealing with large multinationals that are at the center of this global digital data economy transformation. Such harmonization efforts foster economic integration, enabling smoother cross-border trade and investment, and promotes standardization, reducing complexities of different regulation. It also facilitates the development of shared digital infrastructure, ensuring connectivity across regions. A unified stance, Africa's voice in global negotiations, ensures a better representation of its interests. By addressing shared digital challenges collectively, Africa can devise effective solutions, attract global tech giants through consistent regulatory environment, and spur innovation. And furthermore, harmonized approach ensures the continent-wide consumer protection, robust data privacy standards, and boosts African competitiveness in the digital realm. In an essence, coordinated policy framework is essential for Africa to leverage the digital economy and benefits and positions itself as a significant player within this space. So thank you once again for this opportunity. Over to you.
Thanks so much, Alain. Denise, let's turn to you. What keeps you awake at night on this issue, and any other comments you want to make?
Thank you. I think on a global level, I worry about fragmentation. I think we've been in a space for a long time now in different areas where global laws are fragmented, and that just raises compliance costs for everyone. So I think we have an opportunity to do it right and have that conversation early, and we should try and do that. I think at a more domestic level, I worry about leaving vulnerable groups behind, even in a society that's highly connected and highly literate like Singapore. There's always that fear that technology will widen divides and create harms that we cannot anticipate to groups of people that we should be protecting the most. And I guess the third thing I worry about is cultural sensitivities and ethnic sensitivities, especially with black box technology. It's hard to predict whether the technology is going to fragment and divide, or it's going to unify and cohere. And so part of what we do is to try and unpack what it means from a culturally specific lens. And that is really about AI for the public good.
Thanks, Denise. I think I'll turn to Alison.
Thank you. Sure. What keeps me awake at night is the inevitable amplification of inequality unless we address some of the underpinning structural inequalities that are leading to this. And I think that's very likely if we simply take these blueprints and take them from countries with completely different political economies, conditions, and just implement them onto these societies. And just in that regard, I have to sort of say that although the challenges of having democratic frameworks within developing AI policy is obviously a challenge for many of us, but I think we really need to appreciate that actually the ethical challenges that we are facing are with some of these biggest tech companies that come from, at least some of them, come from the biggest democracies in the world. So I think the ethical issues should be addressed globally and can be addressed globally. And just finally to say that the point that was being made about we can't actually unbias these big data sets because the countries like Sri Lanka was mentioning, the countries aren't digitized, people are not online. We simply can't unbias the invisibility, the underrepresentation and the discrimination that we're seeing in algorithms currently.
Galia.
Yeah, so very quickly, just to say, I think I can really relate to a lot of the things that Denise said about the fragmentation, and this is a real concern. I think what keeps me up at night is also that we will miss out on the opportunities that AI has to really, that I think ultimately have the potential to make everything better for everyone if we do it right. And I think it's too big to miss, and that means that it's something that we can't leave to just companies, we can't leave to a certain set of countries, which I guess leads me to this has to be, and because AI itself is global, because it has no border, then it has to be a collaborative effort, and that needs to be genuinely collaborative. And I think this is it's not a start because we've been in that process for a while, but I think this kind of conversation is really important. Thanks.
Thanks, Galia, and thanks to all our panelists. And just we're over time, and I'm sure we're going to, yeah, I'm getting the nod. But I would just say a couple things to try to sum up what I've heard, and to add a little bit of my own insomnia or sleeplessness to this. I think we've heard that there are certainly the challenges here, and the challenges that have been named are things like fragmentation and the foundations, and it's so important to get the foundations right, which is hard. You know, this is not a simple process. It involves a lot of moving parts and a lot of complexity and a lot of issues around financing and everything else. But we have to do it, and we have to help countries get there. And I'm talking to myself. That's partly our role. If I sort of add what keeps me awake at night, it's very similar to what is being mentioned here. If we, as the United Nations system, stand for leaving no one behind as part of the 2030 agenda, then if we say that artificial intelligence is a major opportunity for humanity, but artificial intelligence is only as good as the data behind it and the training behind the data, or the training of the data, and the production of the algorithms. So how are we going to ensure the representation and diversity in the underlying data sets and the models that are put forward? Because these will not be culturally relevant to everyone's worldview. We work with indigenous communities across the world, with thousands of local languages. These represent different worldviews, and human development is not about everyone becoming the same. It's about every human realizing their own potential. So that being said, the opportunities here are that I think what we've heard over and over again is the multi-stakeholder approach is really critical. And if we're going to bring in those worldviews, it's going to have to be an intentional, consultative process. And I think being human-centered in all of this is a method of risk management. This is a way to ensure that we build the basis and the foundation that we really need. And I know I'm missing out some of the nuanced points that were made, but I'm really very grateful for all of you for, first our panelists for having spoken today and giving us some insights, and for all of you who've joined us in the room as well as online. And please do reach out and to us at UNDP or the other panelists and their organizations for any other questions or support that we might be able to give, and we will get through this together. So thank you very much. Please give ourselves a round of applause. I saw you on one of the plenary panels and things like that. But anyway, thank you for all that you do for this whole endeavor.
We have so much in common. I couldn't give me much credit. Where we do have the same detection levels because this won't go away. We will not have physical privacy legislation.
But you have just such a tremendous, leadership presence. So we're appreciative of that. I'll give you my. I'll just give you my card. But yeah. Anyway, I just wanted to say hi. I wish you well. Okay.
The ones at the very top need to tell the ones in the middle ground the people because of the ones at the bottom they know it because they're in the negotiations for the middle. My legal services has to be like this, and the other one's legal services it has to be like this. That will not work. So yeah, maybe the UK summit will be an occasion to bring a few people together.
Cedric? Shomer?
Hi.
Hi.
Yeah. You guys hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
Awesome.
All right.
Is now a good time to start?
Hang on. We're just going to get everybody seated. So we are about to start.
Gap in the middle here.
Cedric is virtually in the middle, but he's
So you want to get there or here? There.
Are you trying to get everybody compressed in one spot?
Or we just move the...
Are you all the speakers?
We are all
Okay.
speakers.
I'm going to move out of the way. I'm sorry.
It feels like I'm watching a game of musical chairs.
Hi, Cedric. Yeah, I hope so.
Oh, gosh, well, it has happened.
Cedric, I think you can start.
Okay, awesome. Do you guys see the PowerPoint?
Yes.
Oh, okay, awesome. Okay, so hi everyone. My name is Cedric Saba. I'm Director for Emerging Technologies at the Office of the Deputy Attorney General for International Law at Israel's Ministry of Justice. I apologize for not being here in person. My colleagues and I had to cancel our flight at the last minute due to the difficult situation here in Israel. The events taking place here are very sad, and it's difficult for me to proceed as if everything's a-okay, because it's not. However, I do believe that the topic today is important. And thanks to the support of the panelists and other friends, I'll do my best to make it as interesting as possible. So let's get straight into it. In this afternoon's panel, we're going to go on a kind of a sci-fi policy adventure. I'm going to ask all of you, our panelists in particular, to project yourselves in, let's say, IGF 2030. Maybe it's taking place on gigantic international space station somewhere. And you're trying to figure out how the international community should deal with this new thing that's happening in technology, whether it might be quantum sensing, quantum computing, quantum communications, human-machine interface, immersive technologies. And we'll ask our panelists now how they envision the international community dealing with these issues that could arise in the future. So as you all know, technology develops rapidly. We're seeing disruptions every year, every few years, we're seeing things. Those of us who follow the technology, we see it happening incrementally. But there's usually like a tipping point where the international community focuses on the next big issue and decides this is what we need to deal with, only to be replaced by another issue a few years later. So if just just looking back in the days of, when we started with cyber, so everybody was talking about critical infrastructure, and then it was IoT, and now it's ransomware. In internet governance, in the past, I remember having a lot of discussions about jurisdiction and then content moderation, and now we're talking about decrypting, companies providing assistance to decrypt child sexual exploitation material. For AI, no sooner than we were talking about high risk AI, and we had in mind biometrics and discrimination, and then all of a sudden generative AI becomes the thing we're talking about. So this is the known challenge of how law and policy play catch up to technology, and maybe it can't really ever catch up. Everything is highly dynamic, and there's never a point at which international organizations can just say, we can pack our bags now. Our work here is done. It's always evolving. And one specific issue I'd like to explore today is whether an agile and bottom-up approach can help international institutions deal with these challenges. I'm thrilled to introduce to you an absolutely all-star cast. So we have online Carolina Aguirre, professor at the Universidad Católica del Uruguay in the Department of Humanities, and also former member of the UNESCO Expert Working Group on AI. We have Gaia Daor, policy analyst at the OECD, who coordinates the activities of CDEP. We have Sheetal Kumar, head of the engagement and advocacy at Global Partners Digital. Dr. Elżbieta Krasova online, who's head of the Center for Innovation and Cyber Law Research at the Institute of State and Law in the Czech Academy of Sciences. And Chris Jones, Director of Technology and at the Technology Analysis Directorate at the UK Foreign Commonwealth and Development Office. And of course, Ambassador Schneider, Thomas Schneider, who's Ambassador and Director of International Affairs at the Swiss Federal Office of Communications in the Federal Department of the Environment, Transport, Energy, and Communications. And to me, he's Chairperson Extraordinaire at CAI in the Council of Europe. So the structure of this session will be as follows. We'll divide it into 3 parts. I'll try to finish talking soon so we can give the floor to the panelists. First, we'll talk about the challenges of international governance that are presented by the next wave of disruptive technologies, and maybe looking at the past of AI and internet governance to see what we can learn. Then we'll explore whether principles of agile governance, and in particular bottom-up principles that we know from domestic policy, can be sort of internationalized and harnessed to deal with global tech governance. And lastly, we'll try to identify some common principles that can be long-lasting and future-proof to enable a certain degree of institutional agility without losing sight of the important things. For each of these topics, I'll ask 1 or 2 panelists to share their thoughts, and then the other panelists can chime in. And then Elżbieta, towards the end, will provide some concluding remarks and observations, and hopefully we'll have some time for Q&A. One disclaimer, it's what I'm going to say is my own personal views, not necessarily the views of the government of Israel. Now, before we start, just a second. Before we start, and just to change things up a little bit, the panel includes a challenge for you, the audience, in person and online, and also for the panelists. So I've asked the panelists to pick a few songs and artists that they like. You see them on the right, and the names of the panelists are on the left. And I also picked a song. And I selected from these the songs that connect with our panel today. And also I used Bing's image creator to generate some really nice images that are inspired by the song titles. The challenge for all of you is to try and guess who picked which song. And all the speakers, including me, will be including a small clue in the presentation to help you figure it out. And you can give your answers to me in the Zoom chat or to any one of the panelists. I was planning on giving the winner some kind of small prize, but obviously I can't right now. So I'll try to keep that as a rain check for next year's IGF or some other way. So now that all these explanations are out of the way, let's get right into it. So let's start talking about the challenge. So I'll address first Thomas and Carolina. So the challenge for international organizations. one question is, what lessons can we learn from our experience with internet governance and AI governance in order to address the next wave of disruptive technologies? Specifically, what do you think should be the role of international bodies in addressing global digital governance challenge? I'll paraphrase something that I heard a few days ago from my friend David Fairchild in another session. Many of the international bodies right now are, you could say, analog bodies, and we're asking them to deal with problems of a digital world. And also, if you can briefly address what I think is an elephant in the room, which is geopolitics, that have a major role to play in shaping the debate. For example, ITU discussions on internet governance, difficulties in making progress in the UN Ad Hoc Committee on Cybercrime. So can we really have a meaningful discussion on desirable and implementable global policy goals in light of geopolitics? So we'll start with Tomas and then Carolina.
Okay, sometimes it helps to turn devices on. It's a pity that you're not here, but of course we do understand this. But I hope to see you again soon in Strasbourg, actually. Yeah, I think it's a nice setting because it tries to be a little bit more forward-looking than other sessions. And hopefully a little bit, let's say, also inspiring in a different way. Well, the challenges are let's say, substance-based, and then there are geopolitical challenges, and this doesn't go just for intergovernmental organizations, it actually goes for all those that are somehow dealing with policy and with rulemaking. That maybe I have to start with, like, this is a crucial moment in history, and things will be completely different tomorrow than they have been yesterday, because this is what you hear throughout history ever since speeches are recorded. Every person thinks that that particular moment in time is the moment where everything will change. And it's true. Everything changes every day, but it's also, there's recurring patterns in human behavior, not just in physics, but also in human behavior. So to cut the long story short, I think, but nevertheless, we have an extremely fast development of technologies, of growing complexity, of being less material, which has effects compared to technologies that used to be like material-based, because you couldn't copy them so quickly, you couldn't move them so quickly, you cannot apply them remotely, you cannot use a car remotely while being in another continent, for instance, so on and so forth. So there are many similarities with previous disruptive technologies in the way that humans reacted to it, in the way they were regulated, but the disruptiveness of the new technologies, I think, are of a different nature that has implications. And it forces us as rule makers, or us as society, to adapt, but I'm not sure whether we have to adapt in the sense that we have also learned to think quicker and calculate quicker in our brains. That may be difficult, but so we have to actually probably change the way at which we look things. We may have to look at things a little bit more, again, like maybe with the Greeks and the Romans, from a little bit more of a distance, and say, okay, what are the big developments, and trying to understand them, and then maybe use machines and use algorithms to develop regulation and develop concepts to cope with algorithms, because our brains may not be able to compute the nitty-gritty details also with regulation for this. And for instance, to give you an example, we have parliamentarians now in Switzerland that use ChatGPT to formulate parliamentarian interventions and requests. And we are not yet allowed, but we are waiting for the moment where we on the side of because it takes resources to answer these requests, and the more we get, the more resources we need. And an efficiency gain for us would be if we could also answer, write the reports that are supposed to reply to the parliamentarian interventions with ChatGPT. So in the end, you have two machines talking to each other, and we can both go on holidays, the parliamentarians and the administration. I think that's something to think about in the end. But now, to be serious, so we need to find ways to become more agile, more dynamic, without becoming stressed. So we are going in the wrong way if we try to do things quicker. We have to do things differently as human beings in general, but also as rule makers. So we need to use the new tools to solve, to face the challenges that the new tools create. So otherwise, I think it won't work. Don't ask me how, I'm not a technician, maybe Vint and others know, but at least on a concept level, I think we need to find a different approach. And just 2 words to the geopolitical environment. And this is something that, as somebody who has been in this since the WSIS, since 2003, in that period, we were all still like, in the hope of the end of history, with the fall of the Berlin Wall, with Nelson Mandela, with like people with charisma, avoiding wars, creating peace, bringing people together. And we were hoping that the new technologies would bring us together, would strengthen a rules-based international order based on shared values. Unfortunately, we somehow have lost the track, and in particular the leaders, be it dictators or be it leaders that have been elected by more or less democratic processes, are losing track of this notion of cooperating is better than fighting against each other. And I just hope, I'm also a historian, that we don't need to go to really ugly wars in order to realize that cooperation is better than fighting each other. But for the time being, it seems a little, at least, unsure how we deal with this. And then, of course, technologies are not just new tools to do good things, but also to do bad things. And I'm not a prophet, so I will not go into detail, but I think we should realize, and we should work together with people that realize that working together is actually sustainable. It's also more fun. It doesn't just create less harm. It's actually also more fun than working against each other. Because if that's not the case, no intergovernmental institution or multi-stakeholder institution works, because it's all built on the notion of we cooperate together. So you can't blame the ITU or the UN for not producing results if those that are shaping it, that have the say, i.e. the member states or the stakeholders in multi-stakeholder institutions, are not willing to cooperate. So this is just a few thoughts of mine. Thank you.
Carolina, you're up next. Can you hear us?
Yes, thank you. So to address these questions and following on Thomas's intervention, so I do think that we have nearly 20 years of experience on our back with dealing with an open technology as the internet, and then with AI governance as an emerging challenge, a global challenge, but that also is spread out very much everywhere. I do think that we still need to make strong efforts in keeping up the momentum on spaces and processes that achieve some kind of, in a way, what the IGF does in terms of its openness and bottom-up spaces, and we are seeing that kind of reflection around some of the AI governance developments, which look positively at spaces such as the IGF and some of the internet governance approaches that have been taken over the last nearly 2 decades. We do need to sort of try to understand the limits and the actors that are shaping these ecosystems. So in that respect, I do believe that that keeping up this effort despite maybe the less positive and maybe less vibrant sometimes mood that we may have towards these processes is very, very relevant, in line with what Thomas was mentioning concerning cooperation as well, with trying to get to some kind of a mutual understanding. I also think that trying to get to the idea of working together is also related with the third part of this intervention, of the question, the prompt that you raised, Cedric, concerning the geopolitics, because we are in a different time and moment concerning globalization. So geopolitics today is unfolding as it did unfold differently in the early 2000s, but or late 90s, and now those states are certainly extremely important. I mean, so many of these new technological developments, as in the past, they are also being shaped and taken forward by the private sector. And so when we talk about geopolitics and address technological changes and technological momentum, I mean, we do have to also address the elephant in the room on how to sort of work and define the scope and space for action for this private sector that has an increased power, and we are seeing that kind of momentum also shaping how we address and have concerns on how some of these new technologies are being sort of developed in behind closed walls and are much less open by nature in terms of what the internet originally was and still is. So and finally, as a final observation, I mean, when we think about the developments of these technologies, including the internet, I mean, the technology is never neutral. Technology is never non-reliant on societal values. So we do have to keep that in mind when thinking about developing international processes around these new technologies. Thank you.
Okay, thanks, Carolina. I want to give a bit of the opportunity to other panelists to just chime in. It almost seems like hearing from both of you, Thomas and Carolina, I'm grossly oversimplifying, but it's almost like you're saying, we're okay. The institutions we have are in place. The world is what it is, and we'll just have to deal. Carolina, you're not agreeing. So I misunderstood. Could you just refine what I'm saying?
I'm certainly not saying that we are okay. I do think that we do have some interesting foundations, but that the challenges ahead are enormous, and particularly because we are not as keen as Thomas, I think, as I understood him, correct me if I'm wrong, was stating that we are in a different moment in terms of how we address global cooperation as one of the angles to address globalization. Globalization is in decline, and there in many respects, concerning trade, concerning international dialogue. So I do think that it is indeed an extremely challenging moment, and maybe probably most of the processes that we are seeing concerning internationalization are really not up to the challenges that we face with the development of these technologies.
Okay, I'd like to give a few moments for Chris or anyone in the room if you want to relate to what you just heard.
I think that's a prompt, isn't it, Cedric? I think you want me to say something. So first of all, Cedric,
not specifically you.
So I will. Look, I'm delighted to be here, and Cedric, I'm sorry you can't be with us here personally, but I'm really happy to see you safe, albeit on a screen. So best of luck with everything that's going on. Look, I agree with what both of my co-panelists have just said. Geopolitics is a messy business, particularly right now. But I think there's an opportunity here to focus on the areas where we agree, not on the areas where we disagree. And too often, and I'm sort of stealing my remarks from later, too often I feel we start with too big a picture. So we try to do too much in one go. I'm an engineer, and my natural tendency is to break things into the smallest possible component I can, because I've got a very small brain. And that means I can understand them, I can fix them, I can make them work. And I think there's some parallels here for how we work in our multilateral and international organizations in helping address some of these challenges.
Okay, I think that there's a lot to unpack in everything, but we'll have the opportunity to continue to delve in. So I'd like to go now in a little bit of the uncharted territory. We heard in a few panels in the last few days the idea of agile governance and sandboxes in domestic regulation in order to smartly regulate AI. And what I want to ask is whether this idea can be useful for global governance as well. Are international organizations capable of being agile? Or is this concept maybe completely antithetical to the way they're meant to operate? When we talk about bottom-up regulation, the underlying idea generally is that rather than top-down, where you have like a central institution that promotes and implements processes for its constituents, in bottom-up, we empower the constituents to deal with the issues based on their concrete needs from the ground. We see the good in everyone's contribution. So can bottom-up and multi-stakeholder processes contribute to the quality of global governance mechanisms? And if so, how? Practical examples of bottom-up approaches to consider, and I invite you to address any one of these or all of these or maybe something else. One example that's already done to a large extent by the OECD is fostering policy experimentation by allowing exchanges of views. So setting up the Tech Policy Lab for international information sharing. Another one is actually fostering the experimentation by states by allowing for a space in which states can maybe succeed and fail in certain examples, and then learning collectively from the successes and failures. Another one is maybe integrating in the bottom-up approach, integrating other stakeholders that maybe are not traditionally in the conversation. One example that comes to mind from our experience with AI in Israel is small and medium enterprises. And also maybe encouraging rulemaking by specialized networks. So instead of having, for example, the large generalist organizations that deal with the big issues, having, like networks of, for example, privacy regulators or cybersecurity regulators or AI regulators in the future to deal with things on their own. So I'll ask Galia and Chris, I'm turning to you as well again. I think each of you have unique viewpoints that you can share, so I'll ask you to go first.
Yeah, thank you. So I'll go first, just because I've been asked to. So first of all, I'm interested in these songs, and I really hope people in the audience are doing better than I am, because I have no clue. But when Cedric first suggested it, I thought Ambassador Schneider was actually going to play them all, which would be amazing. Look, I think it's a little bit of a loaded question, being an event organised by a large international organisation, about whether they can be agile. Because I think that could be quite a dangerous place to go. But I do think they can. I do think large organisations can be agile, but not in the way that we're currently organised and the way that we operate. So I think there are some parallels we can take from agile software development, where we define small chunks of activity and we work out how we define those. We don't define the order in which we deliver them, we just define what they are. And the plan is always to get better, so to incrementally deliver more rather than trying to deliver everything in one go. And I think there's a parallel there for how we work internationally. That's what we're trying to do with the UK's hosted AI Safety Summit. So we can't do all of AI. So on the 3rd of November, AI is not going to be solved. But what we can do is focus on a very narrow slice and get some broad international agreement. And I think there's something we can do there. The second thing I wanted to talk about was different types of governance. And I think we always tend to focus on values first. We try to agree what are the values we want to see. And this, I think, comes to the geopolitics. I don't think we will ever agree on a common set of values. Different countries are different countries for a reason. We have different national identities. We have different things that are important to us. And we have to embrace that diversity. It's what makes us unique. But that doesn't mean there aren't some common values we can agree, so I think we absolutely should focus on that. But there's another type of governance, the technical governance. So the things that we need to have in place in order to be able to interoperate, to talk, to work together. And I think it's often easier to focus on those, because we can get the engineers to be focusing on the really practical details of what does it take. I think there's a difference between how and what. And I think very often we focus on the what, whereas what's really important is the how. And I'll give you the example of the UK's online harms legislation. So that has taken us 6 years, and we're nearly there. But even when we get there, you could never pick that legislation up and give it to another country. It just wouldn't work. But what would work is the process of how we got there. So there's some key things that you need to do to be able to develop that type of legislation. You need to define what constitutes a vulnerable group. There'll be some common themes. So children, I think everybody agrees that children are a vulnerable group. But different minority groups will be different in different countries. So sharing the process, the how, I think is important for bringing these things together. Cedric, you talked about multi-stakeholderism. I think that is critical. I think all governance needs to be multi-stakeholder because nobody has all the answers. So governments certainly don't have the technical expertise. Technology companies don't have the legislative expertise. And none of those really understands the impact on citizens the civil societies organizations have. And I think the IGF is a great example of how you bring that multi-stakeholder organization together. I mean, look at the range of organizations here. So whether you're the boss of a telecoms company or whether you're a Ministry of Foreign Affairs official like me, they couldn't be more different. But we're all here talking about common issues. And then finally, I just wanted to talk about, Cedric, you wanted an example of bottom-up and where this has worked. And I really like the example of the airline industry, where there's a need to work together and agree common standards. We needed to fly planes from one country to another. So we needed a way to share data, a way to build planes that could fly into different territory. And that really forced people from a bottom-up perspective to work together. And I wonder what the parallel might be for artificial intelligence or quantum or, dare I say it, human rights. So thank you. I'll hand over to my colleagues.
Thank you. Cedric, I don't know if we want to respond to that first or...
No, go ahead, Gaia.
Thanks. Okay, so thanks for this. I do love how all your examples are. I'm an engineer, so I like to break things into little bits, and so I'm a lawyer, so I like process. So I think, but I think that is part of will be really part of my answer, because I think yes, it's very common to think that intergovernmental organizations can't do that. What's agility got to do with anything like intergovernmental organizations? But I think partly it's by design, because if we want to be, and I'm speaking from the perspective of an intergovernmental organization, if we want to be accountable to our members, if we want to be transparent, if we want to have multi-stakeholder consultations, if we want to be evidence-based, if we want to be thorough, it's hard to also be fast. So if we want to maintain the credibility, that would mean that stakeholders actually want to come and engage with us, because stakeholders have limited capacity and limited time, and they would only come if the conversation's worth it. Then I think we also need to make sure that we uphold these standards. Nonetheless, the world is changing and things are happening, and in particular in the technology area, things are happening very fast. So we can't just stick to the way that we did things 60 years ago, for example, when the OECD was established. And I think, Cedric, you mentioned sort of playing catch up with technology, or sort of trying to be more anticipatory and sort of more planning ahead. And I think we're moving there, and I think I can give sort of a couple of examples from the OECD's perspective of, I think, where we've tried to both be agile and to have this multi-stakeholder bottom-up approach. And so one example that you mentioned briefly earlier is the OECD AI principles that were adopted in 2019 and were the first intergovernmental standard on AI. So I think that's one thing to say about that is it was the fastest process ever at the OECD to develop a recommendation. So we did that basically in 1 year, which sounds like a lot, but really isn't for something that's so complex, and obviously builds on a lot of work that had been done before, but the process itself was remarkably fast, and nonetheless was also absolutely multi-stakeholder and interdisciplinary, and I don't think we would have gotten there I'm sure we would not have gotten there without that kind of engagement that was essential. Also on the AI front, then we are now, as part of the work to support countries and organizations in implementing these principles. So we have a very extensive network of AI experts with more than 400 experts from different stakeholder communities from different countries, and that actually helps us. It sounds like it's a big machinery, but it actually helps us move fast. And I think it's a really helpful model because we can, like Chris said, we can break it up to little bits and little working groups that sort of focus on different aspects, and we can also adjust. So we started with one set of working groups, but we now have, we've evolved them. So we now have a group that focuses on compute, which isn't something that we didn't work on at first. We have a group that focuses on climate. We have a group that focuses on AI future, which is sort of a generative plus what we might see coming ahead. So I think that's sort of perhaps one example. And then beyond AI, AI has taken up a lot of space in the discussions that I've been in over the last couple of days. So beyond AI, sort of looking at emerging technologies and also looking at my colleague Elizabeth here. We've at the OECD we created the Global Forum on Technology about a year ago with a lot of support from the UK, but really as a global venue for dialogue on emerging technologies and sort of anticipating and preparing for the opportunities and challenges that they might bring. And I was looking at Elizabeth because she's actually leading this project. And it's both sort of multi-stakeholder by design, but it also lets us sort of try to move relatively quickly on these different technologies, for example, quantum, for example, immersive technology. So I don't know if that's not to say everything is perfect to your question, but I think there are ways to try to address some of these by design challenges and how international organizations are built.
Okay, thanks, Galia. Here too, I'd like to invite maybe Sheetal, who hasn't spoken yet, as well as Thomas, Carolina, Zbeta, whoever would like to just add in their 2 cents on this this agility question.
Can you? Yes. Okay, great. Thank you first for having me here. Let me start with looking at I was looking at the session description and all of the technologies that are listed there. The emergence of new tech like quantum-related developments, metaverse platforms, nanotech, human-machine interface. And it all sounds like, you know, going to a theme park and maybe having a great time. But actually, for a lot of people, this future could be a very difficult one. People who are already marginalized, women, it's not necessarily going to be a good future just because the technology is different or faster or more complex. So as I think Carolina was saying, technology is never neutral. And so what we can do about that is ensure that the development of it and indeed the governance of it is more inclusive. So we can't predict the future. I don't think any of us would claim to do that. But what I think I can say with some certainty is there's going to be 24 hours in every day in the future, unless something changes. So that's really a point around resourcing, right? So if we have 24 hours a day, we sleep for about 8 hours, ideally. The rest of the time, what do we do with it? We'll work, try and shape this world that we're in. And what I would say is that there are spaces already where we're doing that work, and they can be improved. As I think Chris was saying, we can work with what we have and make things better incrementally. What does that mean for multi-stakeholder spaces where these discussions are happening? I think improving those, making them more open, where standards are being developed, making those more diverse, strengthening the IGF, for example, and connecting the discussions that happen here with the discussions that happen elsewhere in multilateral spaces. So to give an example from the IGF, because we're here, and I presume we all care about the IGF, that's why we're here, and I've been involved in some of the intersessional discussions at the IGF. And what I think is a good example is, for example, the Best Practice Forum on Cybersecurity. It's an okay example, I'm actually going to say, because I think it could have been better. We are having discussions the UN is having discussions about how to ensure that states behave responsibly in cyberspace. They've developed norms. They are continuing these discussions. how to implement them has been an ongoing one. And so the Best Practice Forum of the last few years has been taking the norms and analyzing cyber incidents, large cyber incidents that we're all familiar with, and assessing how those have impacted people like first responders and the people on the ground to inform the implementation of that. These are multi-stakeholder working groups or intersessionals, and we have had governments and others involved, particularly with the Policy Network on Internet Fragmentation, actually. It would be great, I think, if governments and industry and other stakeholders and civil society prioritized having in their portfolios time to engage with these forums and to bring therefore back, because we have to connect these spaces through people. We don't have to connect them always through some novel technology with what they're doing elsewhere, and that way we can strengthen and empower, I think, our spaces to be more diverse and more inclusive. That also goes to opening up multilateral spaces, more through consultations, through engagement, and through modalities that really allow for meaningful inclusion. So final point then, I guess, is that future proofing doesn't have to be high tech. It can actually be quite basic. It can actually be quite simple. Of course, it can. I'm not saying not using generative AI to help you with your reports, Thomas, wouldn't be a good idea. But it doesn't always have to be that way, and I think we have some basic things that we haven't done that we need to do better. And those were some examples which I hope help. Thank you.
Does anybody else want to say something about this concept of agility? I'm not seeing anyone. So, okay, we'll try to package everything a little bit later. So now, before I move to the next slide, I was pointed out the person who chose the song from Rage Against the Machine. I won't disclose who it is. I made a mistake in the title of the song. The song is called "Take the Power Back." So I'll have to change the image later. But anyway, so keep that in mind. We're moving now to the next, I guess, the final theme for today. So I think it makes sense to say, and you've all kind of like hinted at these concepts before. I think Shital and also Galia, all of you who've spoken about stakeholderism. Sorry. So I think it makes sense to say that agile governance, if it's this kind of theme that we're trying to enshrine in the way international organizations work, it doesn't operate in an absolute vacuum. So there should be, I guess you could say, maybe like a subtle line between agility and maybe anarchy, between experimentation and free-for-all. So if the question I think that begs to be asked is, are there any kind of like universal principles of global tech governance that should be kind of promoted across the board? Here in the image I connected the song Born to Run by Bruce Springsteen, because it includes the line, "I want to guard your dreams and visions," which I think is a nice metaphor for the idea of responsible innovation. So we have all these common buzzwords that have served us well, I think, so far in internet governance and AI governance. So buzzwords like multi-stakeholderism, interoperability, human rights that apply offline, apply online, trustworthy, human-centric. So do you think these concepts remain relevant for all other technologies, such as immersive technology, human-machine interface, all the quantums? Or do you think maybe they all apply, but they apply differently? Or do you think we might need to come up with new concepts and frameworks that enable us to grapple with the new challenges? Also, a lot of the issues are cross-cutting. So when we talk about, we don't want fragmentation, but we actually see a fragmentation of processes within the UN. There's the ITU, UNESCO, the Human Rights Council, WIPO, and then outside of the UN, we have, the OECD, COE, the EU, of course, which is a major player. And then we have topic-specific initiatives like GPay, like the AI Safety Summit that Chris mentioned earlier. So is this fragmentation of efforts, is this, in your opinion, a feature or a bug? So I'd like to ask Shital first to address this question. any universal principles? Should we be aiming for fragmentation, allowing for fragmentation? What do you think?
Sure. Thank you for those questions. I think there's something semantic sometimes when we talk about this topic and fragmentation. If it's diversity, then great. If it's also, for example, normative efforts that are all aligning and reinforcing common principles, then great. If it's duplication, and as I said, we have limited resources. If we're going to different places, trying to do the same thing, but spending our time actually developing different frameworks that are competing, then no, it's not. And there is a risk of that if we don't coordinate and collaborate on some of these emerging issues. There is a lot, as I think we heard earlier, around AI at the moment happening on how to govern that. But at least we have, and this is, I know, something that people have felt fatigued about at this IGF, at least we have a space where we're coming together and we are hearing about what everyone else is doing. We can try and make those connections and ensure these deliberative spaces, ensure the decision-making spaces are inclusive. So not necessarily, I guess, is my answer to you, Cedric. It's not necessarily a bad thing to have various processes at play as long as they coordinate and they're inclusive. And I also just wanted to point out earlier what I mentioned about the importance of connecting what is an open and inclusive deliberative space like the UN's IGF, and which is so unique because we also need to remember that the IGF is not this annual event, it is the intersessionals, it is the hundreds of national and regional IGFs that happen every year, and that provide these spaces for people to come together, and very unique in that way. This is something that we need to preserve, and so if we try and create something else that is exactly like that, then that is a problem. But the leadership panel, which I know we have a member of here, it is very important to create these connections with those who can then take on messages and connect to other spaces. So I think that's what's really important, that we need to ensure that when we're governing these new technologies and building the processes for them, that they're truly inclusive by design. We have endless tools and ways to do that. We know how to do it. We need to do it. And I would say that, as I said, it's kind of old governance or old tech for new tech, perhaps. It's not that complex to ensure that information is shared in a timely manner, that information is clear, that it can be accessed by a range of different people, that they're invited to the table. And of course, new technologies can also be deployed to support that. So hopefully we can turn our minds, I think, to actually operationalizing what we already have, and use good examples as those we've heard from before, to ensure that when we're confronted with these new challenges, the principles, you asked me about principles, the principles of transparency and engagement, of openness, of maintaining user and people's autonomy, and of preserving openness, all of those are enshrined and preserved as we face the new challenges that we are.
Maybe does somebody else want to take the mic?
Hang on. Yeah, sorry. Yeah, no, I was just sort of, as Sheetal was speaking, and also sort of to your questions, I think one of the things that also at the OECD, but I'm sure in other places that we've been thinking about, is really this sort of the gap between what is like the fairly high level principles. You asked, Cedric, do we think that trustworthy and responsible and whatever are relevant? So I think yes, I mean, absolutely. And I think they are relevant to, I don't know about all technologies in the world, but I think in principle, yes. We want them to be trustworthy. We want them to be responsible, or the development to be responsible. We want accountability. We want that the process will be inclusive. And I think obviously we want sort of alignment with human rights, where there's the potential of risk of human rights to human rights. And I think that's also, to Chris's point earlier, I think that is these are the core values that I think we have to, like we already did, so we have to agree on. And so I think, yes, at the high level, but then the question is, okay, what do you do with that? And that's where I think sometimes there would be differences between technologies, because I don't know, we had an AI discussion earlier, and one of the points that was raised really is about the data and how important the data is in the context of AI, and how issues of sort of data that's not representative and bias, and so these are things that are perhaps specific to AI, might not be the case with a different technology. But so we need to be aware that when you implement the high level principles to a specific technology, that's where you have the difference. And I think that that's related to the governance question, because I think that's where perhaps you would split or you'd break up things into little bits, because that's where you really need the expertise, and that's where you might need to have processes happening in different places. So just a thought, I don't know.
Sorry, could I just add something very quickly on that? It's I think, yeah, exactly what was said about the need to integrate, I think, these high-level principles in various ways. We are now seeing that all these technologies that we're using are impacting so many aspects of our lives in a way that I think it requires us to turn to what we have agreed on. And what we have agreed on is the International Human Rights Framework. So that is a ready-made, already agreed framework that we can embed throughout the supply chain of these technologies, through the standards, and there are means and there are tools to do that. And so I think that's also very important. And, sorry to plug my session tomorrow, but the OHCHR is co-hosting with us a session tomorrow on their report on technical standard setting and human rights. So it is really, it's an opportunity, I think, these as these technologies evolve, to ensure that we build them so that we have a rights-respecting world where everyone benefits from them. And in that sense, it is an exciting theme park then, I think.
If I may hook in, Cedric, this is Thomas. Something that always strikes me is when we talk about how does this need to evolve, is that while technology is evolving, probably institution will somehow follow. Human beings themselves are fairly stable over longer period in time in the way they function. And if you take, and I'm often comparing engines as something that has differences, but it has many similarities in a way it's disruptive, like AI. Engines were put in machines that were either moving something from A to B much faster than men or horses or whatever, or cows, or they were put in machines that were producing something, be it food, be it goods, whatever. And it's similar to AI that are used to either generate content or put content new together, or to replace not physical human labor, but cognitive human labor. There's less animals that you can replace because animals seem to have less cognitive capabilities. But so it's manpower, cognitive manpower. And if you look at the reactions, and this is the point I'm trying to make, if you look at the reactions of people to engines being used in different contexts, in Switzerland, near Zurich, where I live, in 1833, a group of like home weavers and small and medium enterprise weavers were burning down a textile factory after the government has decided not to ban factories like this to emerge, which is what they demanded. They just burned it down because they were afraid of losing their jobs. And actually some of them lost their jobs. Of course, then history has shown that actually more new jobs are created through industrialization than jobs are killed. So the fear of losing the job is something that we've had. Then ignorance is another thing. The last German Kaiser, Wilhelm II, he used to say somewhere in the early 20th century, I don't believe in the automobile that has no future. I trust in the horse. Well, so, and there are people that say to him, well, this is not really going to change much and so on. Everything will stay the same. Not necessarily. And then the other one is, again, those that banned things in Graubünden, which is the region in Switzerland that has touristic places like Davos and St. Moritz and others. The government banned cars from the whole territory of the region in 1900. And only 25 years later, in 1925, they allowed cars through a popular vote because the people thought like, well, actually, we want to use them. And then the question is where the people, or this was the government in Graubünden more environmentally friendly or whatever? Probably not. Maybe the horse tourism industry, whatever there was just better organized in that region that made them ban cars for 25 years. So we have the same reactions to new technologies, and we'll probably have the same reactions in building a network of norms, be it technical, legal, but also cultural norms in how to use not engines, but AI in different contexts with different levels of harmonization. In the airline business, you have a much higher harmonization than in the car infrastructure and rules on cars, but you do have technical and legal and also cultural ways of dealing with ways of organizing stuff, and the same will happen with AI. And then the same needs to happen also with the institutional arrangements on how to take these decisions. And Wolfgang Kleinrechter and others have already used the frame 10 years ago, like we are trying to solve the problems of the 21st century with the institutional arrangements that we've made in the 19th century, which actually in many countries coincide with the Industrial Revolution, that you had kings and kaisers and not really democratic systems only, and then more or less in line with Industrial Revolution, you had the introduction of parliaments, of division of power with legislative, executive, and the court system. So also there is some influence on technology, not just on the daily lives, but also on the institutional setting. And the notion of multi-stakeholder, I don't think it will go away, because we will have to organize ourselves differently now that the technology is dematerializing. Maybe the rules making should also dematerialize from purely physical, I live in this country now, so the rule is made in this country for this country, because if also people move around and if everything moves around, the physical fixing of rules just because you happen to be somewhere, or even worse, you happen to be born somewhere and have that citizenship, and you can only decide about the rules where you've been born and not where you actually live, may not make so much sense. So we may have to develop a new way of division of power, not among geographical political borders, but maybe in a more sophisticated stakeholder-based or situation-based or whatever, voluntary group-based schemes that are more representative of the people than our classical 19th century parliaments. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Thomas. That was really, it's amazing to me how sometimes to think about the future, it's helpful to look at history. So I would like to now turn to my dear friend Elspeth in Zoom to try and package this for us. We don't have a lot of time left, so I think we'll skip the Q&A. So Elspeth, you've been attentively listening to our panelists. I know you've been involved with human-machine interface in the past, and now, of course, AI. Can you share with us, in your view, some takeaways, some overarching thoughts, action items, areas for future research that you think we should be focusing on? Over to you.
Thank you, Cedric, and thank you for organizing the panel despite the situation, and my heart goes to Israel. So let me now share quickly, because we don't have much time, my observations. I made thorough notes, and I have to say that actually all the panelists went so nicely to follow up on each other. So the key messages I will try to summarize from each of them. From Thomas, the disruption is too big now, and we need to change the way that we look at things, which resonates with me very much, and I will tell at the end of my speech why. Karolina, she said that we really need to define the scope of action right now, and also that the private sector is increasing power, which we need to focus on. Chris focused on finding the common values and sharing the how, which I think all of those are very nice action points. And Galia, actually, she spoke about the importance of multidisciplinarity and involving stakeholders. Sheetal spoke about diversity and also about the importance of space where we are coming together and operationalizing what we already have. I think those are nice action points that are actually coming together very nicely, and they respond to the questions you had about disruption, agility, and common principles. Now, to my personal observations, I think that the convergence of technologies that we are facing now, that's what Thomas mentioned in the beginning, is the biggest problem. That's something that we really need to focus on. And in my personal opinion, we are kind of crossing the border, because with the technologies like human brain, brain-computer interfaces, when we are able to peek inside of a human brain, we really are able to cross the physical border of a human body and intrude the privacy of our minds, connected with AI, read the mind, and actually even influence the people. We really need to ask the main question now, which is, what world do we want to live in? Because that is crucial. We need to define where we are headed, and it's the place for international organizations to steer the development, to steer it in a way that is thoroughly discussed. And yes, there is this cost of time where we really need to focus on we really need to go deep, and we need to give it the time and attention and the thought to see where we want to go. We need to agree on how we are going to operationalize the principles that we are already having. I think that the principles, they need to be implemented to new situations, as it was already mentioned. We do have the common values like human life and physical and mental integrity. This is something we need to consider in new ways and see what does it mean in different scenarios. That's why also the bottom-up approach is very important, because we need to see case by case what is happening and not just think about theoretically what might happen. We need to see what is happening and react as quickly as possible while balancing it with a thorough discussion. And as you said that we should suggest some parts of the song in our final speech, I would like to say that I feel like walking the world, which means for me, we should get to know each other better and better and better, and not understand each other just in a rational way, but also in an emotional way, which means we should not meet at one place, we should travel, we should see each other, and we should understand each other on the human level, the complete package. Maybe this is just too much general of an observation, but this is my position. Thank you.
So much, Elzbieta. This session for me, I wasn't thinking of this, but it kind of occurred to me as we were going along. I love the idea of kind of like taking something, breaking it up, like deconstructing and then reconstructing. And I think there was this kind of this recurring concept here of like, yeah, a lot of these principles and concepts, we want them, but we might have to rethink how we do certain things. That's not to say, an absolute revolution is necessary, but kind of just like recalibrating so that we can adapt better for the future. So thanks so much, Elzbieta. I know the time is up, and I would just love this session to continue for another few hours and just hear what everybody has to say. But unfortunately, we have to stop now. I think I speak for everyone here in saying we learned a lot. I want to thank the panelists, especially Carolina, who's I think it's quite early in the morning for you. Your interventions, I think they provide the foundations for some kind of follow-up. So maybe next year's IGF or something else. Last thing, if you were attentive and you think you can guess who picked which song, let us know. Thanks everybody in the audience in Kyoto and also virtually on the Zoom and on YouTube, and enjoy the last day of the IGF. Thanks so much.
Thank you, Cedric, and all the best.
Thank you. Bye, everyone.
And the thing is, it's the combination. You have to be able to take things down and understand single parts. But you can only then make it functional again in the end if you have an idea of what it should deliver as a whole. But if you just stay on the everything at all times, you will never solve one problem if you're not able to break it down. So it's and this is again like collective intelligence. It's so much more productive than intelligence in silence or let's say me first against the rest intelligence.
Indeed.
Yeah.
Right. Well, good to be on a call with you. So to the airport.
I'd like to listen to you about the market convention. What maybe you was to get a little bit of momentum that people realize the difference is this, what unites us is this. So we should be focused, like you said, we should focus on where we agree and not where we disagree. This is fundamental. Otherwise, it makes never get anything done.
That's absolutely.
Take care.
Thank you. I agree. Thank you for leaving. Oh, you have another session. Oh my God. Yes. I thought that was last session.
Oh, I didn't know.
Yeah,
I did
there's
not
no
know.
stop.
Oh gosh.
You start early,
An
you
old
finish
part, but
late.
it's the correct.
Email.
Yeah, actually, I might have another.
Sure.
No, they're all the same. Well, no, this is still an old one, but anyway, it's the email's the correct one. The phone number.
The email can get you right.
Yes.
Okay. Nice. Thank you.
Thanks for the invite in advance.
Thank you.
No worries. So I spoke to her boss, and I don't know where the
No worries.
is tomorrow. But
Yeah, we can do a call like another time. Like no pressure. I know that like everybody has. I don't know exactly
Yeah.
when I'll be here. Like what
Yeah,
my tomorrow looks like, and I'm leaving
yeah.
tomorrow evening, so I mean I guess everything's
Yeah, yeah.
yeah, no worries.
Yes, of course. It's so good to be on.
I think
But I know you're on a panel.
do you want to come sit down?
That way? Is that that way?
Yeah, I think speaking of the end, we sit around the table.
I think it's this way.
But should we do? Well, we want to talk about maybe.
No.
This is so awkward. Can we turn around the chairs, maybe?
It's like behind.
I think yes, maybe we can go panelists here and encourage people to gather around the table.
Yeah.
No, not anymore. Not if you come to this one.
Yeah.
About to hug?
Yes, and ask people to gather around the table.
Sort of, yeah. Well, otherwise people will be like, why is he not speaking? Things like that. Yeah.
Well, here.
Great. Yeah, Mary, Alan. Here. Yeah, come this side and face the room. I think here probably, and encourage people to come sit around the table. I'll go encourage people.
Are we asked to sit here?
You to come sit around the table.
No, that's fine. That's
Around the table.
no. It was very helpful. So thank you. Yes.
He's on Zoom. Yeah.
stayed there, and then we were like, oh, our backs will be to the audience, but I guess there's no. Paul, I'm really sorry.
Where do
We're
you want
going
me
to
to go?
switch again. Mary and Alan, can you come over here? Yeah.
Where do you want me?
Just, yeah, right there is perfect, and we'll call you up. Great. You're good there, yeah. Do Mary and Alan there. Has anyone heard from Anna yet? I wonder if she's ill or joining online. Yeah. Yeah, there is perfect. I'll sit here. And sit. Great. Check outside. Hey, Tracy. Hi. Good, how are you?
Did you raise a point earlier in the main session on human rights?
Yes.
Are you from Uganda?
No, no, I'm from
Nigeria.
Nigeria. But there are other people from Uganda.
Yeah.
The lady that made the presentation, right?
Yeah.
These were, yeah.
I'm only black.
Hi, everyone. Just to say, make yourselves comfortable. We'll give it a few minutes for everyone to settle in. Thank you.
Are you having a good IGF though? No, it's my first one. Yeah.
Come sit around the table.
How about you? So much going on.
Earth there?
This is good.
Okay, you're sure? Okay, great. Tracy, come grab a seat. Yeah, either way. Great, thank you.
Overview.
All the workshops will be part of all the main sessions. So just follow them. When I came in class, I was just listening to the main session.
Yeah, that's a good.
When there's no main session, then I can do the workshops.
Okay, that's really smart. Yeah, next time I will. Are we going to wait for a moment or
No,
start on time?
I think we'll start in it, give it a few more minutes. Yeah. Great. Thanks.
Is there anything that's going to happen here again? So this should be the last.
Perfect. Why is it so big? She's cutting up. Will was just like, love
It's
this.
6 o'clock.
Yeah, she cut it down first. Yeah. That's right. Okay. Because I've got the classes for my shoes to put. Nah. Trainers and kimonos and you look. Zara, autumn winter 2025. She has a lot of those kind of clothes that you like. Did you still get
I don't know. I think she may be ill. Oh. Because apparently she went.
I saw her yesterday, I think.
go get through all the sessions? So would you not do that at dinner?
Great. You can grab a seat. There's one there. Yeah. Great. Cool. One more minute and then start.
No problem.
Great. Perfect. and start. Okay. Thanks very much, everyone, for joining the session today. I hope you're all settled comfortably. Just to start off and say, I think we should all give a round of applause. Big congratulations to ourselves for making it through 4 days of the IGF. And especially to you all who have made it to a 6 p.m. session on or technically day 3, I suppose, of the IGF, but really 4. Thanks, Henry. Fantastic. So essentially for this session, just a little bit of housekeeping and structure to begin with. We'll be starting off with a sort of mini panel discussion just to sort of warm up the room, get some thoughts going around. But really, we would encourage you, and we want to leave a lot of time for you to participate in the discussion and share your ideas on our topic today, which is on inclusion in the WSIS Plus 20 review process. So we really want it to be a collaborative discussion today. So essentially, just for some context, first of all, the UK is preparing for the WSIS Plus 20 review process, and one of our key goals is to ensure the process is fully inclusive to the multi-stakeholder community. However, while that is our objective, we don't want to just guess at what can make the process most inclusive. We want to hear directly from you, the wider multi-stakeholder community. And therefore, that's why we've chosen to take this more interactive approach to our open forum. Now, while the focus of this session is on WSIS Plus 20, the discussion could, of course, relate to inclusion in other UN processes that include internet governance, for example, the GDC. So while we'll be focused on WSIS Plus 20 today, there may be some ideas you might want to take back that are applicable in other spaces as well. Now, without further ado, I'd like to have my fellow panelists introduce themselves. So I'm going to pass the microphone across, and we'll start with Mary. Oh, and you've got one there. Okay.
Perfect. Okay. It's morning in my continent. Good morning, Africa. Good afternoon, wherever you are, and good evening. Glad to be here. My name is Mary Uduma. I coordinate the West African Internet Governance Forum. I am part of the African Internet Governance Forum and had been a member of the MAG at the UN Internet Governance. I also I'm the first convener of Nigeria Internet Governance Forum. So Internet governance, Internet governance, Internet governance.
Thank you so much, Mary. And over to Alan next.
Thank you. Good afternoon. My name is Alan Ramirez. I'm currently a MAG member at IGF. I'm a policymaker in Peru and a university lecturer in Lima. And I'm pleased to participate here at my personal capacity in such a vital discussion. Thank you.
Thank you. Just because I'm going to pass it one more, just to make sure that we're not going to disturb the stand. Hi, everyone. I'm Timea Schutte. I'm the Global Digital Policy Lead at the International Chamber of Commerce. For those of you who don't know, ICC is a global business organization representing over 45 million companies in more than 170 countries. So companies of all different sizes and all different sectors. And why we're here is because we were the business focal point to the WSIS process almost 20 years ago now, if you count 2003. And we have been following up on every WSIS outcome process on behalf of global business ever since.
Thanks. Henriette Esterhuizen, Senior Advisor, Internet Governance with Association for Progressive Communications, and old, which means I was there 20 years ago when we were negotiating those outcomes from WSIS.
Fantastic. Thanks so much. And my name's Roz Kenny Birch. I'm an international policy advisor focused on internet governance within the UK Government Department for Science, Innovation and Technology. So I'd just like to kick off with sort of a warm-up question. We've been hearing throughout the week, and it will come as no surprise to anyone that this has been said, but the multi-stakeholder model is crucial all week. So just to sort of set the scene in context before we delve into more specific questions, why exactly is multi-stakeholder engagement so essential to the internet governance space? How can we articulate that? And perhaps, Henriette, I can start with yourself.
I'm nodding because I think people say it without necessarily saying why. You know, it's like, why is ice cream bad for you? Well, Tamaya says it's not. It's bad for me. But and I think that we've lost actually the substance of why. It's become like a brand. I mean, the GDC says they're following a multi-stakeholder process. The Secretary General is talking about making the UN more multi-stakeholder. And I think we've started using it as a kind of a label, you know, like it's been approved. It's like it's kosher, it's halal, it's multi-stakeholder. And bad policy processes are getting the multi-stakeholder stamp. That doesn't make them good policy processes, even if they are multi-stakeholder. It also doesn't necessarily make them fully multi-stakeholder. So why? I think, well, I'm going to speak from a national level or a telecoms level. You know, I've done a lot of work with regulators. If you work with the people that have to comply with a policy process, they're more likely to comply with it. You might have to compromise. You know, business might not like what the public sector or civil society want it to do in terms of regulatory intervention. And civil society might not, you know, want to concede. But in the end, if you come up with something that actually is known, understood by the different stakeholders, that matches their capacity and willingness, pushing boundaries, you have to push boundaries a little bit, but then you're more likely to have compliance. And I think the one thing we don't need in our environment are lots of policies and guidelines and principles and regulations that no one complies with, because then you have an unpredictable, unstable environment. And as far as human rights, you know, is concerned, you also want understanding. And so that's the second thing, compliance, and then knowledge, understanding. It must make sense to people, and then they're more likely to work with it, to believe in it, and commit to implementing it. And then, you know, I think the third thing is, it's almost like if you participate in a process, and I mean, I think maybe ICANN is a good example of that. If you're part of a process, you invest in it, and you actually invest in promoting it, and getting other people to be part of the outcome of that process. So it's kind of, it builds in a demand side angle to your policy and regulatory environment, which top-down processes simply don't have.
Going back on that. Perfect, thanks, Roz. Well, it's no surprise that I'm going to agree with Henriette. We tend to agree on a lot of things. And she said a lot of what I wanted to actually say. So I'm just going to bring it back to a business decision-making theory. Let's say that there's one of the values of a company I'm not going to name. But there's this principle of disagree and commit, right? If you want to make a decision in any type of setting, if it's you're a team in an organization and you're trying to move forward on what you're going to do, you need to hear the voices and really hear the voices of everybody in your team on how to make forward. Now, it's not going to mean that you will be able to take a decision. There are people that are still going to disagree with a decision, or they were going to have a different opinion, but then somebody will take the decision and the decision will have consequences. But for the team to get behind that decision, as Henriette said, to have that buy-in, people need to be heard. People need to feel not just that they can talk or share, but they need to be heard. And a multi-stakeholder process that is effective is a process that hears every stakeholder, that creates meaningful opportunities for those voices to be said, but also to be heard. And once that's done, yes, there will be a decision. Yes, we will have to make compromises, but we will be able to get behind that decision a little bit more effectively, if I can say so. That is my hope. It works on a small scale. The more voices you have, the more difficult it gets. But I think it's worth the investment And the example of that is the internet itself. The internet itself is a multi-stakeholder creation. It had at the origin an idea that came from, you can discuss whether it was a government idea or a researcher's idea. It became a business product. It is something that all of us are benefiting from and shaping every day. It works. And in order for us to be able to make the governance of it and on it, for those of you who were in the panel before, work, we need to embody the same principles. And I think that's why we need the multi-stakeholder model. We need to be able to buy into it, keep it ours, feel that it's all of us have our voices shared and heard. And I think that moves us forward.
Thank you. Before all, I want to take a few seconds to thank you, Ross Kenybridge and the UK government for this invitation and overall for the permanent commitment to supporting and empowering the multi-stakeholder model. And let me say that it is a great honor for me to share the panel with Mary, Timea, and Henriette. I'm sure we all agree on why the multi-stakeholder model is not only essential, but the most efficient way to address the internet governance process. Having said that, it is a model that permanently needs to be fed with commitment from different stakeholders that could be potentially jeopardized if proper engagement is not applied. So what we need for the internet we want is to empower the model to get more resources, to get more engagement, to be more strategic on how to avoid risks which can lead to losing engagement by parties involved.
Thank you so much, all. And now over to Mary to cap off that question.
Okay. Okay. I think I have. Hello. Yes. Thank you very much. And the previous speakers, they've all said it well. And what I want to say is that I met the international organization, international fora, when it was ITU, and ITU have to be a member to be allowed to attend their meetings, and it's a close meeting, and government to government negotiation between government to government. They make treaty, and all of a sudden, this big elephant in the house called the internet showed up by research and those that developed it, and it became a source of concern to the governments that do go into the room and make negotiations and agree on what to do and how to manage their spectrum, their numbers, and they have their boundaries. And here comes the monster that does not have a boundary, and how do you get everybody to agree on how to participate in this new world called the internet? So it needed for us to think out of the box and look at other things, because I started hearing this multi-stakeholder approach from WSIS. The second WSIS, when we were trying to come up with the IGF. So the buy-in, the understanding, I don't know whether the government, they've really understood it, especially from my own environment, whether they've really gotten what the multi-stakeholder process is. But the truth is that we needed everybody's voice to be heard and everybody to participate in the process of making sure that we benefit from the new process called the internet. And just like Timea said, internet is an elephant. If you touch the head, you think that is all about the elephant. And you touch the leg, you think that is all about the elephant. And so many actors, so many people, participants, so it's open. I don't know whether it's television, computer, or a radio, or a telephone. So if I hold this is everything. I can do my television, I can do my telephone, I can do even my camera. So for this, the process of getting everybody understand, everybody participate, all the actors participate, give room to this multi-stakeholder process. And the good thing is it is bottom-up, it's not top-bottom. Because even at the national level, now our legislators and our government are regulators. When I was a regulator, well, we do consultation, not as much as, okay, tell us what you want, we do what we want to do. But these days, the regulator, goes, let's have multi-stakeholder process in coming up with a regulation. So those are the things we have gained from this process. So that's what I can say for now. Thank you.
Thank you so much. And I think that elephant sort of metaphor is really, really valuable in that regard as well. So now moving on, now that we've sort of set the scene, we'll start to dig into a little bit more of the meat on the bones, so to speak. So now, looking at the current landscape, in your opinion, are opportunities to participate in UN processes surrounding internet governance expanding or shrinking? And how have you seen these processes evolve, and what direction are they evolving in since that initial summit, those initial summits back in 2003, 2005? And perhaps we can go down, just given the microphone situation, in the same order again for this one.
Thanks, Roz. Yeah, so I think I tried to say earlier it's about better policy outcomes. It's not always harmonious, but stakeholder groups are not fixed. That's the one thing I didn't say. I think if we really apply the multi-stakeholder process in a way that's going to be meaningful so that the discussion and the process is rich enough and diverse enough, you need to analyze the issue that that's being discussed and then make sure that the stakeholders are ready. And I think it's in that context that it is concerning that with the Global Digital Compact, there's the idea that the technical community is not a stakeholder group, in their own right, because I think that would be an example of, in fact, if I was the UN and I was looking at AI policy, I would bring educators in as a particular group. I would bring people that are sociologists in as a particular group. So I think what we've seen within the UN system is WIS has started and evolved quite a fixed understanding of what the different stakeholder groups are, civil society, technical, academic. It was fluid in how it classified that group, business and governments. And we worked with that. And I think where we worked with it well, we made it more granular. We brought in women's rights groups, human rights groups, small businesses, big businesses, and so on. Where we did not work with it well, I think we started treating those stakeholder groups as checkboxes. If you had a business person, a government person, a civil society person, and a technical person, then you were multi-stakeholder. And I think the UN has, the positive thing is that they have adopted the principle much more, I think much more widely, even in the ITU, you see much more sort of wide use of the principle of multi-stakeholder. But is it being applied well and in a meaningful way? I think not really. And then I think secondly, where we have less, where opportunities are shrinking, I think also has to do with more of these discussions moving to New York. I think there was kind of a unique, as far as the UN is concerned, characteristic of the WSIS process, that much of it was based in Europe, which meant you had UNESCO, which dealt with culture, education, human rights, and media, a very important aspect of this. And then you had the Geneva institutions, you had WIPO, dealing with intellectual property, which has a huge overlap of what we do. You had the ITU, dealing with infrastructural and access issues, and then you have the Commission of Science and Technology in UNCTAD dealing with the follow-up, and the human rights instruments in Geneva. So I think, but with more of these decisions moving to New York, you're going to have less of that, and also you have the women's, some of the women's organizations and in Geneva as well. I think you just have less participation. It's much, and it's also from a government perspective. You're dealing mostly in New York with UN missions, which means that your process is being really run by the Ministries of Foreign Affairs. But when it's in Geneva, you have a slightly more diverse mix of people. And for developing countries, you often have the same person in the mission in all of those agencies. So there's just more cross-fertilization.
Thanks, thanks, Rosen. Thanks, Henriette. Again, I will have to agree with a lot of the. I think we're getting into a good dynamic. Henriette is throwing up the balls, and all I can do is just catch them and maybe add a couple of things to it. In terms of where have we evolved, if you were in the session just now and the future of the digital governance or internet governance, I've read out how the paragraph in our common agenda on that actually came up with the idea of having a GDC, a Global Digital Compact, sets out a multi-stakeholder process. It doesn't say multilateral and multi-stakeholder. It doesn't say governments with consultation of all relevant stakeholders that we've seen in other resolutions and documents with the UN before. It says governments, business, civil society, technical community coming together to forge a Global Digital Compact. I think that's progress. That Henriette was saying, that's the progress that we have come in the past 20 years. Again, caveat here, that every single UN process still needs to negotiate its modalities, and it needs to negotiate in what form, if at all, it will allow multi-stakeholder input. And there's a huge array of differences in that. I mean, in a dream world, the UN would come up with a multi-stakeholder modalities, and then we would all just save ourselves 2 or 3 meetings at the start of every process discussing whether or not we want to let stakeholders in. That's one. 2, who are the stakeholders? I think Henriette hit the nail on the head with that. Yes, there are the main groups of stakeholders, but none of those stakeholders are homogeneous. Government is not homogeneous. There's various different government agencies, government branches. Then you have parts of the government or parts of the administration, let's say, that need to also be consulted there. In businesses, no two business is the same. No two business model is the same. There's different industries. We've been hearing again, we are here mostly with telecommunications or digital companies. Business is a lot larger than that, and now every business is becoming digital. It's not homogeneous. Society is not homogeneous. So if you want a meaningful multi-stakeholder process, I think that needs to start with a stakeholder mapping of like, who are the people that are likely to agree with you, who are the people that are not likely to agree with you, who are the people that should be at the table but don't even know about these things. So I think there's another element there that we need to discuss of, again, what does multi-stakeholder mean in a true, effectively applied, meaningful way. I think those are the 2 things that, Henriette, you've raised and I really, really agree with. A third thing that I think I want to add to this is the layers of decision-making, the layers of governance. We talk a lot about the international level because we are in an international setting. Has the multi-stakeholder model trickled down to regional, national, sub-national levels of decision-making, of discussions on this? Have we matched it with adequate levels of capacity building of all the stakeholders that need to take part of it, including governments, but also the businesses, civil society, others that might not even know how to be part of a multi-stakeholder conversation, or that they can be part of this multi-stakeholder conversation.
I'm fully agree with Henriette and Timea. Of course, we live in a more connected world, also in the digital governance sphere, so today I find plenty of opportunities for participation in the UN process from different stakeholders. Maybe from the government perspective, I think what United Nations leaders and governments need to get more involved with the process, with solid evidence of how the model benefits public problems, addressing public problems and allows the exercise of human rights and so on. That's it.
Thanks, and I think just some initial reflections there as well. Definitely hearing sort of the different, perhaps cultural differences between Geneva and New York in the UN sense there, and also how important it is to be proactively engaging different groups, including not just looking maybe at these groups in specific boxes, but understanding those nuances as well. So I'll hand over to Mary. After Mary goes, we're going to do a quick rapid fire last question. So just to get your wheels turning now, we will be asking for a bit more participation from the audience quite quickly. So start thinking about what points you may want to make and include. But Mary, to finish us off on this question, and we'll do one last rapid fire question.
Okay, thank you very much. Whether the UN processes is shrinking or expanding, I would say that the UN agencies have been running with the WSIS outcomes, and they have their own community, and they've been trying to bring in so many of their actors within their own confines. Let's look at the UNESCO, and let's look at the ITU, or the UNTAD, the trade. So they are opening their doors now. They've been opening their doors, and I would say that it's not shrinking. If anything, they are co-opting more people, more actors into their own individual processes that feed into the global. And that's, I think that's what informed the Secretary General to look at, can we look at the Global Digital Compact? So everybody, all the actors will come in, and but on the other hand, when we look at the processes, for instance, the ITU, there are some actors that we have not seen. Some of the stakeholders, as Timia said, who are the stakeholders that are not as prominent. When we started, we had a lot of ICANN people all over the places, the business, who are looking for, their bottom line, that, so that they could get it. Oh, but I don't know whether they are still as large as that when it comes to IGF processes. We don't see most of them, and we also find out that the government as well, some governments are not appearing here in IGF, maybe language issues, though we have been trying to to move forward from there, thanks to the UK government that sponsored the translation in the UN languages. So there are still people that are still the communities and stakeholders that are not here that we need to bring into the process. Thank you.
Absolutely. Thank you, Mary, for those insights. So last quick rapid fire question for the panel before we open it up more broadly is just simply, we've pointed out some challenges or opportunities here. What can we do about those? How can we act on those observations that we've made? Are we equipped to address the challenges that have been raised? So I'll start it going this way with Mary first this time, and we'll come down that way.
Yeah, consultations, collaborations, those are two words I think we should look at. And also the grassroots. At the national level, are we having a preparation, which is preparation at the national level? And at national level, you can see there are so many other actors within the government, the department, foreign affairs, telecommunication, education, all of that. I think preparation from that level will help to send the conversation. The conversation will get to do the actors that will be participants at the next level of WSIS plus 20, right? So that preparation is very, very key. When we were to do the WSIS in 2003, there were preparatory meetings. I could remember we went to Ghana, and I don't know whether the governments and countries are still doing that, or blocs like the African bloc, the West African bloc, even the Commonwealth. I think that we were doing some preparation. I don't know whether that is still going on. I think we have to have the conversation and discussion, debate at that level, and know what we are going with to the global level.
Thank you, Mary. Alan, over to you next.
Thank you. Well, I want to propose applying a prospective method to address the challenges that will be raised in the future, maybe now. First, we need to identify what the emerging risks are that can jeopardize the multi-stakeholder model as we know it. And the second is to evaluate how probably the risk is to happen and how impactful it could be. With that identification, which is objective, strategies for mitigations need to be applied now for all the stakeholders interested and involved in that. Thanks.
Thanks, Alan. Just another analogy, if you allow me another one. When you're trying to bring in new voices to the decision-making process, or even raise up new talent in an organization, people say you need mentorship and you need sponsorship, right? You need mentors that tell you how they have done it, what they have learned, how can you apply that. I think there's a lot of that going on around this room, with taking stock of what were the good lessons learned. We're seeing how some processes have done it, and what we can learn from that and what we can apply. Then you need the sponsors. The sponsors, and I don't mean that in a financial way, the sponsors that speak up for this when we're not in the room, where we are in those processes where we are not being led into. There are some of us that are there, that know different ways of doing things. We need to count on them to carry the flag. And I mean, since we're in a UK Open Forum, the UK does that, and thank you for that. But I think we need more of that. And I think in order to expand the multi-stakeholder model and to get that down to the layers that I was talking about earlier, we need that sponsorship. Otherwise, we were going to talk to each other in this multi-stakeholder echo chamber, and we will be sitting here 20 years from now still thinking what we need to do.
Thanks, Tabea. Thanks, Roz. And thanks for doing this when we all are so tired. It's very brave of you. I think don't use multi-stakeholder process as a shortcut. Don't use it as window dressing. It will just discredit what is, in fact, a very powerful way of making policy. And I see everyone doing that, actually. Be serious about it. Otherwise, just don't do it. I mean, there are other ways of making policy. It's not the only way. So if you want to do it well. We talked about, Tamara mentioned stakeholder mapping. I think the one thing that none of us have maybe explicitly said is to look at power. And don't assume that power doesn't play in multi-stakeholder process. It does. Global North, Global South power, rich country, poor country, big company, small company, local civil society organization, big global advocacy civil society organization. All of those dynamics, gender dynamics, race dynamics, they all play out in these processes. And if you're really serious about your multi-stakeholder processes, acknowledge that. Don't abuse it. Actually design in order to counter the impact of that, or at least be very explicit about it. I think transparency about that is also important. I think clarity of purpose is important. Not every multi-stakeholder process is the same, and design according to that. And also assess what you want out of it. Design it in such a way that even if you don't achieve consensus, you achieve relationship building, you deepen understanding of why there are differences. And then be flexible and adapt accordingly.
Brilliant. Well, thank you so much to the panelists. Now, I'd like to move us into discussion and challenge us all to start thinking about potential answers to these questions. So I'd like to challenge you to turn to your neighbors around you, hopefully someone new you might not have met before, and start the conversation. How can the WSIS Plus 20 review process be shaped to encourage more inclusive participation from the multi-stakeholder community? So I'm actually hoping that lots of you may not know the people around you, but turn to your neighbor. Perhaps we can take 5 minutes or so. Those online, I think there's about 5 of you. Perhaps you can discuss in your own breakout group as well. And let's get the wheels turning. Great. It's how can the WSIS Plus 20 review process be encouraged, be shaped to encourage further inclusion from the multi-stakeholder community?
But we don't have to do that.
Yeah, you still got a few minutes, don't worry. All right, everyone, one more minute, so can wrap up your conversations. All right, everyone, let's come back in. If you've moved seats around, I know a few of you have, feel free to come back. Fantastic. All right. Well, now's an opportunity to sort of reconvene after those discussions. Hopefully we've got some good ideas going. I certainly saw lots of interactive conversations. But does anyone want to be brave enough to go first? I may call names otherwise. Jimson, yeah, please. And thanks for being brave. Oh, yeah, apologies. Pass the microphone. Whatever you're comfortable with.
Thank you very much. Well, very excellent interaction. Thank you very much for bringing this up. Well, first to say that what matters to everybody is their economic standard, okay, their well-being. When WISI started in 2003, the global GDP was just 50 trillion. But today, it has more than doubled. And ICT, WISIS has helped a lot. In fact, in Nigeria, it used to be 100 billion, dollars GDP. That was in 2003. But now, it has increased fivefold to about 500 billion. So at the same thing, it is the WISIS activities because government changed direction and involved everybody. So how can we increase that? Which is the crux of the matter. First and foremost, we need this to continue. From the private sector, I'm speaking from private sector perspective. Private sector and the public sector, they have a common purpose to boost the welfare of the people. We know how to create jobs. As Tamir mentioned, we can create opportunities. So when we work together, we create more opportunities. So to get more people to come in, because it's expensive for private sector to self-fund to come in here. So what we try to do in AFICTA, for example, is to bring in all stakeholders together in Africa so that we could have some focal people to speak for us for Africa. Just as Tamir is here, he's representing us. At times we don't go to New York, but she goes for us, okay? So that kind of mechanism we have in place. Then also we can encourage, as we discussed, that organizations like maybe ISOC, they can create more awareness within their system, engage, they are technical mostly, they can engage other stakeholder group, okay? Maybe more government, engage other civil society in their area of influence, and then create budget line. We need to have special budget line for inclusivity, okay? We are doing that. We see how the UK government is supporting this event as well. So we need more of that. So there has to be a budget line, because if there's no budget line, then you can't really do much. So this is where I will stop for now. Thank you.
Thank you so much. And really good point, I think, too, about people reaching out and going to places, not putting the onus on people to all go to necessarily travel to New York for discussions, things like that. But that proactive outreach, really interesting.
Sorry, there's a point I need to make. You know, there are a lot of hubs that this IGF is encouraging. Like in Nigeria now, there's a hub following many proceedings, so we can encourage more hubs so that more people can participate. Thank you.
Thank you, James. Tracy, I see your hand up.
Hello. Yeah, so I was I've been thinking a lot about this for the last few years. When we come to these meetings, we see, who do we see here? Same people. Getting grayer, getting older.
Yeah.
Every now and then, we have a new batch of people coming in through ISOC and others. If they stick around, we're happy. If they're not, they disappear. So how do we keep folks engaged? And the reasons why I think that we don't do well in this is because, you know, we're talking to ourselves a lot, right? So we are the IGF, we are WSIS. Come to us. Come and talk about the internet. But we don't go out. We don't go out to them. Because in many of the countries, the internet is not a priority. Right? So we have the unconnected, so we have that group. Then in many countries, the internet is still a luxury. We have issues, we have road issues, we have climate change problems, and the people, when they're trying to gravitate to issues to participate in, they're gravitating to issues that affect them, right? So if your island is sinking, then the internet is not the issue that you're dealing with today. If you have no water, it's not the internet. So how do we reach out to people who can be engaged? And I think there needs to be a really concerted effort from the UN and others to reach out, with outreach, right? That's the word we're talking about, to get to those people who are not involved, get them involved. So you don't have to come to these meetings, and nobody's saying come to Kyoto, but get them involved in some way. And if they're not connected, use other means, use radio, television, write a letter. This is what does the internet mean for you? How do you engage people that way? I think we're not doing well in that at all. So we'll still have 8,000 people coming to the IGF, and of that, a few of us, a few of the same people coming every year, and then next year it's a recycle. Another, go to Riyadh, there'll be another, from maybe local people coming in, etc. So how do we reach out to those people? I think we are not doing well in that way, and if you're doing bottom-up engaging and getting into the topic, how do you engage in the bottom-up? I really think there needs to be a better job at this because it affects everybody. It will affect everybody. And if we look at the other areas like the climate change, issues, I think they do a much better job at engaging their stakeholders because it means something to them. So we probably haven't really done a good job at saying that internet governance means something to you, because if you haven't explained the topic very well. So it's what is it exactly? What is internet governance? What does it mean to you? My colleague next to me asked him, how did he get here? So he's new, relatively new. Someone told him, right? But if no one told him, he would just be, I guess I said, riding a bike or whatever they're doing, whatever you're doing home. And what's he doing now? I'm riding, there's something going on in Kyoto, I don't know about that. So how do we get that resolved? Yeah, thanks.
Thank you, Tracy. And I think, you make the point generally, but it's especially true, isn't it, sometimes of UN processes. If you're going about your day, you may not even be aware of what's going on. And so I think a really pertinent point for that specifically as well. Did I see hands over here? Go to you next, and then yourself. Great.
Thank you. I'm Minako Morita-Yega. I'm from the University of Sussex. I'm academic, and then also my field is not really completely, but I'm trade policy expert, international trade, and trade economist and lawyer. So the reason I come here first time, IGF, it's because of trade, all these trade agreement is including all the digital trade provision. I'm really worried about this in the societal and economic impact on it. And then I have been learning a lot, coming here, and then looking at things from the different side. But this is internet community. And the thing I would like to make is even a stakeholder means even an academia, you know, I'm in a different field. So this is really interesting to see the engineering, also trade lawyer, trade economist, so that we try to work together, interdisciplinary approach. So this sort of the different field, the communication from the different field is really important. This is one thing we are talking about, and so my colleague is also the first time here, and we talk about, you know, we learn a lot. You know, this is really excellent approach. But on the other hand, well, when you talk about the plus 20 something, I never heard of it. You know, what is this panel about? So, so I don't know this UN, you know, the approach. And then the other thing is I completely agree with him. That's how to the voice. This is my from here is we did not talk anything about it, but my personal view is that voice should be voice to be heard, but that voice we required knowledge, especially internet, really technical, and then also the sponsorship, as somebody said that, the money just to get that knowledge, and then also institution. And here, when I look at all these participants, mostly Western, you know, countries oriented, and then more still, and even the local that Japan is now sponsoring it, but I could see very little contribution from the Japanese, you know, organization, civil society organization, or whatever. And then I was wondering, why is that? And then the shocking thing, for example, one thing is consumer organization, Japan consumer organization. There's no people who had knowledge with internet and consumer things. So who can represent for this? You know, there is no knowledge about this. So this is really critical thing, you know. Come and then talk to us, but they don't have anything to talk about. And then just, I want to learn, you know. Then also that there's no awareness in general, the very limited awareness in public. So this is a point.
Yeah,
Sorry.
yeah, no problem. I think this is a really engaging discussion. It's hard to have a time limit, but I might just go ahead. Before I come to yourself, and I'm very sorry, I do want to acknowledge our online participants as well. Would anyone from the breakout group online like to make some points from their discussion, or perhaps my colleague Marek, who's online moderating, could as well summarize for the group, whatever's most comfortable.
Yeah, I'm happy to summarize quickly. Yeah, so we had an interesting discussion that brought up some points around the barriers to access, both in terms of kind of cost to participate in some of these kind of global internet governance meetings, and the kind of related costs and barriers to physical attendance in a meeting like the IGF, as well as the kind of administrative burdens, whether that's restrictions on travel or kind of processes like visa applications. And so I think that we kind of talked about some of those challenges to having more inclusive processes, and kind of highlighted the need to think about different channels for consultation and inclusion of stakeholders beyond solely kind of physical meetings, as well as kind of virtual meetings and other types of coordination mechanisms. So yeah, thank you.
Thank you so much, Marek. And thank you to our online participants for participating in the breakout group as well. And finally, over to yourself. And then we'll conclude with some closing remarks, but over to you first.
Thank you. My name's Greg Shatton. Tracy, I'm one of these newcomers that you've been hearing about coming to IGF for my first time, but on the other hand, I've been involved with ICANN since 2007. I've been to 30 ICANN meetings. I've been on a dozen working groups. But as I've kind of changed my focus there, that's why I'm here. I started out in the private sector. I still spend my daytime in the private sector. But having been the president of the intellectual property constituency for 3 years. I left that side of the world. Sorry, Jimson. And now in at large, where I'm the chair of the North American Regional At Large Organization, and also the president of ISOC New York. So I have absolutely no excuse not to be more involved than I already have been with the GDC and with the UN in New York. And Jimson and I were talking about the barriers to access to information, capacity, development, and the like for civil society and for individual end users. And so I'm going to make somewhat of an offer, which is if there's anything that ISOC New York can do, and while ISOC Global is a technical-oriented organization, some of our US chapters, especially New York and DC, as you might imagine, are very policy-oriented. So if there's anything that we can do to help to provide a project, a home, online, we have the indefatigable Jolie McPhee, who can put anybody online at any time, and he's part of our ISOC New York cabal. We can do something to help to provide a hub, a project, a space, virtual or even physical. I have my day job. I have a law firm which has some conference rooms and whatever we need to do. And we're on 42nd and Lexington in the Chrysler Building, 5 blocks from the UN. So if there's anything I can do to help to provide some form of a node, a nexus for any of this stuff through the capacities that I have, I'm more than happy to do that, because I like the idea that something's finally happening in New York instead of Geneva, because I was born on the island. That's my island. So I think I want to make it work and not make it feel like all of a sudden we've lost the Geneva kind of environment, and that the New York environment is kind of cold and unfriendly, because New Yorkers are only cold and unfriendly until you ask them to help you, and then they're as warm and engaged as can be. So I'm asking to help you. Thank you.
Thank you so much. And I think we can all really help each other, I think, too. Point out, I would encourage those, even if you're new to this space, tell us what we can do to be more inclusive. The onus is on us to come to you, but don't be afraid to reach out equally, I think. We have to work together in this process. And with that, I'd just like to pass over for some closing remarks before I'll formally conclude the session to the Deputy Director for Internet Governance at the UK Government Department for Science, Innovation and Technology to just make some closing comments. So thank you.
No, and thank you, Ros. And I think it's a real achievement that here we are at sort of between 6 and 7 on day 4 of the IGF, and actually a really good turnout and a really animated discussion as well. So I want to thank you, Ros, and I also want to thank your fellow panelists, Mary, Alan, Timea, and Henrietta for sharing your time. So the UK government, we've organised this session really committed to multi-stakeholderism, and that's going to be so important as we've got the WSIS Plus 20 process, and before then we've got the Global Digital Compact. And the Internet Governance Forum is a really important vehicle for that. And my sort of one reflection, I think, Henrietta, you sort of spoke about window dressing, and I think it's really important that we use the M word of multi-stakeholderism a lot, but I think it's really important that we mean it. First of all, just to make sure that it remains credible, but also if you want to enact change, you need to bring people with you, and it's through listening, not just hearing, and making a reality of multi-stakeholderism that you can make change happen and make change stick. So it's a false economy just to sort of pretend or doing it in a window dressing way. You're probably just better off not doing it at all. So if you're going to do it properly, and certainly that's the commitment of the UK government. But I'll stop there. It's late, but Ros, back to you, and thank you very much again.
Thank you so much, Paul. And I think, I mean, just to say what engagement, 7 p.m. at night. If this community is anything, it is engaged. So thank you for your time today. Thank you for your excellent commentary, engagement. I think lots for us to take away. And I mean, certainly we will be doing, as Paul says, all that we can to ensure that this WSIS Plus 20 review process is fully inclusive to the multi-stakeholder community. And with that, I'll leave it. And I think it might be reception time, if I heard correctly.
So we'll start